Without getting into that complexity, essentially when an Indian uses the word dharma, it means trying to do the right thing.
The name of the game is not to seek that autograph and then keep it forever, but it is to respect that loving father, the mother, the brother, the colleague, the person that we are walking with, that friend who's around us.
I consider it my duty to help those people who are below the poverty line without thinking of any award, reward, recognition. No, because I have enough. Even though it is not there, it is ultimately the people actually.
So, ਉਹ ਪੈਗਾਮ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਾਮ। ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਚੌ ਜੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਏ WhatsApp ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ।
Ladies and gentlemen,
as Ambassador of Ireland to India, I'm delighted that Ireland is the country partner for Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition of Literati 2020.
ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and a great pleasure to welcome Embassy of Ireland as country partner to Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition, Literati 2020.
We hope that you enjoy learning more about the connections between our two great national poets, Yeats and Tagore, and Kauvari Madhavan's fictionalisation of the Irish Rebellion, which took place in Punjab a century ago.
I think first the location is absolutely great to talk about books and literature. It's a pleasant Sunday morning. I enjoyed my day here.
I had a wonderful time at Literati. Thank you so much for having me over. A beautiful venue and a wonderful audience. It was great interacting with you all. Thank you, Chandigarh, for having me over.
This is one of the nicest, most pleasant lit fests I have been attending this season. It's well organized. It has a large variety of the kind of authors, and of course it's done in this very, very beautiful venue of the Lake Club.
Absolutely fascinating. I loved being on the stage. You have a beautiful, wonderful, interactive audience, very alive, very aware, and I'm very grateful to have been called here.
Good afternoon from Chandigarh and welcome to day 2 of Literati, Chandigarh Literary Society's Lit Fest. After a cracking start with day 1, here we are with a jam-packed evening full of fun, laughter, a little wit, a little humor, and lots of heartwarming conversations. We're so glad to have you join us from all over the country and the world. Silver linings of a strange time to be alive. The winters have set in Chandigarh, and icy winds have been forcing us to stay warm and cozy. While we do miss the beautiful Lake Club and having the Himalayas as the backdrop of this literary extravaganza, having you with us makes up for all of that and then some more. We have an exciting evening of conversations lined up for you. So grab your cup of coffee, or chai if you like that better, and get comfy as we begin stories and conversations that warm our heads and our hearts. Before we dive straight into today's plenary, I would like, on behalf of the Chandigarh Literary Society, to thank our partners, our country partner, the Embassy of Ireland. And this edition of Literati is brought to you in association with Hareda, HSAMB, HSIIBC, and we have a very unique happiness partner this year, who is Radio Mirchi 98.3 FM. Ladies and gentlemen, diving straight into day 2 of Literati. Gratitude has been my word of the season, and I believe that continued gratitude eventually leads to generosity. Our first guest today lives by the belief that generosity of a few is hope for millions. Her love for stories and storytelling has led her to establish 60,000 libraries in Karnataka. She truly is the nation's grandma with a bag of stories. A star student, prolific writer, chairperson of the Infosys Foundation, winner of the R.K. Narayan Award for Literature, the Padma Shri, the Attimabbe Award from the Government of Karnataka for Excellence in Kannada Literature, and the Lifetime Achievement Award by Crossword Book Awards, we are honored to have with us this evening Sudha Murthy ma'am. In conversation with ma'am, we have Vivek Atre, motivational speaker, author, mentor, columnist, cricket enthusiast, aspiring yogi, and visiting professor. He's been the man behind many a successful project in the City Beautiful, has recently published a book titled Finding Success Within, 52 Life Skills for Young Adults, and is now working on his 4th book. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our first session of today, Grandparents' Bag of Stories, Sudha Murthy in conversation with Vivek Atre.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this very, very inspiring, I'm sure, going to be session for Literati 2020, which is being organized by Chandigarh Literary Society. It's wonderful to have with us the very illustrious and very famous author, Sudha Murthy ji. Welcome, ma'am.
Namaste.
Namaste, ma'am. I must tell you that you inspired so many people across India that whoever I invited to watch this program, they all said we will be there. Otherwise, normally they are so busy that they say, yeah, I'll watch it some other time whenever I send them some invitation. But today, everybody wants to tune in. I think that is what true happiness and success must be for you. So my first question to you, ma'am, your life has been inspiring to others. And is that something that you have deliberately worked towards, or has it just happened to you as you have been yourself?
I come from a middle class family. So I never worked for any success. When I was a student, I definitely worked for academic success. That as a student, I wanted to excel because my background was different. In my engineering college, I was the only girl. So I just wanted to prove that girls also can do engineering. I joined engineering before you people were born in 1968. So I wanted to show it. Look, girls can do, because they always used to think it's a man's domain and a girl cannot do. So I wanted to show, look, girls can do. So I did work a lot for academic success. Later, I worked for Infosys to build Infosys with Narayan Murthy, and that I worked for many years, maybe 20, 25 years. But more than that, I have never kept an aim like I should become successful. You have written a book on success. What is success is very difficult to define. For some people, success means money. For some people, it's a name. For some people, it's a power. For some people, it's a beauty. So it's very difficult to define what is success. For me, success means no regret. Whatever work you do, if there is no regret and you are content inside, that is success. This I got it with my work, but I never worked for that. I worked because it came to me and I enjoyed working in that. In the process, I got success. My aim was never to get success in that, to get the whatever work I have, to do it sincerely and passionately.
Wonderful, ma'am. In fact, that is what every successful person will also say, that when you are too desperate for something, it doesn't come to you. But when you are working earnestly and hard, it comes to you. In fact, just for the record, I was born in 1966, so I was there when 1968.
That time I was in 10th class. Okay, when you were born.
So, ma'am,
there is a saying, actually. There is a saying, if you run after money, money runs away. If you run after your passion, money comes behind you.
Right. Absolutely correct. Absolutely. And in fact, your inspiring story of being the first topper among the ladies of the engineering the branches in the whole of Karnataka in probably in MTech.
In
That really
BE,
inspired us.
BE, I stood first, not in among all the girls, among all the boys.
Among everybody, I know.
Among everybody.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
In fact, ma'am, what I want to ask you is another inspiring story so that we can kick off the discussion. You wrote to Mr. J.R.D. Tata a postcard, and this question has been asked to you many times, I know, but it is very important for my context. You wrote a letter or postcard to Mr. J.R.D. Tata that why are ladies not allowed to join telco? Because the advertisement said ladies or girls may not apply. Now, you broke the mold for the first time over there. Of course, you topped in engineering. Now you did this. And then you actually joined telco because your father told you to join instead of pursuing PhD because you had committed that you had actually broken the way for the ladies to join. So tell us about that part, and also if you can add a little bit about when Narayan Murthy Saab was to pick you up and you were getting late, he was getting late to pick you up, and Mr. J.R.D. Tata stood with you and waited. Please tell us about this.
I think it is on the internet so many times. People must have read it, I suppose.
We want to hear it from you.
Horse's mouth, okay? Well, in the year 1974, I was young and energetic and, idealist and all those things. And like what Churchill said, at the age of 20, if you are not an idealist, you don't have heart, you don't have a heart and you continue to be, then you continue to be and you don't have brain. So I wanted to go abroad and do my PhD, but one day I saw the notice board, a notice saying that Telco has come to recruit young, bright engineers and all those things. I just read that because I did not have any plan to join, and at the bottom it was written, "Lady students need not apply," and that made me very upset. Then I took a postcard and I wrote to JRD Tata saying that a company like yours have such an old idea. I'm really surprised because in a society, 50% of the women are not allowed to work. That means your efficiency is reduced by 50%. And if somebody else does, I can understand, but not benevolent Tatas, because you've always been ahead of time. You had your iron and steel, you had your locomotive, you had your chemicals, you had your salt. So you were always ahead of time. And you people put such a condition. I said, I'm really surprised. And I wrote in a postcard and sent it to him without even knowing what will happen to that. I did see JRD a couple of times in Indian Institute of Science, where Tatas have given a lot of money to build that. And I've seen JRD used to come for a Founders Day, and I was an ordinary, I was an ordinary family girl. I'm not VIP or well connected. There's nothing like that. I was a good student, but from a middle class family. I used to stand and see him, and I always felt he was so handsome, like a Greek statue. I used to feel. More than that, I never knew anything about him. I wrote and I forgot. I thought they will put it to the dustbin, but I was very upset, so I wrote. To my surprise, I got a reply saying that no, you should come to Pune for interview, and at our expense, first class, they wrote. I never traveled by first class by train. In those days, there was no plane from Bangalore to Pune. So first class plane itself was a great thing for me. I said, okay, anyway, at their expense, let me go and attend the interview. So I attended the interview. I did very well in the interview. And they explained to me why they never wanted to take a girl. They said, the part of Telco was in Bihar, and there's a plant known as the Jojobara where they have 1,000 machines, and they are not used to seeing a girl, and you have to stay in a hostel. All those problems will be there. But then I told them, when Huinat Sangh in 629 AD started his journey from Xi'an to Kannauj, everyone said, how will you pass the desert? How will you climb the mountains? How will you go to that unknown country? Better stay in China. That time he said, for every 10,000 li journey, there's always a one step to start. And I'm starting it right now. And that is the way he did. And ultimately, in the history of the human kind, that his name is etched in a golden color, because he was the one who really did that journey and showed to the world advantage of traveling and seeing it and achieving it gives a greater pleasure. So I said, if you take that stand that women cannot do because of the practical difficulty, then no day a woman will work. And is it not a national waste? And they were quite happy, and they offered me a job. And I was not keen to take up because I wanted to do my PhD at MIT. I got fellowships in 5 universities. So when I told to my father, on the way I got down from train, there's the place known as the Hubli. I belong to a place known as the Hubli on the en route to Pune. So I thought my father would say, "Oh, what a smart girl you are." But my father said, "What a foolish girl you are. How can you write a postcard to a big man, a great person like JRD? You could have written in a band lifafa." I said, "It cost five paisa in those days." Then he says, why do you don't want to take? I said, "No, I'm going abroad." He said, "Then why did you write to him if you are not supposed to join?" And you open the Pandora box asking why women should not be given equal importance. And when it is given, if you are not taking, then you will be a selfish person. If you go abroad, my father told me, knowing our people, if you go abroad, you are not exception, you won't come back. You are in impressionable age of 23, 24, and you go, you will do your PhD, then you marry someone there and you will settle there. You won't come. But when you open the Pandora box and asking that, look, why women are not equal when they have done so well. That means you should show them they are equal. And if you don't take it, then you are only a talker. You are not a doer. A person should be identified for what they talk, than what they do, than what they talk. So you said the decision is yours, but I am not happy the way you are thinking. It took a week for me. Then I tore with a teary eyed, I tore my admission card, and then I joined telco. And those days were also that we used to respect our parents and what they talk. It really means a lot with their experience. My dad used to tell me, experience is the best teacher, but extremely expensive teacher. So it is better to hear or take advantage of elderly people at home and their advice, because they have already paid fees for that and they have learned. So I felt my father told is true when I opened such an equality case. And if I don't join, they say, look, only women talk and they don't do. And after joining, I felt it the responsibility I should do very well so that the doors for other girls will be opened. And that is how things happened.
That's how it happened. So inspiring.
The rest is history.
The rest is history. And if girls who are watching this, that's why I wanted you to repeat this, even though it's on the internet. But you're saying it really gives inspiration, because a lot of young ladies and women, when they watch this, they can break the mold themselves to be by being inspired by what you said and what you did. And your father, I mean, the way he kind of gave you a very practical advice was also fabulous. I mean, MIT would have been great, but this I think is greater, and that is fabulous.
Yeah, I definitely feel. I don't have father now; he passed away. But I feel the contribution or the lives I have touched in India is much more important than my MIT PhD. I would have been a director of a company and I would have retired. But this has much more meaning. And I learned a lot of lessons in House of Tatas, like what you said. JRD, once, after 5:30, I was getting down and I saw JRD. He was coming out of his office and he was about to get into his car. And then he saw me. He used to call me my maiden name. My maiden name was Kulkarni, but I'm not a Maharashtrian like you. Okay,
I'm also not really a Maharashtrian. It's okay.
But I can speak that language. I can speak, but I'm not. So he said, Kulkarni, why are you waiting? Then I said, sir, my husband is coming and I'm waiting for him. He's going to pick me up. Then he waited. I was feeling extremely uncomfortable. I said, no, sir, you carry on. He said, no. It's 5:30. It was in November or December. It was to get dark early. He said, no, until a lady candidate like you, staying alone in a big building, I won't feel comfortable. So he stood until Mr. Murthy came. And that care for the employees, I learned there. Care for the girls when we hire them, that I learned. The ABC of philanthropy, I learned there. How you should treat philanthropy seriously. Not that, give money, go, okay, give some percentage of money, let it go anywhere, I will not check, I'll only write the check. No, that is not true. Is it effective? Is it useful? Has it touched the lives of the people? All those basic alphabets of philanthropy, I learned the school of Tatas.
Wonderful, ma'am. In fact, I use this story many times in my talks on emotional intelligence. That's why I wanted to hear it from you, Mr. Tata, waiting outside. Empathy and
Yes.
wonderful. But let us jump to your writing, and we'll come back to philanthropy and Mr. Murthy also later. Let us jump to your writing. Now, your writing career has been so magical in many ways. People connect so much with your books. They really love the characters and the simplicity and the readable chapters. I can read one or two chapters and then sit down. I'm busy, and then again I can pick up from where I left off. So, how did you come to be such a potent writer in terms of bringing out the nature of India? And how was your writing journey?
I really want to tell one thing. How do I write? I really do not know. That I think Mata Saraswati is Ashirvad. That I want to tell first. My writing journey started in a very young age. In a school, I used to write good essays. In college, I used to write good essays. But in engineering college, I could never write, because in engineering, it's A plus B is equal to C, where the English in between, there's no English also.
I'm also an electronics engineer, by the way, ma'am. I also know that. We also learned later.
There is no English. It is only a equation and communication, and the things are working or not. But I started writing again once I started working. And my first book came when I was 28 years old. In 1960, 78, 79, my first book came. And it was in Kannada, my mother tongue. And I'm a Kannada medium 10th class, Unlike other English writers. I belong to Karnataka. Shruti Khurana always tells me, you have a unique way of living and it's nice. I said, what is that? She said, you are born in Karnataka, and you speak that language. Your parents, grandparents, you can trace your family all in Karnataka. Then you speak that language at home and also outside. You can write and you have readership. Look at my life, she says. For example, her ancestors were from Peshawar and Multan. So from there, my grandparents came and settled in Delhi. So my parents were raised in Delhi, and then they were in Chandigarh, and then they came to Bangalore and settled in Bangalore. Now I can't speak Punjabi because I'm away from Punjab, and I don't have any Punjabi friends here because it's a cosmopolitan city, and I speak English and Hindi. And when I want to see my roots are not there. My relations are, some of them are abroad and some of them are in Delhi. And I don't speak local language, though I want to an extent what you enjoy. So where are my roots? Where are my relations? That question comes to me. Whereas for you, it is not a question. So that is one of the reasons that I feel extremely proud about Kannada. Is my whole life is in Karnataka. I stayed 10 years in Bombay. That's a different story. And I enjoy my Kannada roots, my culture, my language, our poems, our history. I'm bound to my culture. And that's the reason my expression of thought was always in Kannada. And I was a Kannada medium 10th class. And I learned English only when I passed out 10th class, I was not able to write one paragraph of English.
But you learned it very quickly after that. You write so well now.
Yeah. And I started writing in English at the age of 50.
I see.
Until that, I only wrote in Kannada. Kannada was my strength, my emotion. So I wrote my first book. I traveled on backpack in 1978, America. With very $300 or $400. And it's today if you write, people will laugh. But 42 years back, and from a small town like Hubli, everybody is like, how is America? How is America? So I wrote my journey on a backpack in America. So that is my first book. And then I started writing in Kannada in the form of books, actually. Up to 2000, I wrote everything in Kannada. After 2000 AD, that means when I became 50, I started writing columns in the paper in English. And my first book is Wise and Otherwise. That is this collection of my columns. And it met with a huge success. Then I realized, okay, even I can write in English. And then my English journey continued for the last 20 years.
20 years.
Yeah.
Wonderful, ma'am. In fact, your books really connect with the roots of India. So talk about that, and also your latest writings. They're so connected with the earth and with the culture and the family and the practices and the thought processes. Wonderful expression.
Because I write truth. And truth is stranger than fiction, actually. And I work with poorest of the poor people. My experiences in foundation is so real, so real. So people can connect connect to the incident. Suppose I write about rich people, fantastic, intelligent people, fantastic singing, extraordinary romance and all. It doesn't exist in real life.
No.
Even rich people will have their own difficulties. People don't understand that. So if I go on writing about always with my imagination, which is not reality, people don't connect. As an author, Vivekji, you may be knowing, you write
Please
about.
call me Vivek. Yes.
You have to respect people. Respect people, whatever may be. Guna sthanam nachalingam navayam. It says it is not the age, it is not what they are, or how beautiful they are, or what how they studied. As a human being, we should always respect another human being. Okay. So I want to ask you this one. When you write novels, your readership is limited. When you write improving life or something life-changing books, you will become more popular because people would like to read and change their life. And you are more connected with the people. As a speaker, if you talk about all the time about something about a life in a moon or more of an imagination, people won't come. Rather, a person who studied your book and did well in his life, or a person who studied and faced life courageously, people appreciate that.
That's true. And in fact, your latest books are even more so because I have also seen Wives and Otherwise. I've been through your other books, I've read them. And the latest book, Grandparents' Bag of Tales. I mean, it used to be grandma and now it has become grandparents. So there must be some secret behind that. And also, I see that you have also included a chapter called 40 Days of Quarantine in that. So it's a very latest work. So talk about this one.
Yeah. My latest book is Grandparents' Bags of Stories. And this I wrote in a COVID time. And I was just thinking, when I became a grandmother, I thought the best gift we can give to grandchildren is always a story. So I wrote Grandma's Bags of Stories to my granddaughter, Krishna. She's in London now. So I wrote to her. I wrote for her. Then, COVID time, I said, why only grandfather, grandmother? Men also tell stories, women also tell stories. So I made a character there by the name Kamlu, who is real life character, who is the sister of Narayan Murthy. And she comes for a holiday, COVID time she comes. And that time, all three of us told stories, but grandmother little more because she's well versed with the stories. Grandfather few, Kamlu Atte or Kamlu Bua told some stories. And children should learn. Everybody should not complain, oh, COVID time, I'm getting bored. Sharing is caring. So grandmother started helping others. So grandchildren learn there how to help others in COVID time. So and a sense of gratitude, because there's always a way you can be unhappy. When you have a sense of gratitude, you're always happy. Keeping that in mind, I wrote Grandparents' Bags of Stories.
You also have in that a chapter, The Real Medicine. So just talk about that, man. What is the real medicine for humankind?
It's a compassion, affection, and what is EQ is a real medicine. In the sense, a hug, an affectionate hug, a genuine console, a genuine compassion, and genuine love for learning is the real medicine.
In fact, that love, yes, go on.
No, even though you have the right medicine, there is a shloka in the Sanskrit. It says, Aushadam Jannavi Toyam Vaidyo Narayan Maharihi. If you respect and love your doctor, because Lord Vishnu or Narayana comes in the form of a doctor, you should have faith in doctor. And even though he gives water, and it becomes Aushadam Jannavi Toyam, Ganga's water also will become a medicine if you have love, respect towards your doctor. Because my father was a doctor, and I've seen what affection people had in those days and what authority my father had. He said, as a patient, you may not understand, but I will always do the best for you. If you meet such a doctor who does best for you without charging you too much and caring for you, and that compassion makes you better. In England, they were telling, I was talking to a doctor. He said, a doctor may be a great person. A doctor knows the medicine, but 30% of marks are given for the bedside manners. I said, what is this a bedside manner? He says, you have to tell patient the first thing is, please do not worry. You'll be all right. Please do not worry. I have seen many cases like this. They were all cured and they were all right. Don't worry. So what? You have a small difficulty, but it's a curable difficulty. Even though it's not curable, still you can pass the mountain. Ultimately what is going to happen happens. Don't give false promise, but keep a good but bedside manners. By looking at you, the patient should feel better. And this is known as compassion. Because already when you are sick, you are worried, you are down, you are depressed. And in that you're saying, no, you won't be cured. And, next patient, when the person is diagnosed something wrong, think, okay, take treatment. Next person, if you do, that is not correct. You have to spend some time with them. And that is a valuable, compassionate time, which makes many times patient to face reality, even though however hard it is.
That's absolutely true, ma'am. In fact, I often tell people that compassion doesn't reduce your passion. In Hindi, we say "kam" means less. Compassion doesn't mean that your passion is less. It means that you are working more for others and you can actually help society more. But I want to ask you, ma'am, you've been a daughter, a sister, a mother, you've been a grandmother, you are a grandmother, and this role of women in Indian society has been so important to keep together the family, the roots, the traditions, that love and care. Often in Western countries, people miss, and even in India, in some families, because of nuclear families, etc., it is reducing. So please talk about the role of women and how do you feel as
Just because one has a nuclear family, that does not mean the culture is gone or the culture is reduced. Today, in a cosmopolitan city like Bangalore, Bombay, Pune, Delhi, it is most of the time it is essential for both couple to work because things are very expensive. Okay, and again, women are well educated; they don't want to sit at home. It doesn't mean always you have to take up a professional job, but people also do not want to sit at home. They want to come out. I'm sure your daughter says, I will do some work. I don't want to be at home.
Absolutely.
It is nice that women are working. Now, theoretically, when all things are fine as long as you have only two of our stage. Things or the balance changes when you have a child. Theoretically, both of them should give their 50% to the child. But it is not possible because a mother is different than a father. That's why we call mother tongue. Because mother spends more time with the child. Second thing, mother comes out of the woman's, the child comes out of the mother's body. So every mother thinks the child is her extension. So she has so much care for the child. Father cares in a different way. It is not the same way. So when the child comes, the balance is now disturbed. A woman cannot work the way she was working. Men normally in olden days never used to help. Today they have to help, but people are helping. Things go well as long as things are fine. But once you have difficulties, the child is not well. You are not well. That time the nuclear families suffer because you don't have a supporting people. In a joint family, you have always support. Joint family should have its own difficulties. Joint family has its own difficulties because you should get along well. If you stay under one chat and you fight, what is the use? You should have very good understanding. There is a saying in Kannada and in Sanskrit. What is the most difficult thing in life? The most difficult thing in life is understanding another human being. Because we misunderstand 80% of the time.
Yes.
Who has the time? Immediately misunderstand. By default, you misunderstand. So, if you have good understanding, then only joint family is useful. And when you have that time, if you have no understanding, better have nuclear family. In nuclear family, you should have a support system. That's the reason I say a building should not be built on one pillar. A life building should be built with many pillars.
Yes.
Many pillars may be friends, cousins, neighbors, everything. A woman is like Ganga. Ganga is a woman. She flows from Himalayas to Sagar in Bengal. So is a woman's life. Ups and downs and many relations. Like Ganga crosses many cultures, many states. Similarly, a woman's life is like that. She has many relations, everything, but Ganga keeps her name and purity, in a way, theoretically purity. Similarly, a woman is the one who carries the culture, gives the next generation. Next generation at least may not be 100% what my mother did. I'm not able to make 100%, but I'm able to contribute at least 50% of that. But it won't come automatically. You have to put an effort. If you want your children should carry your culture, first you should carry the culture.
Yes.
And you should tell children, and that's what I have written in my 4 books of mythology. You want to tell your children the epics of India. First, the mother should read the epics of India. Okay? And so mothers have to work harder than others to know our culture. Maybe a puja, maybe our mythology, maybe the family custom, maybe the family god. I always tell women, once in a year, if you have a family god, please go and come back. And make this a habit with your children when they grow up. Whenever you have difficulties, it is not that you have to go to Devi or the temple only when you have difficulties. It gives you a strength in life to face. God will help us. To get that strength, you should have faith in God. Whatever may be your religion, you should have faith in your own religion or in your own God. Because if many times you ask me that in Western culture, my daughter was telling me in New York City, if there are X number of people are there, then X number of counselors are also there. Okay. Okay. So there are a lot of counselors in Western culture because they do not know with whom they talk, whom to believe, where the faith is there. Whereas a great faith in God helps you that I have done level best. God, please help the remaining portion. Don't become a calm chore, but I have done my level best and you do remaining things. A good faith can stop you for the mental diseases to a great extent.
Absolutely, ma'am. In fact, the grandparents' bag of stories is obviously going to be a wonderful compilation, and looking forward that everybody should read it. The point is that you speak from the heart. I can see that, and that is how you write. Also, you write from the heart. It is not filtered by the brain. As far as I can see, it is coming straight from you, and that is what really works for you. But to add to that point, I also want to ask you of your relationship now as a wife with Mr. Narayan Murthy, how wonderful this marriage has been, and how you have both inspired so many people. And now, today, he being an iconic figure in the world industry, you being a successful author and an inspiring figure in your own right, is there some professional rivalry, or is it all love and homogeneity?
No. First of all, it's understanding. When Mr. Murthy was very busy, I never complained for 25 years because I assumed that is not the way to live. I realized that is not what we should do. Because it was very unusual way of living, because Murthy used to travel 200 to 250 days in a year. No wife will take it. And there were 2 small children. We were not economically well off in those days. I had to drive and drop them to school, pick them up, sit with them, homework, everything. So I said, what you assume in marriage is, oh, husband will help, he will do. All those things are not true for me, because my husband is building an empire called Infosys, a circus called Infosys, an adventure called Infosys. And it is in one lifetime, if you want to build, then it's like a tapas. He has to spend so much time on the company. He's not enjoying it, going every day out, but he has to do for the company. Otherwise, I should accept that. Don't assume your life will be like this. Realize your life will be like this. Your husband travels, and it is your responsibility that you have to look after children and family and earn money also. So when you understand that, then your equation with your husband will be different. Similarly, he understands my compassion for my work, because I'll be traveling so much. And he says she has a passion to help others. So she has to travel to different parts of India, and meet poorest of the poor. So he never complains. When you understand each other, you don't require to compare, compel, and professional jealousy.
That's absolutely correct, ma'am. And also, we are proud of the fact that your son-in-law, Mr. Rishi Sunak, is the Chancellor of the Exchequer in the UK. You must be very proud of him as well. I mean, you started off from Hubli, and you talked about very middle-class upbringing, and now today this is a world-conquering family.
It's all God's wish. And my son-in-law is from Punjab, of undivided India. But he's about 100 years back or 150 years back, they have left. And this is I consider is a Punjabi Munda has done well. Indian has done. No, they are very proud in Mata Vaishnav Devi. They are very proud that our Munda has done well. It's Mata's kripa on him, I suppose.
I think people who are listening here, because ultimately this is being hosted by the Chandigarh Literary Society, and people of Punjab and the region will be very happy to hear that.
Yeah.
But I also want to ask you about the Infosys Foundation and how this is helping people throughout India, and how much it is contributing to the care of the society.
In the last 25 years, we are working for the care of the society. We have spent more than 1,000 crore rupees by this time. More than that, much more than that.
Yeah, I didn't really mean the amount, though it sounded like that,
yeah,
but wonderful.
Yeah, more than that, maybe nearly 2,000 crores. I have lost track of that. I only look at the work, I never look at the money side. Name a thing which we have not done. That is the best way I think I can tell the work. Name anything which we have not done. We have built roads, we have cleaned talabs, we have made lakes, we have built hospitals, orphanages, then sarais, schools, drinking water, working with the prostitutes, handling 14 national disasters, handling a pandemic. Name a thing which we have not done. We have done everything. We have done everything in 24 years in different parts of India, but mostly in the south. And now we have started working in the north. We are building a sarai or a dharmashala in Jhajjar for AIMS hospital. Then we have worked in farming in Jharkhand with the farmers. We have made a drinking water facility in Andhra. Then somewhere we are working in Madhya Pradesh with the farmers, etc. And pandemic time, we spent 150 crore rupees, and we have done a lot of work. We distributed 24 lakhs of masks. Okay, and 25 lakhs of meals for people, dry ration. Then 1 lakh of ration packets to 1 lakh families we helped. Then ventilators we bought more than 150 or 200. I have really lost track. And post-COVID hospitals. Then renovated a hospital and gave it for COVID. We donated for COVID. A lot of work. But all this work makes me extremely happy than buying a property or buying a good dress, buying a jewelry, because helping people gives maximum happiness than anything else. There is a shloka in Sanskrit. A tree stands in a scorching sun, and even though the tree is suffering, it gives shade to needy people. It makes a home for many birds. It gives green leaves for the cattle. It gives fruits for all the people who eat. But the tree doesn't get anything other than the happiness of giving to everybody.
Wonderfully well said. And I must also ask you in this connection, how you remain so calm and cheerful and creative despite so many responsibilities.
Because what is the whole thing is transient, I feel. The whole thing is transient. Nothing is permanent in life, like Buddha said, nothing is permanent. If you have something, it will go away. Nothing is permanent in life. So why worry about so much?
I guess so. And that inner victory, that calmness, that maybe meditation, maybe
I don't know.
God-centeredness.
I think my work is my meditation. My work is my meditation. My work is my holiday. My work is my holiday. And that's I think so.
Ma'am, we are about to close, but I would like you to give a message to the young people of India and what they should look forward to in life. Are you optimistic about their future? How should they generally conduct themselves? What is the future of India?
I tell the next generation people, look, I am a setting sun. Okay, 5 o'clock sun. You people are 10 o'clock sun, 8 o'clock sun. You are yet to rise. So I want to tell you following things. You should have, number one, a very good work ethic. So nobody is seeing me, still I will do my work very well. This is the work ethic. And this work ethic will really lead you a better position in life than cheating or saying that, oh, I will somehow manage. Don't do that. Work ethic is a skill which always get you what you want in life. Because there is a movie by the name The Last Emperor. You've seen that. The Emperor Pu of the China. Throughout his life, he was an emperor. He never learned. At the end, he did not know what to do, and he learns when he was arrested and he kept in the prison. He learns gardening, and he says, skill is very important in life. Please remember, however rich or however poor you are, you should have a skill in your life. And skill along with ethics can always get you a better life. Second thing is, there is no shortcut to success other than hard work. There is no shortcut. Shortcut always puts you one or other day difficulties. Always. But hard work always gives you happiness. And at the end of life, you turn back and say, look, I have done the following things. Third thing is, be compassionate, be proud about your country. Because there are always ways to make say, oh, Indians are like that. No. Be proud about your country because of various reasons. Kindly study the history of your country. That we might have lost some battles, but we have won many wars. Like the great scientists, the great surgeons, and all those people were there in the past. That shows we had the capability, we did not use it. Be proud about your heritage, your culture, and your country. Don't undermine that and say West is always the best. No. With the Western good value system like work ethics, punctuality, okay, and caring more for the society than for personal good or the community good. They care more for the community good. We care for the personal good. Me and my wife, my family, and my house should be great. Outside it will be whatever it will. No, we should care for the community good. In that, your house, your personal good also comes. And get some of these good values from the West, and then have the best values from India, and marry both of them and live happily. East is East and West is not true. Some of the best values of West, best of our country, you marry them, you can live a very successful life. And last but not the least is compassion. Give something back to the society. Not, I will give back to my parents. That is your kartavya. That's your duty. Give back to the society in a very small way. Even though you can give 100 rupees or shamadana, you put your time in that. It's worth it. Your school, your college, okay, your alma mater, or your country and our soldiers. Please give something back in terms of time, or in terms of money, or in terms of whatever it is which is going to help our country. Please do. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You're so inspiring. I'm sure everybody will be very inspired. On behalf of CLS Literati, I must thank you for being with us, and keep smiling and keep inspiring us. Thank you.
Without getting into that complexity, essentially when an Indian uses the word dharma, it means trying to do the right thing.
The name of the game is not to seek that autograph and then keep it forever, but it is to respect that loving father, the mother, the brother, the colleague, the person that we are walking with, that friend who's around us.
I consider it my duty to help those people who are below the poverty line without thinking of any award, reward, recognition. No, because I have enough. Even though it is not there, it is ultimately the people actually.
ਸੋ ਉਹ ਪੈਗਾਮ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਾਮ। ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਚੌ ਜੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਏ WhatsApp ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ ਨਾਲ।
Thank you so much for your time, Sudha ma'am, and for those nuggets of wisdom that you've left us with. I am at a complete loss of words after your simplicity and wisdom. Thank you so much. इस नतीजे पे पहुंचते हैं सभी आखिर में, हासिल सैर जहां कुछ नहीं, हैरानी है. In the end, everyone comes to the conclusion: a voyage of the world reveals nothing but surprise. Did you know that Urdu poets have retold the stories of Ram in many ways? Have you ever wondered what would have been the course of history if the Muslim League and the Congress had struck an alliance instead of an enmity? Rakshanda Jalil, multi-award winning translator, writer, and literary historian, our next guest, is in conversation with Suparna Puri, an independent author whose book on Adi Shankaracharya stands at the doorstep of publication. Rakshanda has published over 25 books and written over 50 academic papers and essays. Her book on the lesser-known monuments of Delhi, Invisible City, continues to be a bestseller. She runs an organization called Hindustani Awaz, devoted to the popularization of Hindi-Urdu literature and culture. She was awarded the Kaifi Azmi Award for her contribution to Urdu. They'll talk about religion, culture, literature, and identity as they delve into Hindustani Awaz and discuss Rakshanda's latest book, But You Don't Look Like a Muslim. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the second session of the day for you. It's called Through the Looking Glass.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jalil. कैसी हैं आप? आदाब.
Hi, Suparna. Adab. How are you? Good to see you.
Likewise, always a pleasure. What a beautiful day, and as I can see, धूप खिल रही है आपकी खिड़की के पीछे से.
We're seeing blue skies after a very long time.
Yes, and thank goodness for that.
Thank goodness for that. Yeah, we've had a very, very smoggy spell.
Yes. So, खिलती धूप के चलते और आपका जो जिसे कहते हैं the subject at hand, the 2019 publication, and what a title. I mean, really, it's right there in your face. It can't be subtle. It ought not to be subtle. So let me begin with that. ये जहन में आपके कैसे आया कि इस किताब का टाइटल यही होना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये मिश्रण है. And as your afterwards says that it is a celebration, there is an unmistakable hint of exasperation and something which borders on I'm fed up. So was that somewhere meandering in your mind?
Yeah. Thank you, Suparna. Let's just plunge right into it. This is the book we are talking about, and the title is But You Don't Look Like a Muslim. Actually, the original title was Oh, But You Don't Look Like a Muslim. And the two things that we talked about, exasperation and something that comes almost close to hurt, actually, was there in the O. Now, for when we were making the cover, many things come into play. So we just decided to drop the O. It was taking yet another line in an otherwise cluttered, title. So we dropped that. But I think the O encapsulates all of the emotions, all of the backstory of this. And this is not just the title of a book. You could say it's the title or it's the summation of my life growing up. This is something I've heard in varying degrees of emotions almost all my adult life. And to many people, it's supposed to be a backhanded compliment. Oh, but you don't look like a Muslim. So it's supposed to be, like a compliment. Or there's a little bit of anxiety or worry. Then there's also this, oh, if more Muslims looked like this, we wouldn't have a problem. So there's a magisterial quality to it, judgmental quality. So there are different shades of feelings, of emotions behind the the seemingly innocuous statement. But I'm also trying to question, unpack the ideas behind a statement like this. How is one supposed to look like one's religion? In the case of Sikhs, I can understand that the pagdi and the kada and other things are a direct and clear indication. But there are other religions in this world where you don't have, Jews might have a skull cap, some Muslims might wear a skull cap, but others may not. So it doesn't take away from their Muslimness, just as the addition of a skull cap doesn't add to their Muslimness. You see? So I'm trying to say through this that A, it's not important to look like one's religion, and B, why is it expected and required, and how does it make a difference? I remain who I am, regardless of how I look like. So, this whole business of, and then a lot of people said that it struck a chord with them. A lot of people say that, we've heard it said, oh, but you don't look like a South Indian, or you're not fair enough, you don't look like a Kashmiri, or this or that or the other. So I think various things come into it when I have a title like this. I think I'm urging my readers to say, let's look beyond stereotypes. Let's look beyond the externals. And this business of looking, how it has gained such importance, how in this case in particular, when I address the very prickly issue of Islamophobia, one is also talking about this business of looking like, just a little while ago, I was talking to a school friend, and we both agreed that, and he, whose secular credentials I don't doubt for a minute, is saying that, we've reached such a sorry pass that in a plane or in an airport lounge, if somebody comes and sits next to me and is wearing a skull cap and has a beard, I will be a little uncomfortable. Now, this is the elephant in the room, Suparna. We need to address it. It's coming from a friend whose secularism I don't doubt for a minute, right? So I'm not for a minute suggesting that he's coming from a communal space. At the same time, I have to understand his anxiety. I have to understand, empathize, and I wish with all my heart to empathize with this man's discomfort. Why does he feel like that? Where did we go wrong? Where did we lose the plot? So I'm not saying I have the answers, but yes, I am raising questions in this book through these 40 essays that I have. I'm talking about identity, culture, religion, a whole bunch of things.
Right. जी, दुखदाई है. It's not a nice.
Not a nice. No easy answers.
No. And जैसा कि आपने अभी जिक्र किया, रजाई से रोजगार तक और मोहब्बत से मुल्क तक आपने इन 40 essays, in fact to a enthused reader like myself, they are mini books because each essay has a lot more that you can play with, barring the space constraint and the time and other features. So it is absolutely fascinating. अब यही 4 sections अगर आप प्लिकेट करें जो 2020 बहुत अजीबो-गरीब किस्म का समा रहा है, अभी भी है, चल रहा है. So the strangeness of this 2020 and these 4 arenas, the politics of identity, culture, and so on, how do you, first as an author, and then ज़ाती तौर पे, किस तरीके से बैलेंस किया गया या जा सकता है, या आप भौचक्के रह जाते हैं और उसी में आप you are trying to just manage. You're a good manager. There's a semblance, and some days are good, some are bad. So how do you handle that?
Yeah, I think like most of us, it's just been a question of keeping one's head above water and coping, managing, as you're saying, this past 8 or odd months from March till now. So in that sense, yeah, it's just a question of day-to-day living. But I think nevertheless, difficult and hard and heartbreaking though these months have been, there have been losses, friends who passed on, whose funerals you couldn't attend, whose happy occasions you couldn't attend. There's a wedding in a very close friend's family coming up, and now the guest list has been further reduced, so you can't go. So dukh और सुख दोनों में हम साथ नहीं दे पाए हैं, और जो एक भागीदारी जो किसी भी सोसाइटी का एक essential सुतून है, पिलर है, वो भागीदारी का ही कॉन्सेप्ट चला गया है. We are all living in little islands. Having said that, there has been one important takeaway for me at a personal level. I'll come to the writer part later, but you asked about both. I think what I've learned is that how little we can actually manage with. Whether it's our grocery cart, whether it is our wardrobes, whether it is our lives in whatever way, we've learned to make do with very little. In the early weeks and months, of course, with the lockdown in place, there was no question of, even daily essentials were really limited. But even otherwise, a certain frugality, a certain having to make do, a certain jugaad, a certain, okay, I don't really need this. There has been no wasteful expenditure really these past few months. There's been no shopping for clothes. There's been no shopping for, well, the usual electronic items and the Diwali sales and all the rest of it. So in that sense, I think what this period has taught me is, and I hope like others, I will be able to carry it through even when the world rights itself and we go back to where we were. I think we can make do with very little, and हमारे यहाँ superfluous कितना कुछ है. There's so much that actually we don't need, whether it's our kitchen cabinets, our wardrobes, our lives, whatever, our homes, everything. Coming to a professional life, it's been a fallow period. I'm usually a very active writer. In fact, my friends groan that, oh my God, another book. So this is a bit of a joke among my acquaintances and friends that, you like a hen laying an egg. What is this? Why are you so productive, so relentlessly productive? So in that sense, there has been a reprieve, and I haven't been writing very much. I find I'm not able to write very much. The virus is all very well. There's a question of physical safety. But Suparna, I don't know whether you have noticed this living in Chandigarh, but it's very acute for us in Delhi. From the early days of the virus, there was also a growing communalism that was very worrying. Corona, jihad, and the currency these words acquire, and how quickly, how glibly, how easily we toss it around. And by we, I mean all of us. It gains a currency. It's the new normal. So in the early days of the lockdown, when the corona had just begun to show its ferocity, there was this whole business of the markas in Delhi and how it was a hub, and how then a whole community was kind of tarred with the same brush. And I think that whether it's a love jihad or a corona jihad, how easily we use these words and how quickly they gain currency, and how people just replicate it, whether it's WhatsApp or social media or what have you. So I think what truly hurt and bewildered and worried me, and possibly is at the root for why I'm not able to do much work, is how instead of a certain humility that death being so close to us, that this whole situation being so completely different from anything we've known, at least in our lives. I mean, history talks of the Black Death and other epidemics, but आपने हमने अपनी जिंदगी में तो ऐसा माहौल नहीं देखा. We are not even the partition generation, so we don't remember this siege-like feeling that we are now seeing. So even in a difficult time like this, how come we've not learned lessons of humility, of caring, of brotherhood? Yes, there are solitary examples. There is a group of Sikhs in Delhi who go around burying corona, people who died of corona, and they do it regardless of religion. They bury the Muslims, they do the cremation of the Hindus and the Sikhs. So there have been instances like there's a wonderful group of Sikh volunteers who went and cleaned the Jama Masjid. So there are incidents. This was a big thing because मस्जिदों के लिए कहा जाता है कि वो आबाद रहनी चाहिए. People should come and pray, चाहे 2 लोग आए, चाहे 4 लोग आए. But that was not happening. So the Jama Masjid, which is like, a kind of a beacon for that neighborhood, was shut and shuttered. And then when it was gradually being opened, a group of Sikh volunteers from a Gurdwara went and did manually. I mean, they actually scrubbed and sanitized the whole space. So there have been stories like this that bring your faith back. you know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I would have been that much happier if somewhere this had become the new normal. Instead, these are still aberrations, you know. The new normal is the hate, and that's very worrying. The hate that has been there at the fringes, Suparna, it seems to me, not just in Delhi, but all over the world, there's a kind of right wingism that is creeping in. What's happening in France? Let's talk about that also. I don't want to talk about any one kind of right wingism. I want to talk about all forms of right wingism, which are abhorrent. So, what's happening in France is despicable.
It is.
So, why is it that we as people, as human beings, are not learning these lessons, which actually are waiting to be learnt in times like this?
I would like to reflect on the discourse that I was able to engage myself while writing the book on Adi Shankaracharya and Advait. There comes a time in the history of man where जिसे कहते हैं ना कि आप जानते हुए एक हद पार कर देते हैं. आप सब stakes अपने लगा के सोच रहे हैं that you're doing a great job, and you know that the last of this is going to meet an end which is not going to be nice. So somewhere the way we've pegged our last 30, 40, 50 odd years gradually has gone in that direction. Yes, the ultimate scenario was not to one's imagination, but I think the lid is tightly gripped for the simple reason that Providence is knocking to tell you, सुधरने का वक्त हमेशा रहेगा. ये आप पे निर्भर है कि आप चाहते हैं या नहीं चाहते हैं. So to that extent, ये जो बहुत बढ़िया आपने instances share किए, the Samartian spirit and the people, I mean, for that matter, I living in a beautiful city sometimes feel कि इसकी खूबसूरती इतनी subterfuge क्यों रह जाती है, वो नीचे तक क्यों नहीं जाती, considering कि इसका पूरा landscape और इसकी foundation is seeped in so much. It has such gravitas. So similarly for all places, हम एक जैसे ही हैं, लेकिन हम मुख्तलिफ होने में, जैसे कहते हैं I like to be different, I want to be special, में वो थोड़ी सी जैसे पद्दे पलटे जाते हैं. तो coming back to the book, I think such strong expressions and such strong statements are visible in these essays. जहां आप बात कर रही हैं इतिहास और धर्म की, that history is a better glue than religion. Now that is something so phenomenal. I think that by itself can lead to a long discussion, and a fantastic one at that, considering everything pivots around both religion and history. So, आप मुझे थोड़ा सा बताइए कि ये 8-9 महीनों में जो माहौल और जो मिलना जुलना आपका रहता है, उसमें कहीं ये जो बातें आपने जिक्र की हैं, वो जब आप शेयर करते हैं, how does that fall back? Do people move away? Do friends say that, you know, Rakshanda, you're a good author, we respect that, we like you very much, but this is really not the time? Does that happen? Because it happens in spaces where I like to voice it and say.
No, I'll come to that in just a bit, but you quoted something from one of the essays where I say that history is a stronger glue than religion. So I think the partition should have taught us one lasting lesson, which is precisely this, that we have both known, I mean, all three communities who were worst affected, the Hindus, the Sikhs, and the Muslims, who were worst affected. Others too were, but these three were largely the worst affected communities of the partition of 47. And it is they who should have said that, you know, we are never going to bring this upon ourselves. So in 70 years, that lesson should have gone into everybody's DNA, and the third generation, the grandchildren who have come, should have been completely wiped of that hatred, should have been working on a clean slate. It has happened here and there, but it's not happened on the large scale that one would have expected, that the human race ought to have these abilities to regenerate itself, to learn from the past, and especially in a subcontinent that has had such a terrible bloodbath in the name of religion. People should have said, okay, we're going to fight our battles on other things, but we're never going to fight in religion, because we have seen that all three of us have suffered equally, right?
Yes.
So that is a cause of great surprise and incredulity and sorrow for me personally that no, that has not happened. Coming to these present times, these pandemic infested times, I think all of the things that it's not just these 8 months, it's been happening very gradually, you know. It's been happening so gradually that maybe we haven't noticed it, but I would say it's been happening, let's say, from the 80s in a way that we can chart its progress, the juggernaut's progress, the juggernaut of dividing people, of saying that, you know, let's look at the differences. Let's not look at the commonalities. So instead of looking at a shared past and rejoicing in it, everybody is saying, no, 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 let's look at our individual. We are the best in this way. I'll give you a truly absurd example, something that makes no sense to me. On Diwali, just I think Diwali day itself, it started from Choti Diwali. There was a Twitter trend that was trending, saying that why do people say Diwali Mubarak? We are now going to say Shubh Eid to you. Now, does this make sense? You know, whether it is Shubh or whether it is Mubarak, the purpose is the same. By all means, say Eid to me. I'll be very happy. But don't make this an article of faith. Don't make this a point of debate. I mean, there's so much और भी दुख है ज़माने में मोहब्बत के सिवा. So, you know, there's so many other things to quibble over and to debate. But whether I'm saying Diwali Mubarak or you are saying Shubh Eid truly makes no difference as long as you're saying it to me. You know, I'll be happy as long as the communication is there. So I think what has come to the fore in these times, and I'm not sure what is the reason, but possibly one of the reasons is this easy access to social media, and this WhatsApp, which is being misused in the worst possible way, which keeps regurgitating the most blatant misinformation and the most ridiculous things, which people mindlessly forward to each other.
True.
You know? So, and that's this whole business of going viral. I mean, what is this obsession with making things viral? अगर सेंसिबल बातें हैं और आप उसको डिसेमिनेट कर रहे हैं all for the larger good, but not nonsense, for heaven's sake. But so this is an example that how completely bizarre things which really have no place in the public discourse are not only given place but are given legitimacy. Why? Because people like you and me are also becoming part of it willy-nilly. We are also saying yes or no to them, jabki we should just push it to the margins. And all of the I mean, there's always nonsense in all society. But for many, many, many years, this nonsense remained at the margins. When we had a largely clean and wide public space, I think that public space is being encroached upon from both sides. So it's the loony fringe that kind of remained at the margins is now coming center stage, right? And now it's taking away our space. The space that was meant for debate, for discussion, is being taken up by tirades. You know, trolls are occupying this space who regurgitate, whether it is a film actor with very little idea of history, let's not take names, but people who have not read history, but who have a completely garbled idea of history, who have a jingoistic nationalism, which they, you know, produce at the drop of a hat. So that kind of thing is now taking, and more so in pandemic, I think.
So that's a very poor and a very, very serious reflection of where we are as a society. And kind of values. और मैं हमेशा सोचती हूँ कि बात घर से शुरू होती है, परिवार से शुरू होती है, तो जो माँ बाप हैं या जो पेरेंटिंग मेंटल है, वहां से ही अगर आपका जो जैसे कहते हैं जो साज आप पकड़ रहे हैं जीवन के लिए वो बेसुरा हो, तो फिर तो गाना नहीं होगा, शोर ही होगा.
Suparna, I think this has to be acknowledged. For far too long, we have lulled ourselves into a sense of, you know, we are not like that. But we are like that. The elephant in the room is communalism, which was maybe not so large. It has grown. It has been fed on a steady diet. And I think this is a fact of life. We can't no longer say that, you know, we are so okay only. It's the others who are like that. To use Delhi language, you know how it is in Delhi. We love to use our onlys and those. So we say, हम तो जी ऐसे नहीं हैं, लेकिन वो लोग इस तरह से सोचते हैं. But मेरे ख्याल से अब हम और तुम का फर्क ज़्यादा बचा नहीं है. अब सभी लोग इस तरह से सोच रहे हैं. But there's a part of me that says we can't be so despairing. We can't just give up. We can't just say, okay, it's the battle is lost. That would be a sad day if we say that the battle is lost. I think space can always be reclaimed, not space for religions or ideas, but space for commonalities, space for meeting ground, space where
Yes.
civilized dialogue can still happen, where othering is
Great.
not such a fact of life. We are a pluralistic society. We don't want to
Yes.
become a cookie cutter nation, or do we? Because if we do
No.
want to, if we aspire to become a cookie cutter nation, then we'll be forsaking so much, and the loss will
Absolutely.
be greater than the
Oh,
gain.
absolutely. This, I think, is a very good point to take the direction of आपके illustrious antecedents जो हैं, your grandfather, आले अहमद सरूर साहब, and मैं कहती हूँ उनकी जिसे कहते हैं लेखनी, बिकॉज माशाल्लाह शायरी तो अपने आप में एक मुकम्मल इतिहास कायम करती है, लेकिन his writings are simplistically indicative of times that are cyclic, and what we are experiencing now, the man had written decades ago, and he
Yeah.
had hinted and he had spoken and shared. So I want to ask you this first. This would probably, it's up to you. You want to take it as two questions or have an amalgamated answer. ज़्यादी तौर पे आप author and having him as a stalwart writer in the family, आपकी अपनी बुलंद आवाज उनकी वो रही और आज तक है. इसमें has there ever been some sort of I wouldn't like to use the word conflict, but कहीं blurry line हो जाती है because आप खानदान से जुड़ी हुई हैं, so वो personal आ जाता है, लेकिन as an author there is an objective space that you operate on, and very, very credulously you have a distinct voice in your body of work. So how would you like to sort of
No,
share that?
I think without knowing it, and without, I didn't mean to set off being a writer. I was, in fact, never thought I would be one. I was happy to be a copy editor in a publishing company, and that's what my dream was, to be an editor in a publishing company, correcting other people's language. And I was perfectly content with that till I chanced upon writing, and then started a career as a writer. So, no, I think my grandfather was very cosmopolitan and bilingual. So he was able to recite Milton's Paradise Lost, Book 1 from memory, and place it alongside Iqbal's Jibreel or Iblis. मैं खटकता हूँ दिले यज़दा में कांटे की तरह तू फ़क़त अल्लाहू अल्लाहू. This is what the conversation is happening between Gabriel and the devil, and this is also what Milton is talking about in Paradise Lost.
Correct.
So my youth and childhood was imbued with poetry. I read Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock, Eliot's, when I was in 8th standard, because my grandfather loved Eliot. I read Second Coming by William Butler Yeats when I was very, very young, because he would recite it. And in the days before his death, he was reciting constantly from the Second Coming by Yeats. So here is an Urdu wala, in that sense, an Urdu teacher, Urdu critic, Urdu poet. Just before his dying, he's reciting Yeats' Second Coming.
My goodness.
So these were the influences. So I don't have a picket fence of language or literary culture in my mind. I don't put that picket fence and say, okay, I'm not going to peer across it and look at others. So I think subconsciously, without anybody telling me that this is the way to do things, but because people were doing it, it seemed very natural to peer into other literary cultures and to learn. So the cross-fertilization between literatures, languages, different literary cultures, I think benefits. And that was something I possibly just picked up instinctively. And that comes to my stead now when I write in English, but I access Urdu sources. So I'm able to... Because I read Urdu, but I don't really, I can write in Urdu, but I don't write in Urdu. I prefer to write in English. But so my sources that I pick up for analysis or commentary or what have you are from Urdu. But my training in English allows me to do this. And I have the illustrious example of my grandfather who was doing it, who was able to talk of Jonathan Swift and his satire when he is talking about an Urdu satirist. So, and it seemed very natural. He's talking about Matthew Arnold and talking about Masarrat se Basirat tak. So in a very seamless, natural way, he was able to do all of these things 50, 70, 80 years ago, and it seems nice to be continuing in that tradition of bilingualism, multiculturalism, multilingualism, and
जी,
cross pollination, cross fertilization between literatures.
Did you both sit and discuss something that you had written and he had
Not
an
really.
opinion?
My first published book came out shortly after. So, no, I'd started translating and he was very pleased, and I translated some of his poetry. So, I had begun to translate, but regrettably, like I said, I'm a very late bloomer. I was perfectly content to edit other people's writings, and my ambition was to work in a publishing company, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and being a good, meticulous copy editor, which I still continue to be. I mean, I think I give clean copy because I look at the small details. I pick up
Wonderful.
titles and all of that. But no,
जी.
alas, I didn't have very much to show him. There was just some translations that I'd done while he was alive.
An anecdote that comes to your mind with
Yes,
him when
everyone,
he is trying.
Yes, here's a man who had thousands upon thousands of books in his library, which after he passed away, we donated the entire collection in toto, not breaking it up, to the National Archives of India. There's a Surur collection there where all of his books, all of his papers, everything is kept. Here's a man with this abundantly rich library. And I have seen him with my own eyes in the Aligarh house and wherever he's lived over the years, pick up and read with complete and utter absorption जैसे वो अखबार के लिफाफों से बनते हैं ना those packets जिसमें मूंगफली आती है या सब्जी आती है या अमरूद आते हैं. He's reading a lifafa made out of an old newspaper with utter absorption. And I'm saying like अब्बा आप क्या पढ़ रहे हैं? अरे ये पुराने अखबार का बना हुआ लिफाफा है. So words fascinated him. He used to tell us, I can never get bored if there is a dictionary in a house. I can never get bored.
Wow.
And that's something I think if there are any young people listening to this conversation, I would say that make the dictionary your best friend. You truly will never get bored. There's so much to learn.
That's a habit to.
It's a habit. That's another habit he got us into when we were very young. He says if there's the slightest doubt about the meaning of a word or the usage or what is its origin, just reach out for a dictionary. But for that, you need to have a dictionary in the house. You need to have a dictionary accessible, and you don't need to rely on the word dictionary that your laptop or computer has, because that is by no means exhaustive. So have a nice, substantial, like maybe an Oxford dictionary, somewhere very handy in the house, and reach out for it as often as need be.
वंडरफुल डॉक्टर जलील, मन तो चाहता है कि बहुत सी बातें हो, लेकिन समय की पाबंदी की वजह से मुझे कुछ प्रश्न नजर आ रहे हैं जो मैं चाहूंगी कि आप उनमें से चुनिंदा कुछ यू कैन रिस्पॉन्ड टू. I have a Kharood who says, Miss Jalil, out of all the short stories from your Invisible City, which one is closest to your heart?
I like Jamali Kamali's, those are not stories. Invisible City is about the monuments, and I call it invisible because they are the lesser known monuments of Delhi, not the big Humayun's tombs and the Qutub Minars. I haven't written on those. I've written on the lesser known monuments. So it's called Invisible City because we go past them, we drive past them, we take our dog for a walk, but we don't know where it is. We can see the monument from our balcony, but we have no idea what it is. We say koi purana Raja Rani ka mahal or some nonsense like that. So the ignorance is abysmal, And now Heritage Walks and others have started, and there's a citizens awareness groups and so on. But all those years ago, when I began writing in the early 2000s about it, there was complete ignorance about these monuments. My favorite is Jamali Kamali. I really love it. It's a quaint, peaceful. It's in the Mehroli area and the archaeological survey. I mean, there's so many to choose from, but I wasn't prepared for this question. And the image that popped into my head was the Jamali Kamali because it's so exquisitely painted inside. Very, very cute.
एंड मनदीप कौर भाटिया हैं जो पूछ रही हैं, मैम आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या आज जो डेवलपमेंट्स हो रही हैं क्या वो समझदारी से हो रही हैं? अब ये किस दायरे में है? और
जरूर एक सोच है. देयर इज नो, आई मीन ये चीजें ऑर्गेनिक तो नहीं है. हिटलर की जर्मनी में भी जब एक फाशिज्म ने राइज किया था, There was something in the ground that it was feeding, you know. आप कितना ही कह लीजिए कि वो ट्रीटी ऑफ वर्सेल्स की वो टर्निंग पॉइंट था या कुछ था, बट देयर वाज अ groundswell, there was a feeling among the average Germans. एंड जर्मनी से बहुत कुछ सीखने को है हमें आज के इंडिया में. तो अगर आज एक फाशिज्म या राइट विंगिज्म पनप रहा है इस देश में, तो कहीं उसको ग़िज़ा तो मिल रही है. अब वो किससे मिल रही है, किससे नहीं मिल रही है, तो आप भी जानते हैं. और वो ग़िज़ा कैसे हमारी डाइट का हिस्सा बनती जा रही है, कि वो सिर्फ हमें कोई सप्लीमेंट के तौर पे नहीं दे रहा है, बट हम खुद उसको इंजेस्ट कर रहे हैं डेली बेसिस पे.
जी. यहाँ मैं एक जस्ट ओपिनियन कि आप lot of people view writers with a firm and a sense of conviction stance as भैया बहुत नाराज है. That is the general observation that, oh, you seem to be angry with the world. Do you feel inside you that are you angry?
I'm not angry, but I'm discontented. And I think contented people cannot be good writers. Their job is to question. अगर हम बिल्कुल ही content हैं, मुतमईन हैं, मैं अक्सर एग्जांपल देती हूँ. गालिब, मिर्जा गालिब जो राइटर थे, पोएट थे, Delhi's preeminent poet. Who hasn't heard of Mirza Ghalib? He was seeking a job. He went to the Delhi College as it was called, seeking employment as a Persian ka ustad. And he didn't get, I mean, he came away from that. But hypothetically, गालिब को नौकरी मिल गई होती, वो एक डे जॉब में होते, तो सोचिए उर्दू पोइट्री का क्या हाल हुआ होता. उनके पास पैसे भी आ रहे होते, तनख्वाह भी मिल रही होती, वो डेट में भी ना होते, उनकी कांस्टेंट जो एंग्जाइटी थी वो भी ना होती, फाइनेंशियल एंग्जाइटी भी हो गई होती, असवेज. तो क्या होता उनका. तो मैं ये एग्जांपल इसलिए देती हूँ अक्सर, आई मीन रैंडमली एक एग्जांपल है, बट ऐसे बहुत एग्जांपल्स हैं. आई थिंक contentment, mutmaini, satisfaction is anathema to any writer. तो unhappy तो मैं नहीं कह सकती. I'm not suggesting people must be unhappy in order to write, but they need to be questioning, they need to be asking, they need to be curious. Yes. If you're non-curious about the world, what will you write? It will be like a nursery rhyme. So that curiosity has to be there. That somewhere that hunger has to be there for answers.
जी. और विनय वर्मा जी जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या किया जा सकता है रिलीजियस बॉन्डिंग के लिए इस सेशन में.
भाई, आप कितने दूसरे रिलीजन के लोगों को जानते हैं? पहले अपने आप के साथ एक ऑडिट कीजिए. सिट डाउन एंड विद पेन एंड पेपर आस्क हाउ मेनी फ्रेंड्स डू यू हैव फ्रॉम अदर कम्युनिटीज. If you don't, ask yourself why. Don't say I don't know any, because we all know them, whether they are around us as colleagues, neighbors, this or that. So that is not a good enough answer. Be ruthless in your questions, be ruthless in your answers. How many people do you know from other communities? How often have you been to their homes? Don't say they don't call you. Start by calling them and then see they will reciprocate. So how many times? Two things. How many times have you been there? 3 times. Third चीज, आप उनके दुख सुख में कितनी दफा जाते हैं? आप उनके burials में, उनके cremations में, उनके what have yous में, उनकी शादियों में कितनी दफा गए हैं? जब आप उनके घरों में जाएंगे, जब आप उनके दुख सुख बांटेंगे, जब आप उनके रहन सहन देखेंगे, जब आप देखेंगे कि वो एट द एंड ऑफ द डे उतने ही भारतीय हैं जितने आप हैं, आपको कोई खौफ की वजह नजर नहीं आएगी. अदरिंग के पीछे खौफ होता है. हम खौफ को अगर अपने से दूर रखेंगे तो शायद हम उस अदरिंग को कम कर पाएंगे. ये जो हमने बहुत बड़े बड़े फासले बना लिए हैं, वो फासले इसलिए हैं कि हमको लगता है कि ये जरूर हमसे बहुत भिन्न है, बहुत डिफरेंट है, इसलिए ये बिल्कुल ही तो वो आपका रहन सहन अलग हो सकता है, आपका खाना पीना भी अलग हो सकता है. मैं तो ये भी कह रही हूँ कि आपकी रिलीजियस जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट है, जिसमें आप साथ में खाना नहीं खाते, या उनको भी मेंटेन करते हुए, हमने सदियों से हिंदुस्तान में क्या किया है? वी हैव लिव्ड टुगेदर सेपरेटली. हमने अपना खाना पीना भी अलग रखा, हमने अपना हुक्का पानी भी अलग रखा, हमने जो भी अपना हम डाइटरी रिस्ट्रिक्शंस फॉलो करना चाहते थे. आई एम नॉट फॉर अ मिनट सजेस्टिंग कि आप एक दूसरे का खाना खा लीजिए फौरन. अगर आपको नहीं भाता, आपका रिलीजन इजाजत नहीं देता, मत कीजिए. मिलने से तो कोई रोक नहीं है, जानने पहचानने से तो कोई रोक नहीं है, समझने से तो कोई रोक नहीं है.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. Dr. Jalil, as always, personally, I'm enriched and wonderful session. I enjoyed it. I hope you have. Thank you ever so much for being here.
And looking forward to seeing you, Suparna, in Chandigarh soon.
Likewise. Shukriya.
Bye. See you. Bye. See you. Thank
Without
you.
getting into that complexity, essentially, when an Indian uses the word dharma, it means trying to do the right thing.
The name of the game is not to seek that autograph and then keep it forever, but it is to respect that loving father, the mother, the brother, the colleague, the person that we are walking with, that friend who's around us.
I consider it's my duty to help those people who are below the poverty line without thinking of any award, reward, recognition. No, because I have enough. Even though it is not there, it is ultimately the people actually.
ਸੋ ਉਹ ਪੈਗਾਮ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਾਮ। ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਚੌ ਜੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਏ WhatsApp ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ ਨਾਲ।
What an intense yet enriching conversation that was. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us and giving us your time. The way to your spirit is through your body. In a year that has forced us to sit back and reevaluate our lives and who we are, the mind-body sync can never be spoken about enough. Joining us in our next session, we have Shyamal Vallabhji, a South African-born sports scientist and high-performance coach in professional sport. Having lived as a monk at the Hare Krishna temple, he combines evidence-based science and psychology with spiritual practices to help people achieve their best. On the other seat, or should I say on the dance floor, is Shwetambari Shetty, a woman who has found a way to stay in step with her dreams, flowing through her life as a banker, fitness trainer, and now an entrepreneur. She's worked on bringing fitness to our homes over the last decade and aims to make fit and healthy living simple. Shyamal and Shwetambari are going to be in conversation with Anshuman Arora, a young professional who is deeply passionate about bringing about a change in the society by empowering farmers. He's a passionate sports and fitness enthusiast and is the head of content curation at Playwright and is also the manager at Vibrant Networking Forum. Anshuman, over to you.
A very good afternoon to all the viewers of Literati 2020. Today we are joined by Mr. Shyamal Vallabhji and Miss Shwetambari Shetty. So welcome to you, sir and ma'am, from the whole team of Chandigarh Literary Society.
Thank you.
It is such a pleasure. It is such a pleasure to be even sharing the screen with two such legendary people, I would say. Some people who have done so much in the field of fitness and well-being. So it's a pleasure to be in conversation with you. I have been told that I have 40 minutes with me. If you ask me, I could do a 1-hour podcast with each one of you. But we will use the time judiciously and I won't waste any time and I'll get straight away to the questions. So the first question that I have is about the activity that all humans do most oftenly in a day, which is eating food. So I think most of us, we eat food at least 4 to 5 times. Some people have small meals, so they eat 6 to 7 times. So what I want to ask here is that I speak for both millennials and the Generation Z. I am in my 20s right now. So what I can say is that we are all victims of very, very smart marketing done by MNCs, where we are not eating food from home. In our generation, eating food from home is very less. It's more common to Swiggy it, to Zomato it, and I mean, we are just addicted to it. And just about 1 year ago, I got to know that sugar is 8 times more addictive than cocaine. And I was very surprised to know that. And just a few weeks ago, I got to know that Subway is in the business. I read an article that said that Subway does not sell breads, it sells pastries, because their breads have so much sugar that it is almost like a pastry. So these big brands, these companies, they are injecting sugar in everything, even in a salted pack of chips, and we are victims to this. So how do we convince ourselves when it is so easy to Zomato something or Swiggy something? How do we convince our own minds to eat something healthy, to make it and eat it rather than just swiping on our screens and waiting for the food to come? Shwetambari ma'am, we can start with you, and then Shamil, so you can also share your views on this.
I was really hoping you said, Shamal can go first, because with food, right? I think the mind plays the most amount of, like the mind does all the work. This is what I personally believe, and I have experienced it all my life. I am, I love food. I eat a lot. And I have transitioned over the years from being a non-vegetarian to a vegetarian, from eating, out to eating only at home, and to eating a lot of only fruits and vegetables, to eating only when I'm hungry. Okay. Now that transition has happened over the years, and it has changed my life in more ways than I can even, tell you. Like, it's made me, I feel like I'm aging a lot more gracefully. I feel like I'm feeling a lot more high performance through the day when I start my day with a certain type of meal. But all of this, right, Anshuman, I think you only have to experience, right? First, it is, of course, who doesn't want to eat, a cupcake or anything that's high sugar? We all love it to some extent or the other. And we also want convenience, which is why we reach out for those phones to, like, just quickly order something. But if you really understand food, and you understand your own body and how the food reacts with your body, and if you're willing to kind of make those small changes, I'm not saying make complete changes to all your meals overnight, make small changes and kind of journal what it does to your mind and body, that's when you're actually heading in the right direction, and it's here to make a habit. So I actually journal every food that goes into my stomach, and this is a practice I've done over the last 1 year. Until then, I used to really kind of eat healthy, but eat pretty much anything. So I write down what I eat. I also write down what it makes me feel when I eat a certain kind of food, and bloating, no bloating, high energy, low energy, and all of that. And then over a period, now I know what my body really likes, and I also try to make it delicious. So it is really about how much you want to make that change, how much you love yourself, how much you love your body, and then it's about training your mind to kind of make it happen over a period of time and not overnight. Which is why all of these crash diets never work, right? So it has to be a very conscious effort where the mind plays a huge role.
Okay, so intent and consistency are the two most important things here, right?
100, yeah.
I completely agree with you, and I completely agree with you also on the point that you are aging very gracefully. So we will request you to share that secret with us. So Shamil sir, over to you.
Thank you so much, Anshuman, for having me here. So I'm a scientist, and I approach everything from a very scientific lens. And you mentioned quite a few interesting points in your introduction to this question, and the subject itself can be spoken of not for an hour, but for hours on end. So the first thing is, people need to realize that you're not a byproduct of the food you eat. You're a byproduct of the food your body can digest, right?
Okay.
So that means that you can eat the healthiest food on the planet. If you do not have the gut bacteria to break down that food, you're getting absolutely no nutritional value, right? So the question is, before you actually try to interpret the food you eat, you need to try to interpret what are the mechanisms in place for your body to digest that. So the way we do this, the way I work with professional athletes and do this, is I do what's called a full genetic transcriptome. So I understand their genes, and then I do a full microbiome transcriptome to understand their microbiome. And then I layer food choices on top of that, because I'm giving people food choices based on what their body can metabolize. Okay. So that's the first thing that someone needs to realize. The interesting thing that you mentioned about sugar, which is a fact, sugar is more addictive than cocaine. But what is the fundamental question that we need to ask is, how did the human species become so addicted to sugar? It became addicted to sugar because we started putting sugar in foods that don't need sugar, and foods that we didn't expect sugar to be present in. So when you mention Subway, for example, no one who's buying a loaf of bread is expecting sugar in there. When someone buys pasta sauce, no one's expecting sugar to be in there. You see, and when you start putting these micro ingredients into foods that people are not expecting, they start consuming it, they start getting addicted to it. So the reason why people should be cooking more at home is because you can see exactly what's going in there, because you cannot trust the ingredients in everything else that you procure outside, because sugar increases the shelf stability of a food, and that's why it actually is there. Okay.
Right.
And that's how the human species really and truly became addicted to sugar, was because we started putting it in every single thing. But as a practitioner, I've never eaten meat. I've been a vegetarian my entire life and predominantly vegan for most of my life, with the exception of ghee. But I am a biohacker and I work with the world's best athletes. And for the last maybe 12 years, I biohacked the body using technology, science, nutraceuticals. But over the last 4 years, I've transitioned to biohacking the body only using Vedic sciences, which means I biohack the body using the 5 elements that Vedic sciences say we can draw energy from. Okay.
Right.
The 5 elements are earth, fire, water, space, and air. And you can consume each one of these and draw energy from it. So what Vedic sciences are teaching us is that there are few common things. One is that each of these elements will give you energy, right? And if you consume energy from all of these elements, you wouldn't only rely on food sources for energy. Right. Vedic science also says something very, very interesting, that if you study philosophies around the world, the only common thing in all philosophies around the world is fasting. Fasting is the only common thing in every religion, in every philosophy in the world, because it is a process of detoxification and elimination. Right. So it's one of the best, and it's one element of the 5 elements. So when we talk of space, the space element is represented through fasting. Okay. And fasting is probably one of the best ways to detoxify the body. See, if you don't eliminate the body of its toxins, you will never get a chance to understand how to optimize its performance. And one has to precede the other. So the topic that you want to really open up with is quite a complex topic. But I would say that if you really invested in your own health, what you need to be invested in is the research and the data and understanding your body right down on a cellular biology level. Because when you understand your body on a cell biology level, you understand everything else that happens. Otherwise, all you're doing is you're taking fragments of information from nutritionists or dietitians who are probably not as informed as they should be, okay, and you're moving forward on that. We know that we've got addicted to something by trusting a source, and that has led us down the wrong road. So it's very important for each person to be invested in their own health by capturing this data in some shape and form.
Right. So this is something new that I have learned today, that it's not just food that we get energy from. There are other natural resources that we can get energy from. So that's a very good point, sir. And this brings me to the next question, that you have worked with some super athletes, right? And what I want to learn from your experience here is that what is the basic difference between someone who is world's #1, be it in anything, be it in running, be it a cricketer, be it a tennis player, whatever it is. What is the difference between the perception that the world's #1 player has with the difference between a normal person? I mean, what is the difference in the perception towards life and towards work? So if you could please shed some light on that.
Yeah, there's only one difference. The difference between the best in the world in any single field and everyone else is that the best in the world accept 100% accountability and responsibility for every thought, every feeling, and every action in their life. That's it. There's nothing different. If you are looking for every time you look for an excuse for why you are in pain or why something is not happening in your life, then you are a victim of an external circumstance. A professional athlete, a successful person, refuses to be the victim of something that is beyond his control. So he accepts 100% accountability and responsibility for his actions. And that is the single most distinguishable difference. Because when you accept accountability that something didn't go according to plan and you had a role to play with that, then when you accept accountability, you give yourself the power to change something, to change the outcome, right? But when you looking at an external source as being the reason why something is working or not working, then you are a victim. You're merciless. You're powerless. All you're doing is you're waiting for something else to change. The best in the world don't operate with any other psychology except taking full responsibility for everything. Sometimes, even if it's not their fault, they accept responsibility. And I'll give you an example. I used to travel on the ATP tennis tour for almost 6.5 years with tennis professionals, all the Indian athletes for sure, Sania, Mahesh, Leander, Rohan, you name it, the Davis Cup team. Hey, and one of the athletes that we always see on tour, the change room's pretty small, and the players, when I traveled to them, they were in the top 10 in the world. So we have a locker room that's generally for all seeded players, and everyone's sitting in there. And in there, we used to bump and run shoulders with Rafa Nadal and Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic and stuff very often. Now, if you look at Rafa Nadal, all his fingers are taped up. His ankles are taped up. You can't see it because he's wearing socks. You feel this tape around his fingers, right? Now, he's meticulous about the manner in which he tapes it.
Okay.
Now, when he goes onto court and the taping on his fingers is wrong, he'll pull it out. He'll do it himself. But the next day, he comes half an hour earlier to practice, right? The reason he comes half an hour earlier to practice is not because he's blaming the physiotherapist for taping him wrong. The reason he's coming 30 minutes early is because he's saying, I did not give the physio enough time to do it properly. Now, that is the psychology of a champion.
Wow, that's an amazing lesson, and that's an amazing example for all our viewers. So we have more than 80 viewers right now on Facebook and YouTube. So I would like to take this opportunity to open the floor for questions also. So side by side, our viewers can send in their questions, and we'll try our best to take a couple of questions at least in the last 5-10 minutes. So the next question is for you, Shwetamari ma'am, that like dieting, conscious eating is good for health. We get that, right? But we all know someone in our life who is so obsessed with physical fitness that it has started affecting their mental fitness. So we talk about how to eat healthy food, but we don't talk about how to treat yourself once in a while. So if someone is very passionate about physical fitness and they have a scoop of ice cream, they put themselves into so much of guilt that it starts affecting their mental health. And I have personally seen people who have faced these issues. So how do you suggest can someone maintain a balance between eating consciously and at the same time treating yourself? So I would say treating, not cheating, because once in a while is treating. So how would you suggest, how can someone do that?
There's Anshuman, there's no such thing as cheat meals or cheating or all of that.
Right.
You just eat very consciously because you really respect your body, like I was saying earlier, and you desire to feel a certain way, be a certain way. And when you step out and eat something different from your normal routine, it's just because your mind and body probably crave for it that moment, or you're just rewarding yourself for doing something very, very religiously for a long time. And I think it's absolutely okay. We all, especially if you're very fitness conscious, I am, okay, we eat very right, through the week, through the months, because it's what we want to do. It's not because someone else is pushing us or compelling us to do it, right? We genuinely enjoy feeling a certain way and maintaining this level of fitness. And it's not about your weight being X amount or anything, right? It's about, see, when I do my blood test every 6 months, my my levels, my deficiencies, all of that seem all right, seem normal. That's what's important. If I do my BMI or my body composition analysis, I know where my muscle mass stands, where my fat mass stands, all of that. In all this, if you are going to forget how to just keep yourself a little satiated and a little happy by kind of indulging, not every day, obviously, here and there, what's the point of life? It's totally okay. And everyone, even I'm sure even Shamal's worked with so many athletes and all of that, right? They all have certain, like he said, accountability, responsibility, and all of that towards their own lives, the way they, live, the discipline, and etc. But does that mean that they would never indulge? They would never eat something that they're probably not supposed to eat otherwise? Of course not. It's absolutely okay. You just have to kind of sometimes satiate your cravings. It's totally okay. But if you have a goal, or even if you don't have a goal, just to feel good at the end of the day, feel more productive, feel more efficient, you need to just eat more, right? And eat consciously and mindfully, right? Indulging in an ice cream is absolutely all right. So in our world, we don't say you go on a diet. We never use that word. Or we don't say give up this food and give up that food. We say you eat clean, you eat right, you eat more mindfully. Right? And mindful eating is really understanding food and understanding your body.
Okay, got your point. So we've been talking about how food affects your physical well-being, and the topic of this discussion is that training your mind and training your body. So let's talk about how food can affect your psychology also. So I've heard a lot of influencers, a lot of renowned speakers who promote veganism and vegetarianism. They say that the food you eat affects your psychology to a great extent. Would you agree to that? And if yes, what can we eat to positively affect our psychology? Shwetambari ma'am.
Somewhere now, like I said, in the last 1 year or so, where I have made a lot of, conscious changes to my food, I feel like it does make a difference, right? To what extent, the depth of it is something I guess I cannot comment. I'm not in the space of psychology or understanding people's, mental space so much. But honestly, it's the energy, right? When you feel high energy right from the time you wake up in the morning with the first breakfast bowl or whatever that you eat that goes into your stomach, there's definitely a lot of endorphins, happy hormones that come out, right? Through good food and through great workout, right? So yes, it does make a difference. To what, like I said, to what extent is something that I can't get into. But for me, my cravings have come down ever since I've made that conscious change of eating more mindfully, eating more fruits and vegetables and nuts and seeds. And I'm not a vegan, right? And I'm not, trying to promote being a vegetarian or anything, but these are all choices people make because it makes you feel a certain way, right? And when it makes you feel happy, why not stick to it? Right? When it makes you feel good, why not stick to a certain thing? So whether you're a vegan or a vegetarian or non-vegetarian, if it makes you feel good and if your body feels great, if your mind feels great, yes, you just stick to it and you don't have to make those changes.
Okay. Shamal sir, I'm looking forward to listen to your opinion on this, because you have been a vegetarian ever since and you've been a vegan also. So if you could please shed some light upon this as per your experience has been.
So I very rarely speak from my experience. I speak from a point of science. So I'll give you a little narrative. The University of Lübeck did a beautiful, interesting study. They took 2 sample cohorts of people and they gave them a breakfast that looked exactly the same, and then they placed them into a situation. And I'll give you the situation that they placed them into. I want you to imagine that you are sitting at a table and a stranger walks into the room. Okay. And on the table is $100, and the stranger gets to decide how much they want to give you. Okay. Now the stranger decides to give you only $20 of that $100. Okay. Now you have 2 choices. You can either accept it or reject it. If you accept the $20, you know that you're getting way less than you should have got, and he will walk away with $80, but you'll still get a little bit of money. If you reject the offer, you leave with 0 and he leaves with 0. Okay. Now the University of Lübeck found out that in the 2 sample cohorts that they tested, they gave them a breakfast that looked exactly the same, but it wasn't. One was carb rich and the other was protein rich. And they found out that the people who consumed more protein, right, were more likely to accept an unfair offer. Okay, and the reason they were able to accept an unfair offer was because they had a higher percentage of a hormone called tyrosine, or an amino acid called tyrosine in their blood, right? And tyrosine is a precursor driver to a dopamine, which is a brain chemical hormone. Okay, dopamine is something that allows you to plan for the future and helps with the neural conductivity of your brain tissue. Okay, so to answer this question from a very scientific point of view, right, carbohydrates, eating high amounts of carbohydrates is not in the best interest of your brain. Right. It's actually protein that helps solidify your brain, increase the integrity of your blood-brain barrier, and impact your decision making. And the most powerful part of this entire study was that your decisions are being impacted within 30 minutes of you eating food. The way in which you make a decision changes based on what you eat. Right. And I think people are not mindful of what they eat because they don't realize how short a time frame it takes before your decisions start getting impacted.
Right. I got your point. That's something that is very cool, because I didn't know that having a high protein diet or a high carb diet can really affect the kind of decisions that I make in life. So this is another new thing that I've learned today. So next question is for you, Shwetambari ma'am, and what I want to know is that, first of all, congratulations, you just had a very healthy baby, and congrats to you for that. So the question that I have for you here is in fact for all the female viewers that we have here, and the question is that if a woman is expecting, if a woman is pregnant, what are the kind of things that she can do to kind of cope up with the changes that are going on in her body biologically, and what is it that she can do post pregnancy to kind of make sure that she feels okay, because there are many issues that women face these days, like body image issue, postpartum depression. Obviously we won't get into the details of that, but what I want to know is that, can physical fitness help to kind of at least reduce the stress levels, or what would you suggest to the women out there?
Yeah, the answer to that question can really be one word: movement. Right? I think movement is the single most important thing for every human body, whether you're pregnant or not, of course. But I always say, and I've mentioned it in Get Moving as well, that your body is designed to move. And if it was not designed to move, it was designed to sit on a chair, then it would be designed very differently, right? The ankle joint, knee joint, hip joint, the design of the human body itself is made so that you can move more often. Move well first, of course, and then move more often. So the one thing that I did throughout my pregnancy, and most often, of course, practice what you preach sort of a thing, is what I do. And the entire pregnancy, I ensured I walked a lot, right? And also because I had to go from my gynac, because in India, the way pregnant women are looked at, and like the caretaking is very different from any other country, right? We don't even allow pregnant women to climb upstairs. We don't allow them to do a normal deep squat. We don't allow them to even bend. But your body is supposed to be doing all that, right? So the one thing I would tell every woman, is move more often. You can squat, you can bend, you can climb stairs, and you can walk like 8,000-10,000 steps a day in a normal way. You don't have to necessarily make it like an exercise, and you can incorporate a regular healthy exercise regime, all of course with a go ahead with your gynac. And if you have a personal trainer, someone who understands prenatal, brilliant. But otherwise, just moving and doing what you were doing before, maybe with lesser intensity, is what you need to do. You do not need to, lay in bed more number of hours because you're pregnant. Yeah. Of course, the center of gravity and all of that changes. Your balance as you get into more, further into your trimesters, is, kind of sometimes changes, but you are still capable of doing pretty much everything that you were doing before you were pregnant, right? So movement is the answer. Keep moving. We don't need that extra weight. We don't need to get in gestational diabetes. We don't need blood pressure, going haywire. And you don't get all of that if you really focus on movement and eating clean and mindful even during pregnancy. And very quickly on postpartum, of course, I can't go into depth here, but it is really dependent on what sort of delivery you've had. But again, whichever delivery you've had, especially for Indian women, we don't need to wait for 1 year or two to start movement and exercise postpartum. Okay, you can start as soon as week 2 with really, really easy stuff. Walking, of course, to begin with, and pelvic floor strengthening and things like that, because that's very, very important post delivery with what your pelvic floor has gone through. But otherwise, please start early. Don't allow your weight to just, kind of pile up, which is where, the depression, the irritation, the anger, and all of that comes in. But if you start incorporating meditation or even listening to, calming music and some sort of exercise and walking more often, right from week 2, week 3, or even week 4, you will see that you feel good, right? And you feel good, you feel more positive, you feel like more high energy to manage your baby and all of that. And this is purely out of experience that I'm talking now, and not just because, I'm some fitness trainer and, I know differently or I know better. It's just out of experience. And I've really had a peaceful postpartum, although I was very, very well prepared that if I was going to go through anything that was unpleasant, I was ready to seek help, right? Because I was warned about it in the past. But then I realized the moment I started exercising, the moment I started walking more often postpartum, I just felt good and I was able to handle my entire postpartum a lot better, So movement is very important.
Right. So for our viewers, this is a golden chance for you. We're getting to learn so much today, and you can clarify all your fitness queries. So do send in your questions. We have some questions here, and I will definitely take a couple of questions in the last 5 minutes. Right. So Shamal sir, as Ritu mentioned in the beginning of the session, that you have also been a monk for a specific period of time in your life. So I just want you to give us 5 takeaways from your period as a monk. Please just give us the takeaways, if you could please do that.
5 takeaways. Okay. So the first thing is, the first one is, I had to wake up every single day. When you move into the ashram, you wake up every day at about 3 a.m. and you do your meditation from 3:30 till about 5:36. Okay. And, I had to wake up because when you live in an ashram, everyone is sleeping in a dormitory style. So all the other monks are there. You don't get a chance to really sleep in. Everyone wakes up at the same time, so they wake you up. And to wake up at 3:30 a.m., you need to really get to bed by 8:39 a.m. every single day. Okay. So, the first thing I realized is that, I used to wake up every single day at 3:30 a.m. and I never really was able to stay awake because I didn't commit to getting to bed early enough. Okay. And I spent almost 4 months of waking up at 3 a.m. every single day, right? Even though I was sleeping late. And after 4 months, a realization hit me that what am I actually doing? If I need to be at 3 a.m. every single day, I need to make that commitment to getting to bed at 8:30 p.m. in the night every single day to wake up efficiently. Now, why this is important is that, people say in the cultivation of a habit, it takes 21 days, it takes 50 days, 100 days. There's no such number as such. You got to stick to something for long enough for it to break you before it actually makes you. Those 4 months, right? I was absolutely broken. I was exhausted every single day. I didn't want to do it, but I had to do it. That process of waking up literally broke me before I understood the importance of going to bed early enough to then get the benefit of actually waking up at that time. So the first lesson is discipline is not sticking to something for 21 or 30 days. Discipline is sticking for something long enough for it to break you before it actually gets a chance to make you. Okay. So the next thing that happens in the temple is, we encourage to eat. We only eat 2 meals a day. Okay. So we eat breakfast at 9 a.m. and we eat lunch at 2 p.m. And then that's your food for the day. Okay. So unknowingly, we are fasting. We are cleansing the body, because when you cleanse the body, the mind becomes cleaner. Okay. It's a form of intermittent fasting without me actually knowing it was intermittent fasting at that stage. It's just what Vedic science prescribes. So lesson number 2 is that scriptures have shown us that when the body is clean, the mind has more clarity of thought, more focus, more awareness. Okay. So there's no other way to cleanse the body, right, except to get it to detoxify and fast. right?
Okay.
So make fasting a part and parcel of your lifestyle, because the more you cleanse your body, the greater clarity of thought you're going to get, the more strength you're going to get. You see, there's a big difference between allopathic modern medicine and Vedic sciences. Allopathic modern medicine says that when you are sick, you should eat food, the food gets broken down, it releases energy, and that energy is used to heal you. Vedic sciences says when you're sick, if you eat food, you are drawing on the body's energy resources to break down that food. So when you stop eating, all energy that's available in the body goes towards that healing process. This is why when you're actually sick, you don't feel like eating.
Yes,
you have to force yourself to eat, because naturally the body doesn't want to eat. It doesn't want to direct unnecessary energy to any other process. So fasting is such a validated science that goes back 5,000, 10,000 years, and we need to bring that. So the second lesson that I learned in the ashram was the importance of cleansing the body to cleanse the mind, because your body is really your vehicle. The third interesting thing that happens is that you're asked to eat, encouraged to eat one meal by yourself a day. So you eat 2 meals a day, but one meal you encourage to eat it by yourself. Okay. And the reason they encourage you to do that is because for 2 reasons. One is you want to practice being in solitude, right? But more importantly, what they're encouraging you is nobody tells you which meal this is. You have to decide which meal it is, and then you have to communicate it to everybody else right there. So you have to make a decision and communication. So the interesting thing that process does is it draws your awareness. It teaches you to make a decision, and then it teaches you to communicate that decision with empathy and compassion to whoever is around you and whatever is doing. So that was another powerful lesson. The interesting thing in any temple that you look at is they talk about the association of elevated devotees as such, or more spiritual people. Okay. Now, spiritual people is how you really grow. You spend your time with mentors, and that's how you learn, and that's how you really grow. Okay. And that was a powerful lesson. You're a byproduct of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Okay.
Right.
So you have to choose very, very wisely who you spend your time with, because you become a byproduct of them. Right? So in the temple, probably the 4th lesson that I'd like to share is become mindful of where you spend your moments. Okay. And who you spend your time with, because you are being cultivated in accordance with all of them. Okay.
Right.
And the 4th lesson is a shloka that I have tattooed on my hand. It's from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. It's Trinad Api Sunachina. It literally means be as humble as a blade of grass and more tolerant than a tree in your service to the Lord. Okay.
Wow.
And why this is so powerful is it's saying be as tolerant as a tree, because in anything that you want to master, you're going to be thrown many, many different external variables. A tree is tolerant and it stands there in the sun, in the rain, in the storm, in the snow. It is standing there. So be as tolerant as a tree. Withstand anything that's thrown at you. Okay. And be as humble as a blade of grass means what? A blade of grass is the lowest thing on the ground. It's not looking down on anything. Right. And that's humility, because humility is the foundation of learning. Okay. So that's the 5th lesson that I'd like to share with you. Be as tolerant as a tree and be as humble as a blade of grass in your dedication and service to anything and everything.
Okay. Wow. So I will have to watch this video again, because there is so much information to process, and it has been such a pleasure to be in conversation with both of you. So very quickly, I will just take one question from the audience, which is, with the predominance of Western culture, we have also adopted the pattern of eating and dieting. What, according to you, is the importance of simple food like dal, chawal, ghee in keeping a fit physique? So very quickly, sir and ma'am, if you could just give your thoughts on this question.
I think Shamal should talk about the ghee part, primarily because I heard him mention that ghee is something he's still kept in his food. And, it'll be very interesting to know why. Even I would love to know, because my thought on food obviously is really keep it simple, keep it accessible, keep it seasonal and things like that. So I would also really, like to hear it from Shamal as to why he's...
Sorry, the audio broke up. You want me to answer? What was the exact question again?
Yeah, so the question is that we have adopted the Western culture where we're eating their food and we're adopting dieting. But what, according to you, is the importance of simple food like dal, chawal, ghee in keeping a fit physique?
Yeah, totally. The best part about the Indian roots and the Indian way of eating is a few things. Let's leave the food aside, right? India has more than 40 different grains of millets, which are all gluten free. Okay,
right.
We've lost access to all of these millets. Bringing back millets as an alternative to wheat is one of the best, healthiest decisions you can make. Right now, you're not going to find anything that you buy commercially is wheat laden. Okay, so by consuming it in a Vedic way or consuming things that are made at home, you can make more conscious decisions about that. Right. The second thing is that traditionally food cooked Vedically was cooked on stone or clay pots because that was how you absorb the energy of the earth. I started my discussion by saying you can absorb energy in 5 different ways: through water you drink and water-rich foods, by sun gazing and eating sun-ripened food, by fasting, by breath work. Pranayama is your air, which is your breathing, and the last is earth. Earth is plant-based foods and cooking in earthen pots. Right? We've lost that art of it. We're now cooking in Teflon glazed things, which become toxic after a while. So doing that, now ghee, for example, is a very, very powerful it's a very powerful fat that lubricates the body, lubricates the skin, and that's why I've retained it in my diet, because I know how it's made. Sometimes now people can question the ethical source of the milk, right? But there are numerous farms, boutique farms out there that are producing high quality ghee, A2 ghee that is ethically sourced. This is a fantastic form of fat, and your body needs fat. Okay. So this is why I've written some form of ghee in my diet as such. Now, there are lots of things that we have lost in this entire process of consuming. And I would encourage people to go about it. But the most important thing is, Anshuman, I'll end with this, right? See, you exercise 1 hour a day, most people. You eat, even if you're eating all your meals, you're eating 5 to 6 times a day. If you maybe 3 big meals, if a nutritionist has told you eat small meals, you eat 5 to 6 times a day. But your mind has 60,000 thoughts a day. 60,000 thoughts a day. Now, Vedic sciences tells us that disease can enter the body through one of 2 ways. It can enter your body through your mouth, by the food you eat and what you drink, or it can enter your body through your brain by the quality of thoughts that you have. Okay, so you can be eating the best food, but if you have the most toxic thoughts, you are bound to get sick. Okay, so my advice to everybody is, right, there's a word we've not spoken on and we've not used a lot, and that word is called consciousness. Right, consciousness is the energy you bring forth into the universe. Right, the quality of your thoughts. That quality of your thoughts impacts the food, impacts how your food is digested in your body. I would encourage them to draw their awareness to this research by Dr. Masaru Emoto, who spoke of how consciousness changes the molecular layering of a water molecule. He's done research where he spoke harshly to a water molecule and he looked at how it became completely rigid in its structuring. And then he spoke lovingly to another glass of water and he looked at the perfect size of each water molecule. Okay, we replicated that with plants, and we saw that plants who were spoken harshly to died within 7 days, and plants who were spoken lovingly to flourished and grew on to be there. So what I'm trying to say is that, yes, food is important, but more important than food is the quality of your thoughts, because it's the quality of your thoughts that is creating toxicity in your body far greater than the food you're eating. And if you can match these two and marry these two, you will never be sick a day in your life.
Okay. So I would like to just end on a very light note, and I would just request you to take 30 seconds each and answer this question. For people like me who say that I live every day like it's my last and we don't follow the physical fitness regime very religiously, if in the last 3 months of your life you were told that you just have 3 months to live, would you still follow the fitness regime that you are following today? Yes or no? Ma'am?
Yes, of course, because I love movement. It's as simple as that.
Okay, okay,
It's what keeps me going. I love movement and I love eating mindfully and consciously. It's just what I enjoy doing. So yes.
okay. Shaman sir.
I would totally do it because it's not just about 3 months. No time frame should be a reason for you to neglect anything in life. Even if you
Right.
told you only have
Yeah.
24 hours to do, you should live that 24 hours as quality as you possibly can. And remember, the most important thing in life is to live in accordance, to be authentic, live in accordance to your value system. Right. And if you live in
Yeah.
accordance to your value system, you will be the happiest soul ever.
Right. Got your point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm getting
So
some
true.
very strong messages from the technical team. We are running out of time, and I still have at least 10 to 15 questions of the audience. So I think, sir and ma'am, we should do a live session again sometime, and we'll definitely discuss some more topics. So it has been such a pleasure to have you with us, Shwetambari ma'am and Shamal sir. We have learned so much from you.
Pleasure.
I'm sure that all our viewers will revisit this and will rewatch this. This will be available on YouTube and Facebook. So do watch it again. And thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very, very much.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks.
Without getting into that complexity, essentially when an Indian uses the word dharma, it means trying to do the right thing.
The name of the game is not to seek that autograph and then keep it forever, but it is to respect that loving father, the mother, the brother, the colleague, the person that we are walking with, that friend who's around us.
I consider it my duty to help those people who are below the poverty line without thinking of any award, reward, recognition. No, because I have enough. Even though it is not there, it is ultimately the people actually.
ਸੋ ਉਹ ਪੈਗਾਮ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਾਮ ਆ। ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਚੌ ਜੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਏ WhatsApp ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ ਨਾਲ।
I think both the location is absolutely great to talk about books and literature. It's a pleasant Sunday morning. I enjoyed my day here.
I had a wonderful time at Literati. Thank you so much for having me over. A beautiful venue and a wonderful audience. It was great interacting with you all. Thank you, Chandigarh, for having me over.
This is one of the nicest, most pleasant lit fests I have been attending this season. It's well organized. It has a large variety of the kind of authors, and of course it's done in this very, very beautiful venue of the Lake Club.
Absolutely fascinating. I loved being on the stage. You have a beautiful, wonderful, interactive audience, very alive, very aware, and I'm very grateful to have been called here.
What a wonderful session that was about mind and body being in sync. And keeping with that rhythm, we now talk about yoga. Yoga, derived from the Sanskrit root word yuj, meaning to join or to yoke, talks about the union of the individual consciousness with universal consciousness. In talking about yoga, it is an absolute honor for me to be in conversation with one of BBC's 100 most influential women in the world. Ira Trivedi is a best-selling author and yoga acharya. A multiple award winner, she is an advocate on gender and culture issues. She has 2 yoga shows on Indian television, including one on Doordarshan and one on India Today. She is the author of the 10-Minute Yoga Solution and My Book of Yoga, a series featuring Om, the yoga dog. She is also the founder of Namami Yoga, a charity that teaches yoga and life skills to underprivileged children. I also have the pleasure today of conversing with Jerome Armstrong, who I've come to learn loves the nomadic life. He spent a large part of this year Ganga Kinare in Rishikesh, and we will talk about that too. A PhD in conflict analysis and resolution, he was one of the first popular political bloggers who is now a yoga practitioner and teacher. He traveled across India from 2015 to 2019, researching and writing about yoga. His book, Calcutta Yoga, was born out of his interaction with a photo that caught his attention at an exhibition at the Smithsonian and ignited a desire to find out what was missing and forgotten. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Yoga, the global impact of an ancient discipline. Ma'am, sir, so glad you could make it. So glad you're here with us today. Welcome. To begin with,
Thank you.
I'd like to ask the both of you, how did yoga become a part of your lives? Ida, we'll start with you.
Very unexpectedly, I must say. Not without anything, not without any sort of planning. And I still think that even though I must have taught 10,000 classes in my life, I still wake up and I'm like, wow, am I really a yoga teacher? You know, I think it's just something that happened to my life with a lot of wonder. It was really, you know, and even the quest for yoga began in a very unexpected way. And I think I just followed the signs. You know, I do think that in a lot of our lives, we do get these moments, and at these moments, we have to make decisions, you know, which way we want to go. Is that way going to be, you know, it's sort of these diverging paths, and what decision that you're going to take is going to move your life. For me, the decision was going to an ashram that I found online. You know, I was looking for something I was in a bad state of mind. I was in my very early 20s, and, you know, I was like many 20-year-olds, after finishing college, you wonder what you want to do with your life. As an Indian woman, a lot of pressure to get married. All of those things start happening. And then in those questioning moments, I found my physical body to be in very poor shape, you know, physical, mental. And I remember just Googling yoga, Ayurveda. I mysteriously found this book in my house that talked about a few ashrams, and I don't even know how it got there. We still don't know how it got there. And I just sort of followed these signs, and I was in Kerala, and I just, you know, and I went somewhere, and I ended up spending a month at this ashram, you know, and really understanding and learning yoga in a very holistic way. And that began my journey. You know, that got me interested in not just yoga, but a yogic life. You know, a yogic, even though I came from a deeply religious family, it was these spiritual aspects that I hadn't really explored in the way that I should have. You know, yes, all of us have been taught the Gayatri Mantra when we were kids. You know, all of us were taught, but we never really understood what this meant. You know, all of us were maybe taught how to sit in Vajra asana after you have dinner. But what are the implications on an energy level of doing an asana? And how do you do an asana? Do you just sit in Vajra asana and start chatting with everyone after dinner? No. So I think it was kind of it was following these signals that came to me in my life and actually going for it that led me down the yogic path. I think if I hadn't taken some of these decisions, I could very well have been an investment banker living in New York City, even till today. You know, even till today, and I would have been enjoying my life on a very gross level and enjoying all the benefits of New York City and enjoying the benefits of a life that comes with having a lot of money. But I think the path that I took by following these signs along the way has led me to where I am right now. And it's still a journey. It's still a journey. Let's see where we end up.
So that was quite an interesting story, where you were talking about how a disturbed mind took you towards yoga without, you know, you even knowing that yoga is something that actually will cause your mind and body to then fall into sync. But Jerome, what about you? Living in the US, your roots very deep in politics. How did yoga come to you?
I was just thinking about it, and as I recall, I think it was around 1987, and I was living in Portland, Oregon at the time, going to undergraduate school. And for some reason, I think maybe my brother-in-law knew of this teacher, and he brought me to the class. And it was a yoga teacher's class. Her name was Diane Wilson. And I remember going into the class, and she had a little mat set up in the corner, and it was a class that was just by donation. It was very traditional yoga class, and she had been all over India, all over the world, and I walked over to where she had her little mat, and I think she had like a Kali icon there, and there was a photo of Lahiri, the Saint Lahiri from Varanasi. And I just remember looking at that photo, and it just struck me as like, this is somebody that has happiness. And I didn't really follow up on it much at that time. And I kept engaged with yoga in different lineages over the next couple of decades. But it actually came full circle back around when I started traveling in India, beginning 2014, 2015 to write this book. Because of course, Lahiri is one of the teachers of Yogananda's father, Bhagavati, and he's very influential in terms of the entire Calcutta yoga scene. So for me, it was sort of a coming back to the very beginnings in terms of going to Varanasi, visiting his house, and seeing all these places that I had learned about when I first encountered yoga.
So, sorry,
Vidya,
I was just going to say that, Jerome, I loved your book. I actually read it. I read it a couple of months ago when it first came out, almost at the beginning of like a few months before the pandemic, and I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. In fact, it was a really well-timed book because I think, I think there was curiosity about everything because of what happened with Bikram Chaudhary. So I think reading Calcutta Yoga, there was already some, like with Vishnu Ghosh, there was already some sort of awareness of what was going on. But I really enjoyed your book because, Yeah,
I was having a great time in March. February and March, I was on a book tour actually, going all throughout India. And then the lockdown happened. I was in at that time, but yeah. I wish I could be there in present right now. That was my plan, to go on all these book fairs, and but it's nice to be here anyway.
Yeah.
So, Jerome, when you were writing your book, you said it came back full circle when you came to India to research on your book. So, did your love for yoga bring you back, or was it the journalist in you that said that, you know what, I need to go and delve deeper into this?
It actually was. I mentioned Bikram because Bikram is in the same lineage from Vishnu Ghosh was his teacher, and I had studied Bikram yoga and taught with one of his main teachers that he taught was a fellow that I asked a lot of questions to, and he didn't know the answers to, and that was one of the things that began to spur me on to finding out more. So that's. What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Which part of you was more dominant when you began research on your book? Was it the journalistic side of you, or was it the yogic side of you?
Okay, so Bikram yoga is very beginner. It's focused on just 26 postures, and I had started to learn some of the more intermediate ones, and I had questions as to the origins of them. So it was part practice, definitely, for sure. And that's when I had come into contact with Buddha Bose, who was also a student of Vishnu Ghosh, and he taught more intermediate. And it was finding his Advanced Postures book, along with a couple of friends of mine, and we published it in 2015. So it was practice in the beginning, but then it delved into like the history of behind it. Who were these people? And finding out more about that way.
That's quite interesting. So for a lot of us, we are not well versed with the different kinds or the different practices of yoga that exist, even though India is like the country where it all started and where it all came from. So what are the different yogic schools, if I may call them that, and how different are they from each other? Ira?
So I would say, I would say a lot of yoga that we practice today is modern yoga. This stuff is not exactly, this has all been, even stuff like Ashtanga yoga, this is all in the past century, in the past 100 years. This has been invented by modern men, and I think actually Jerome talks about it in his book, if I remember if I remember, it's sort of a lot of these, sorry, it may not have been your book. I was reading two books at the same time. One is yours, Jerome's, and the other one was Alistair's book on yoga, and do you know which one I'm talking about?
Who is it?
Alistair Sharir, his book on yoga, the history of yoga, I think that's what it's called. So both of these books, they're published around the same time and focus on the world of yoga and the modern form, and sort of the history of yoga. And I remember, being learning a lot of new stuff in this book about how so much of the yoga that we practice today is modern yoga. Yoga in its ancient form is, may or may not really exist. There is no such text like a Bhagavad Gita for yoga. There's various texts like the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, the Greyhound Samhita, and each text has maybe mention of 2 poses, 3 poses, something like that. But there's no one text which talks about a definitive asana practice. It doesn't exist. And if it did exist, it's no longer available. That knowledge has not been available in text form, at least. So the yoga that we see today is an amalgamation of different things. And I think that's fair enough, because every body needs something a little bit different. I remember I used to scoff at a lot of the Western forms of yoga, like vinyasa flow and yin yoga and all of these different things, because in the West, they have a lot of different styles of yoga. But then actually, when I opened my mind to them, I realized that no, these have benefits for some people. Maybe these are people who need more physiotherapy-based exercises. So yes, yoga has been taken far and wide. The net has really been flung far and wide. Iyengar yoga is a modern invention. It's not any traditional form of yoga. The way Iyengar is using props is completely invented by BKS Iyengar, and for a good reason, because he found that people in need, actually, this could help them. This could help. And so I do think that yoga has evolved over time, and it's continuing to evolve. And I think that's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing, like for things to evolve.
I pretty much agree with that. It's an evolvement over time. The thing the reason why I wrote Calcutta Yoga was because most of the history of modern yoga books that had been written were from the perspective, which I would call like sort of a Mysore perspective of the yoga like Krishnamacharyas that came out of Patabi Joyce and Iyengar. They came out of a Mysore tradition, and there hadn't really been one that had looked at the history of modern yoga from a Calcutta perspective. And of course, Calcutta had was a very important city during the colonial period. And I actually have an article coming out sometime later this year, which looks at how modern yoga synthesized and evolved by integrating the practice of Vyam, which Vyam is just exercise that's pretty common in wrestling traditions in India. And these manuals at the turn of the century were very prominent, and that's what influenced a lot of them to bring in more of an athletic, more rigorous strengthening training into yoga, which had not been very prominent. They had some of it, but it came from an Indian tradition nevertheless. And there was also influences that came from European places, exercise regimes, more along the lines of how to teach it in like more of a structured way than it was taught before, more of like a class. Because the traditional way in India, obviously, is just a guru and his student.
No, and I actually, adding to that, let's talk about the Surya Namaskars. Surya Namaskars are not mentioned anywhere. That's a purely modern development.
Yeah, actually, in my article, I use that as an example because that comes straight from Vyam.
Exactly. Yeah, it's all a form of modern exercise, and for good reasons, I feel, because what happened around the turn of the century, there was cars. People weren't walking as much, right? They were public transportation. So a lot of day-to-day exercise that a lot of machinery, so people who may have been walking or may have been doing working in fields, this was no longer happening. So human bodies actually needed that vyayam. They needed that physical form of exercise that human beings earlier were used to being so active, right? And I think even more so today, and even more so today, people are sitting on their desks the whole day, on their computers the whole day. So we're seeing things like Ashtanga yoga becoming so popular. And
You have a malaise that comes into the society, sitting at desks, not being active, working and everything, and then they pull it from the tradition yoga, but it was modernized along with exercise.
Completely.
That's what created modern yoga.
And calisthenics, a lot of calisthenics was added into yoga. So sun salutations, Surya Namaskar. Yes, mantras were added, but it was kind of like, okay, let's take 14 postures, let's add the mantras. And so, it's a modern invention. Surya Namaskars are nothing Vedic or from text. The mantras are, but not the actual sun salutations themselves. So I think it is a modern evolvement. And I think yoga has to continuously evolve because our lifestyles are evolving. Today, who knows how we're going to be living, living 10 years from today. We just don't know. I mean, my gosh, who knew that the entire world is going to be stuck inside their homes, unable to even go outside and doing all their work via the screen. This is unthinkable 1 year ago that a literature festival is going to be held online, but so yoga keeps on evolving. Now, for example, yoga has come so much of yoga is being taught online and through apps. And I actually think it's a really good thing because it actually, makes yoga very personal. Makes yoga like it's as if, you're at home, you have your personal space, and it makes it very much a singular meditative practice that you do by yourself. And that's what yoga was meant to be. It's sort of a way to go inwards. And it's kind of difficult to do that sometimes in a yoga class with 50 people around you and a teacher and a hot room and music all together. So I think that in many ways, what's happening to yoga now, it's a continuous evolvement and it's a good thing. It's a good thing for yoga. And I used to be one of those people who is, and I still teach, rooted in very, very traditional practices. And I used to be such a traditionalist, but I've begun to open my mind and realize that all of this is good. Anything is good.
I think that's the process anybody goes through that looks at this, because there's a whole history of why was it presented as something which was, been around like this way forever. I think there's a lot of reasons you could look into that. But the evolvement past that is a personal journey to realizing that, it's not about like taking these things for concrete, making them concrete and believing that that's what's been passed down since time before. It's really more about making it a personal practice.
Absolutely. And same with meditation too, let's go beyond the physical asanas. I think the same goes with meditation, Now we have Sadhguru and Shri Ravi Shankar with their breathing practices. They took various breathing pranayams and put it into sequences. It's what's happened with physical yoga. It's happening now with breathing. It happened with meditation. There's different forms of meditation that people are teaching. And it's just, these are all tools and they're all different. They're all personal. Some strike various people, it's all very personal. So I completely agree that
I have a question for you, Ira. Have you noticed, like with doing these online things, do you think that yoga is becoming more globalized?
Absolutely. I mean,
during this period of the pandemic, when people are doing the Zoom, do you see more interaction like between different cultures, or about like it's still in the same circles?
Actually, that's a good question. Now that I'm thinking about it, earlier my first was yes, but I was thinking about that just from a personal perspective. Just from me as a teacher personally, yes, I'm able to teach a lot more of my global students, but I already had those even before the lockdown, and it's just those. It's. But I think if you talk about I would still say it's still kind of localized. People in the U.S. Go to their I still feel like it's quite localized. There's very few yoga teachers who sort of become global figures. Of course, some of the traditional ones from Mysore, etc. But I would say it's still it's not such a teachers don't go so global still. I feel.
Mm.
Do you feel that?
Why?
No, I just wonder, because I agree with you that part of the advancement of realizing that yoga has always been an involvement and there was never really any firm set of what yoga practice is realizing that, okay, it's okay to evolve and change now. And I think one of the trends that we're seeing is more of a globalized yoga, but how that takes shape it's a practice that's happening right now.
Yeah, I also think so. I think a lot of, I'm not sure. I think the way it's difficult to say, because I still feel that when I see teachers and I see schools of yoga, I think what does happen is that a lot of people from abroad, when they look for yoga, they do come to India to look for it. They may be searching for Indian teachers. They may be curious about that, but I don't think people from India are searching for teachers abroad. That's for sure. But I still think in different countries, people still may want practices that are familiar to them, taught by people who are familiar to them. Taught by people who can speak their language, who look like them, who have lifestyles like them, who eat the kind of food that they do, which is very normal. You do want teachers who are maybe a little familiar to you, who come from your countries, your regions. I think, but how that's going to happen, I think it's interesting to see. But I think apps and things like that have made it, have made things, Instagram apps are making that process now of teachers becoming, people across the world following certain teachers because of the social media. So I think that social media angle has played more of an influence perhaps than Zoom, etc.
Okay.
Yeah.
So talking about taking yoga global and making it more accessible to people, along with the fact that you were both discussing that the roots of yoga actually come from vyayam or exercise. So what is it really that makes yoga different from vyayam or exercise? Like why?
Well, it's really, I think you look at yoga as a practice, as Ira mentioned earlier, goes back a long time. It's a practice of pranayama, inner control, and centering, the Ida Pingala, and going inside and experiencing samadhi. The need in our current times, because of how we live, in houses and cars and everything, of a more dynamic exercise. But at the same time, it still has that part of yoga that connects it with the inner practice. So I don't think it's necessarily like it's one or the other. They're both prevalent today in modern yoga, those two strands, and they both have long traditions. But it's just recognizing that part of what we have now does have a component of exercise to it. But most people don't get beyond the exercise part. That's just the truth. They just, they stick with the exercise, and I think that's really prominent in the West, where it's just seen as a form of exercise and not that much different from a Pilates or jazzercise class for a lot of people. For me, my perspective, I think I held that perspective for a long time, just because I wasn't really curious as to anything beyond that, because I was always told, well, this was how it was forever, and this is what you're practicing. And it was only when I started having questions as to, is that really true? Is that the origins of it? And then going to India, it really, it shook up my whole perception of what the practice of yoga meant, because it became more of a personal practice then. And I think connecting to the source of where it came from was a big part of that journey, and going to all these places along the Ganges, from Calcutta up to Rishikesh and into the Himalayas. And that was all part of a personal journey that made it, alive for me. And most people that come from the West, Europe and Americas, that go to India, they're looking for that same sort of experience of, they have a physical practice of yoga, but they might not really understand it from a more personal, spiritual attainment. And when you go to the location and you realize, this was like, this is a pilgrimage to go up in the Char Dham and to these places in the Himalayas, and the yogis are still there, and experiencing that it becomes a more deeper connection to India.
So in the evolution of yoga that the two of you are talking about how the way we practice it today is so modern, do you think that the actual yogic science is being diluted or lost? And if so, how do we bring it back? The personal practice that you're talking about, the meditation, the pranayama that is so intrinsically a part of yoga, how do we take it back to its roots?
Well, I guess one way I would approach this is that I think one of the things that we did was over physicalize it. We got so attached to like the anatomical like angle of the structures, and that was in part due to when it was formed. It was formed during a period in history when people were really outwardly focused on that sort of modern structure. But when you go inside, and a lot of people teach it that way. Iyengar definitely taught it with that angular way. Bikram teaches it with that practice where it becomes overly obsessed with how it looks from the outside, and even to the extent where we have mirrors. And so in some ways it went like into almost like a body show, and I think like when you take away the mirrors and you take away like how it looks on the outside and just journey inside, and then you're really touching into what the real part of yoga is.
Really well said. Ina, would you like to add something to that?
I think that, for me, I've not experienced what Jerome has, because Jerome comes from the West, and so he's been seeing this. For me, it was very different. Yoga began as a spiritual practice. It began as a spiritual practice. I learned yoga in very traditional environments. In fact, I think it was only after 5 to 6, maybe 7 years of me practicing in very traditional ways in the ashram that I'd never even been to a yoga studio. I'd never been to one. I had no curiosity. I said, what is a yoga studio? I hadn't even entered one. I'd entered them before. I remember as a college student, I went to yoga studios, and I'd gone to a yoga studio and I couldn't afford it. It was too expensive. In the US, it was like $25 at a class. And that actually got me motivated when I came back to India to kind of, I remember thinking in my mind, when I began exploring yoga in India, that, oh my gosh, like yoga is this expensive in the West? Because I remember as children, we used to practice yoga, but it was taught in such a boring way. It was taught in such an uninspiring way in India that, all you remember from yoga class is smelly feet, and dirty carpets. But because all the kids had to take off their shoes and then go into the yoga room, which was always like really dirty carpets, and then do yoga on it. This is my memory from, yoga. So when I went to this jazzy yoga studio in the West, my little curiosity of yoga actually got reignited. I said, wow, my memory is this, and this is something else, So but I went back to yoga studios many, many years after I'd become a teacher, when I was getting invited to teach at yoga studios abroad. But my practice always, remained very traditional and continues to be like this. And, no matter what the different, forms that, I'm introduced to or practice, my core remains that very, what Jerome is talking about, that personal practice, and that's what I try to tell people. I try to tell my students, guys, I don't want you to come to class forever. I just want you to come for a little while. And then my goal is that you go off on your own. My goal is that you introduce this into your daily routine for the rest of your life. And so they said, oh, so you don't want to make money? I said, no, it's not that. I don't really, you know what I mean? There'll be some new people who come. But for you guys, I want you to come and then I want you to leave, even for retreats, I tell people, like, come for a retreat and then never come back here, go and do your own personal practice. So I always say that, but I think I understand Jerome's perspective because I hear that in the West.
Yeah. And I understand yours because I think coming to India and getting in touch with that with so many people who come from that perspective, especially in Calcutta. Yeah, it's different.
Can I tell you, Jerome, after I read your book, I remember going to Calcutta right before lockdown. I had a talk in Calcutta, and I remember going and then wanting to visit that school, Vishnu Ghosh's school. And I was like, is it still open? Is it still around? And I Googled it, but I think they didn't seem to be having, it just seemed a little, they seemed to have some teacher training programs, but it was unclear on what was going on there. So then I didn't go, but I was very curious to go there, huh?
It's up in North Calcutta, and it had fallen sort of out of, they've always taught local classes, to the neighborhood people, but they had not much had of an international rapport. And for a long time, Vishnu Ghosh died in 1970, and since then, just been kind of following under the radar. But in 2015, we actually started doing teacher trainings there again, bringing people from outside there twice a year. So some of the, but of course now it's not going on.
Yeah.
But it's amazing up there. I mean, going to all those places, Vivekananda's place is still up there, Yogananda's, and and the places, all of the different places that you can read about it from there. All of that is still.
Yeah. All that is wonderful. Vivekananda. I mean, it's some of it is really, really wonderful. You know, some of the older places and temples. Yeah, absolutely. But I was thinking, you know, again from the Western point of view, oh, can you just go drop in and do a yoga class at Vishnu Ghosh's studio? But it just doesn't work like that, you know. There's no real drop-in class over there.
No, although Muktamala, who is the granddaughter of she runs it now, and she's really friendly. I mean, I think the first time I came there, I just dropped in, and she was very welcome.
Okay.
She would.
Next time I go there, I'm gonna
she would love to meet
write you.
So, Riya, thank you for using your experiences of, or should I say, not so nice memories of yoga as a child and turning them into fun ones for kids with your books. Thank you for bringing that to Indian children. And before we wrap up, I'd like to ask, is there in traditional yoga practice, is there the right time to do yoga in a day? Is it best done first thing in the morning? Is there a science behind when it's done? And if you had to choose a yoga routine as an everyday routine, what would be your 5 go-to asanas, each one of you?
I like to practice personally in the morning near the water. Here, I'm in Tanzania right now, so we walk down every morning. We're in Dar es Salaam. And we walk down to a beach nearby here where there's a bluff, Cocoa Beach, and practice the asanas. And I practice Qigong as well. And so I integrate that into the practice and do it there as the sun's rising. That's the best time for me. And usually in the morning, I like to meditate, and then in the evening as well. So I like to practice on an empty stomach. I think that's important, so you can be more in touch with the feelings and not have the food get in the way. But I don't know. I think you just have to figure it out yourself. But the most important thing is continuity, doing it every day, or 6 days a week at least, and finding. The other part of it is finding places that, rather than getting bored with doing the same thing over and over again, finding places where you're stuck and challenging yourself, and figuring out what postures do I really not want to do, and start to do some of those.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, yes, I think, listen, I mean, my days are really, really busy because I, run what's become now a fairly sizable online studio called Yoga Love. Jerome, please come for a class someday. Maybe it'll be early morning in one of our evening classes where you are. We'd love to have you. And so we have an online yoga studio called Yoga Love, and then I write. And then, it's for me, I balance two full careers, and it's often difficult to do so. But so for me, I preferably practice in the morning first thing, which is, it's always just good. It's good to exercise in the morning. It's the right cycle for the body. When you exercise in the morning, the body is much more, it's, all of its systems, the metabolic system, the circulatory system, the respiratory system start functioning better. It's sort of like pressing a reset button on everything. Because once you wake up, your body does need a little bit of that, especially in our modern lives, right? As I said, in the olden days, you would wake up, you would walk to the river, you would lift water, bring it back home, you'd go into the fields. We don't do that stuff anymore, So that movement in the morning is quite important to get our functions, our bodily functions going. But oftentimes it's not possible in the morning, right? Because life takes over. You have calls in the morning, you have work in the morning, there's kids in the morning, you got to dispatch them to school. So oftentimes morning is not possible. And also depending on Ayurveda, everyone's constitution is different. A lot of people are not naturally morning people. They're much more energetic in the evening. So for them, they're much more focused, energetic in the evening, and the body is more warmed up in the evening, by the time it hits 4 o'clock, you see a distinct difference in the body and the way that it's conducting itself because it's been working for the whole day. So I think if you can't do it in the morning, for sure doing it in the evening. I think I would say ideally, around 7, 8 is a great time to do yoga. And then in the evening, I would say around sunset is another great time to do yoga. Between, I would say, 4 and 6 is wonderful. But even nighttime, like I'll tell you, 2 days ago, I hadn't had any time to do yoga, and I did a practice at 9 p.m. 9 p.m. I did yoga from 9 to 10:15 or 10:30, and I felt so good afterwards, and I slept so well. So that also happens sometimes, and that's also fine. But the thing is just to get that exercise in whenever you can. I tell people that, listen, guys, get that mental, physical exercise in. Sit down, do your breathing practices, because these breathing practices are really, really valuable. In today's day and age, the way that the world has evolved today, just people sitting down, leaving their phones away, and focusing on just themselves without any too much outside stimulation, that in itself is hugely beneficial to the body. Even in a gym, there's so much stimulus, right? You have loud music, you have people, you have machines. With yoga, it's you and your mat, and then, maybe the guiding voice of a teacher. That's it, these 3 things, and the journey of yoga and the purpose of yoga, and I explain this to all my students, guys, is not to give you flexible hamstrings. If you want that, you go to the circus. In the circus, you get really flexible bodies by doing all those things, but it's to get a flexible mind. It's to be able to work with the energy in your body. And what Jerome was saying, he does Qigong, it's the same thing. You're working with energy in the body, because where there is tension is basically blocked up energy. That's when you get tension in the body and different parts of the mind. So if you can begin to understand how to release that tension, doing these practices, then your life is going to be much better. You're going to have just a better life, So yeah, you can choose to go down the marathon or the Zumba route, or you can choose to go down the yoga route. The yoga route is better.
Thank you so much. The 2 of you coming here,
It's a more sophisticated kind of an exercise. It's like books. You either read, thrillers, and that's totally fine. But then you start reading literature, and that's the difference. There's exercise, and then there's yoga. There's literature, and then there's pulp fiction. So, on that radar, that's you choose. So guys, if you want to be more sophisticated, do yoga.
Thank you so much. On that note of running out of time, thank you for being with us. Jerome, thank you for being with us, Ira. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaste. Thank you.
Our next session for the evening is a really interesting one. It's called Impossible Secrets, Coming of Age Stories for Young Adults. In a world where you can be anyone, be you, they say. The first step to getting there is finding a way to love yourself. Is that the impossible secret? Our next session promises to be a fun one. We have Anmol Malik, who goes by Audrey Piano when she dons her authoress hat. She is a young author, singer, songwriter who believes in doing new things every day. She's been published multiple times, and her latest book, 3 Impossible Wishes, is a coming-of-age story about finding love. Joining Anmol is Vibha Batra, a Chennai-based author, graphic novelist, advertising consultant, poet, lyricist, translator, playwright, travel writer, and columnist. She has 17 books to her name. Her travelogues have appeared in The Hindu, Condé Nast Traveler, Deccan Chronicle, and The Week. Her plays have been staged during the Short and Sweet Theatre Festival in South India, and her play Cold Feet also won the Best Strip Award in 2017. She conducts creative writing workshops for children and adults at the British Council, Chennai. Anmol and Vibha are going to be in conversation with RJ Mehak, host of the mid-morning show on 98.3 Mirchi Chandigarh, a happiness partner, and a syndicated Punjabi night show for Radio Mirchi Punjab and online radio. She also hosts a YouTube series called Kitab Ki Awaaz for Radio Mirchi's storytelling and poetry channel, Mirchi Scribbled, where she talks about books and their authors. She chooses books over Netflix, is an introvert, and yet loves to talk to the city every day. RJ Mehak, over to you.
Hello, good evening. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Anmol. Hi, Vibha. It's so good to see you guys, and I welcome everyone who's watching us across the screens, across the world. And I think this is for the first time that we're doing it online. And so I am super, super excited to be asking questions. And I think these both the books, okay? So I've gone through both these books, and these are extremely relatable, and I'm sure as a reader, the young adult readership is absolutely enjoying what you've written. So my first question is from you, Anmol. Three Impossible Wishes is a rom-com, but the kind of rom-coms that we read and we see, it's pretty different. So it's a frivolous rom-com, and it's not like a usual frivolous rom-com. So there are a lot of serious topics that you have touched while you've written the book. And how did you even think of this idea? So, there is this rom-com that is already set, the theme is rom-com, but then you also have extremely serious issues. And there's another thing that I loved about the book was the sense of humor that you've used while you've written it. So if you can please tell us, how come you just came up with this idea?
Okay, I think you said that this is not a frivolous rom-com, and I think Vibha would agree with me on this one, that rom-coms tend to get a bad rap. They're often described as being just, we just have fun and it's all fluff and sunshine. That's not the case. I love rom-coms because I think they're like a slice of life, and they package very serious issues very happily. So it's like a little bit of sunshine and it's all sugar, but if you really go to the core of it, there are very important issues that it's speaking about. Three Impossible Wishes, which is my book, actually is set in the year when the 26/11 terrorist attacks happened in Bombay. There was an increase in crime rate in Birmingham, where this story is kind of set. And it also massively touches upon this aspect. What does it take to move from your home to study or work in a city that's not yours? And I think we need to touch upon that now, because it's such a global world. We all are constantly shifting. We're never in the same city. And what does that imply? What do you face? Economic pressures, racial pressures, just trying to find your own identity and make your mark. All of this is kind of packaged into a very funny love story of a Russian boy and an Indian girl. And that's what I wanted to showcase with my rom-com.
Right. So I am definitely going to come back to the Indian teenager girl and the Russian boy. It's extremely interesting. And my question to Vibha is that, so when I was reading this book of yours, I could see a lot of social media being used. Yeah. So there was Instagram, and then there was a lot of chats, and the language that people use these days, not only millennials, but the new age teenagers, which is definitely different than us. I wanted to say the older version, but I'll just say the new version. The new version of people, they are using the kind of language that probably we didn't use when we were a teenager. So, do you believe that social media has affected not only our lives but also our writing style as an author, as a writer?
I'm so glad you asked that, because once you have social media out, I mean, you can totally resist the siren call of social. So hypnotic. Every morning I just get good. Say I'm just going to. I don't care about FOMO, go on a digital detox. But then I'm just going to scroll through my time, just five, and the next thing I know, it's. So I'm so glad you asked. Absolutely it does, but there's no getting away. So if you can't beat them, join them. So which is why it figures very.
So, Anmol, I will ask you this question. So, like I said, that we will discuss this Russian boy and the Indian teenager girl. So, it is something that is so unexpected, and there are so many beautiful plot twists in the book. Can you maybe just please tell us that how did you come up with this? You broke so many stereotypes with this one book. It's a complete package, I would say. How did you even, so it was like into the flow, or did you thought of it that I am going to break a lot of stereotypes, I'm going to normalize a lot of things, or it just came up to you?
Honestly, it just okay. So my background is actually screenwriting. I've studied creative writing from the University of Warwick, which is in England, and when I start writing, it's very natural for me to start immediately thinking in terms of scenes. Even when I'm discussing the book, I probably won't be saying so-and-so chapter, I'll probably be saying so-and-so scene. And I think what that affects is the dynamic between your characters, because my book tends to be very dialogue heavy. I feel a dialogue gives you more about a character than just a general description, the way they speak. And it's so important in this book because you not only have an Indian girl, you have a girl from Mumbai. And she's got friends who are from Delhi. She's got friends who are from Karachi, Lahore, Russia. And she's very, very friendly with this bar owner who is Scottish, which basically means that everybody's accent and everybody's thought processes and upbringing is going to be very different. So there's this whole cultural amalgamation that's happening. And then I didn't have to do any much work. The minute these characters just kind of threw themselves at each other, magic happened.
And while we're talking about magic, I believe magic, love, and poetry, they just go hand in hand. So my next question to Vibha would be that we definitely know that you love poetry and you are a poet yourself. So can you please tell us how come you fell in love with poetry, and so because you are an author as well and you love poetry, and also if you can share a few lines with us.
Okay, so I'm going to have to blame it on my, like everything else in my life. So I grew up in Kolkata, surrounded by books and young people. So I decided to concentrate on eating. But my parents are avid readers. My late father was an avid reader and a prolific author. And some of their love just rubbed off on, after a point, I just could not ignore books. So that's how it happened. And poetry, why don't I share something my grandpa wrote? So it goes, दिल मिलता किया जाता है, काम होता नहीं किया जाता है, किनारे बैठना तो सांस लेना, बीच तरंगों के.
Wow.
That's it, guys.
Wow. That was beautiful. So I was honestly expecting something in English, but Hindi was such a pleasant surprise. But that was so beautiful. Wow. So Vibha, like we are actually talking about what you write, do you feel that your writings are influenced by someone or something that you experienced in maybe the early years of your life, or is it something that you look up to? So what's the difference?
I would say it's a bit of everything because, I just let life inspire me. Books I read, movies I watch, people I meet, even those pesky people I don't like. So, I mean, I get inspired by everything and everything. So yes, I would say, my poetry and my books are a result of that.
Right. Wow.
Sorry.
Okay, so my next.
Sorry, the timeline. Because, I answer, and I was thinking, like Geet from Jab We Met, aap convince ho gaye ho ki main aur bolu. So, but I think
one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, okay. That is, I think, universal favorite. And I'm sure both the books are getting such beautiful responses and reviews. They're going to be as big hit as Jab We Met, I'm sure. Because I loved reading both the books. And there is this common thing between these books is that it's written for young adults. And also the fact that the character Arya, named Arya. So that was something that I found very interesting. And coming back to Anmol's Arya. So there is this beautiful Desi representation, right? So she is an Indian girl from Mumbai and now she's in Birmingham. And then there is so much of change, the culture shock, I'm sure. And there is so much of Desi representation that people are loving. So if you can share
It's not just about the Desi representation, though it is a lot about it because it comes from a very personal space. Okay, so Arya is very much like so many people I've met who think so very little about themselves. They don't realize how cool they are and how awesome they are. And Arya has that self-doubt. Her entire goal in life is to be invisible, and just slipping through the cracks. There is this rumor roaming around campus that if you fail your exams, you don't just fail the year, you get deported, which is a totally mean rumor. Can you imagine the pressure already being an international student and then having to deal with that? So Arya responds in the only way she knows how, which is jugaad. She's like, okay, you know what? I can't study. I'm very bad at it. So I'm going to try and cheat the system. And that's the entire theme. Like that's the one thread that's running through the book, which is I'm going to hire the class topper to sit for my exams. That's it. That's her thinking. And from that very simple point, we begin this entire journey with this one Indian girl who kind of starts growing up. And I'll tell you why. She comes from a very privileged background. I think a lot of us grow up with our parents. At least I do thank God for a lot of the opportunities that have been given to me. When I went to university for the first time, I realized a lot of people don't actually have that opportunity. A lot of my friends came from, one of them was someone who'd come in on scholarship. The other one came from a broken home. And suddenly I was a lot more appreciative of my own family. And then I realized that a lot of the Indians, including me, didn't know so much. We didn't know how to clean up after ourselves. We didn't know how to wash up. We weren't very responsible. And I think university was a big growing up and getting mature really, really quickly. And that's when we meet the Russian. He's someone who's there on a complete sponsorship. And he kind of looks down at Arya. He's just like, why are you so helpless? Why don't you stand up on your feet? And there's that give and take in their relationship. And he also kind of learns from the Desis how to be a lot more warmer, how to be someone who should have fun, who should think a little bit more from the heart, because that is what Desis do. We move around with our friends and we're just far more lively. And I think that comes from a very personal space for me when I was writing that.
I'm sure. So No. But I totally agree. Please don't call it a long answer. That was great. And I read it somewhere. I was reading a book, and the preface of the book said that nothing comes out from vacuum. So fiction is something that is not purely fiction. It always comes out of something. So what do you have to say about it?
This is for me. Can Vibha also jump in? Or
This one is for you, Anmol, because it is in continuation of the same question.
You know, Richard Curtis, who's actually one of my favorite writers, and he's not an author, he's actually a screenwriter. He's written Love Actually, and he's written Notting Hill, and all the movies that I've loved growing up. He said, you should write about what you know, because there's this kind of authenticity that comes with it. So obviously, 3 Impossible Wishes is based a lot on my university years. It is based on a lot of the people I've met over the years. But all the characters have a bit of me. The good characters have some of my good traits. The bad characters have some of my negative traits. But it does come from a space where there are a lot of lessons that I personally learned at university, and that's kind of found its way into this book. So yes, you need to write about what you know, I suppose. I mean, at least currently, because I feel I'm still very, very young. So for me at this stage, the learning that I'm doing, I'm just, writing about what I know.
Right, but you took the bigger step. You wrote the book. You started writing it, and now you have a book in your hand. So that is something, because so many people aspire to become a writer, but then
that's all thanks to HarperCollins, though. It's surreal that they decided to take a chance on me, and I don't have enough words to thank them for it.
So Vibha, my question to you, like Anmol just mentioned, that she's just a book old, but the book is doing so well, and you have 16, 17 books, and you've already written them. And what is your driving force? What is this thing that keeps you on? And how do you make the new book is more fresh than the previous book? How do you manage that?
That's a really good question, Vibha.
That you said, manage to be fresh, because I don't to the readers. But the thing is, I'm very, very, very compulsive. I've got to write. I can't not write. If I'm not writing some pop, I've got to get back to it. So I guess that's the drive. And actually, I've not written just 17. I've published 17. There are many more, but they're in different stages of rejection, production, and God knows.
Right. Okay,
no,
so
I do agree with Vibha. There is this need to constantly keep writing. If you spend a day not writing, you feel a little odd, a little incomplete. And I think there's always a story that's playing in the back of our heads. Always.
And it needs to be written. It should be written.
Oh my God. The writing is the hard part. The dreaming, not so much.
But so my question is a common question. So I'm going to ask this same question to both of you. And I think, Vibha, you can start with answering this one first. So because you have written so many books, and Anmol has also said that, there is this story that is always playing back of your mind, and then you need to start writing. So the journey of being an aspiring writer to a published author, how do you think you came to this status? And also, if there are people who are dreaming about writing a book, the aspiring writers, what tips would you like to give to them?
I'm always asked this question. I'm totally certain there are a lot of well-meaning advice come my way over there. What, it just comes in one ear, goes out the other. I think people just figure out their own lives, their own way, whatever works for them. So I just run away from unsolicited advice, giving or receiving. So they are just to each their own. For me, there's always a story in my head, and I write the book in my head, and then I'm dying to get it out on Microsoft Word. I'm just so glad it happens. No set process for it, There are good days and there are bad days. And there are very bad days. So.
Right. So I think I am going to come to this writer's block thing as well. So Anmol, what tips would you like to give to people who dream of writing a book?
First, I find I'm in no position to give anyone advice. I would say this, though, having learned it over the years, is, it's very daunting facing a blank document. So just start on something and see it through. Do not. It's very tempting to leave an idea for another idea. I know it because I face it, but finish something that you have in hand and it'll hold you in good stead. And I'm saying this because writing a book has been a dream of mine for the longest time. I worked as a copywriter with Leo Burnett. I worked at UTV Disney. I worked at YRF, and all through that journey, I learned very valuable lessons from some amazing people. And I know how difficult it is to get a debut published. And you kind of hope that there are nice people out there who respond favorably to you. And luckily, at some point in my life, in that whole 10-year journey, finally, I did meet some amazing people. I met Tara from Bound India. I met Kanishka, who's from Writer's Side, who became the agent who took my book to Swati, who was the commissioning editor at Harper, and that's how the whole journey for Three Impossible Wishes kind of started. So these are people who the book attracted, and I know it's difficult getting a debut published, but just please hang in there, it's going to happen.
Right. So you need to have the hope. And of course, keep writing. Don't keep it here. Start writing.
Always.
So Vibha, there is this beautiful thing in your book that Debbie has an Instagram account now. So, and she's shocked that there is, oh my God, so many followers. And suddenly, so there is this personality that we have on social media, and then there is this personality that we have in our real life. So I'm not going to say that the virtual life isn't real, but it's not as real as it is when we are at home and when we are on Instagram. We are two different people. That's what I believe, because that's what I've observed. So as a writer, as an observer, because of course you observed it in a lot of teenagers, that they have probably a different personality on social media and they are completely different when they are talking to their friends offline. So what do you think, this change and this variation, is it affecting the teenagers? Because I think teenage is the kind of age where you set your base. Whatever you do in your teenage, the kind of music you listen to in your teenage, when you grow up, you come back to that music, it's euphoric. So, of course, teenage has a lot of importance to play, a beautiful big part to play into what we become. So, what do you think? How different it is, and if the teenagers of now and the teenagers that we were, are they different because of social media? So if you can please tell us.
Okay, a bit heartbreaking because you said were teachers, because in my head I'm very young. I just my year old, and as my hubby says, I am. So I'm just going to answer we, not the royal we, the collective. So I think we are the same. We are still getting up to stuff we should not. Falling in love, getting hearts broken, rolling our eyes at our parents, and using unparliamentary language. Now we are armed with smartphones and not landline, and of course social media, the best thing to have happened to the world. And I don't. So yeah, I think emotional universal, and we are always going to be the same. But having said that, yeah, we are living a life under this cloak of anonymity, so we can say and do a lot of stuff, and we think we'll get away with it. That's what Debbie or Arya, the protagonist in my book, thinks. But ultimately, it just gets up with her.
Right. So, like we talked about the effect of reality into the books that we write. So even Anmol mentioned that if you have experienced something like that, it's easier to write. So there's another thing that I loved about Three Impossible Wishes was the beautiful balance between seriousness and then there was this sense of humor that it just went hand in hand. And so the moment you feel that okay, things are getting serious, there was some kind of sense of humor that came on, and we're like, okay, that is a nice thing. Okay, so the tension is released. So how did you bring that balance? How did you bring it in?
Again, that's from the screenwriting background, because before we set out to write a screenplay, you'll have you'll kind of divide it into 3 acts. You'll have Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, and you'll always have these little turning points in the story, which we call plot points. I know that's there even when you plot a book. They're like pegs when you're writing a screenplay, and I think at every point that I was writing a scene or a chapter, I knew that the plot point would have to come in just to keep that rhythm of the story going. But also it's just the way Arya talks in the book. I mean, she's 19 in the book, and that's such an odd age. You're not an adult yet, you haven't left your teens, but it's an age where nothing really happens, and that's the age we catch these kids in. They're all 19 and they're wondering what life has in store for them. So I think it's just the way they talk.
Right. So, Vibha, coming back to you, and of course, like we are talking about the teenager part. So, the book is for young adults. Do you think it is harder to write for young adults as compared to the normal when you target the normal adult readership, or is it easier?
I would say it's the same, because when you're writing for young adults, you're writing about acne, you're writing about parental expectations, you're writing about school bullies. But when you're writing for adults, you're writing adult acne, you're writing about office bullies, and you're writing about parents. The only difference is that when you're writing for young adults, you have to be very careful. It should be something, the censor board would hardly approve of. So we've just found a way around it. So instead of, using those words, we just use safe words. For instance, shut the front door, damn rabbit, aerosol, what an air, and basket. So, get away. Simply the reason that, we don't want the parents of our readers, to burn our effigies, pelt stones at our house, or do whatever it is that people do to show a democracy. But other than that, I think there's no difference. Same.
Right. Yeah, because I did read an amazing word in the book, rucksack. I've been enjoying it. Whenever it came down in the book, I have absolutely enjoyed it, the word. And Anmol, when I started reading Three Impossible Wishes, I read about this technique that she's taught by her mother, that you need to have 3 wishes, and and I was constantly thinking this is something that I would like to maybe utilize in my life. So if you can tell us about that technique of having 3 wishes, of deciding on those 3 wishes.
The poor mom, her mother has basically told her that you make 3 impossible wishes, and one of those impossible wishes will come true. And she's basically cut through that system and said, I'm going to keep all the wishes interconnected. So if one comes true, all comes true. And that is very characteristic of Arya. Everything in her life is a giant jugaad. I don't know if you could hear that. Did it break up? Could you hear me?
I could hear you.
Okay, great. So yeah, her mom has been very, decent and told her the right thing to do, but Arya has still managed to find a toad in even that.
Yeah, which is, I think I'm going to vouch for it. I'm going to ask everyone to read the book for sure, because this technique is something that everybody should learn. It's very intelligent, so smart. And so, coming to wishes only, Anmol, what are your 3 impossible wishes?
Oh God.
Use the same technique and tell us.
Use the same technique. Well, I want to write more books. I want to write more. I don't know if they're going to be books, but I want to write more, whether it's music or it's just stories. My second wish is, I'm not really sure, but right now I just want all of us to be happy, because I find this kind of very heavy silence in the world, and I hope things get better very soon. And I don't have a third wish just yet. I only want to write. Like, that is my wish, because the more I write, the more I learn.
And according to that technique, this one is going to come true. It's so fun. And so, like you relate to Arya, Vibha, I want to ask you this question. There are some amazing characters in the book, and I am going to actually mention this, that the dialogue that the mother tells her, that you're happy as much as you choose to be, right? So that when I read it in the book, I made it my WhatsApp status right away. I loved the line.
You wise might think like got it from the book.
Yeah, so I loved that one. I really did. And so I wanted to ask you, which character of this book you relate to the most, that you vibe with it?
To make me choose, it's going to be like Joey in that episode of Friends, when they between sex and food, and he's like, no sex. So it's going to be like that. I just love it. And to me, they're very real, because I have spent so much time with them. I started writing the book 2.5 years ago, and it released last month. I spent so much time with them. They're so real to me, so real and dear to me. So possibly couldn't.
And while I was asking Anmol about the stereotypes that have been mentioned in the book, there is also this chocolatey complexion, chocolatey color, that the word that you've used in the book. So did you also plan on breaking stereotypes, but or you didn't? I mean, it just came up. When they go shopping and she's told that this is going to complement your chocolatey color. So
yeah, that a big theme of the book is body positivity and bullying and peer pressure. So I just wanted to just bring that in, how subtly it's done. Bring it, they're like, oh, we're just teasing you, but it's word that's just euphemism for body. So that's what was happening. Yara was doing that to us. And I just wanted to bring in subtly, because the minute you start, going heavy with and all that, I think you just put people off. At least I get put off. So, but if you make it, fun, if you just layer it a lot of, fun stuff, I think somewhere, ring a bell. So that's what I'm trying to do.
Right, because this is something that I felt like I related to it personally as well. Because when I was growing up, I used to get these comments a lot for the complexion, for the way I looked, and that probably shapes you up. But then, of course, you know how to handle it. And to some extent, when you see it in the movies, it's made into a huge scene, and in that scene, it is heroic to give back an answer. But in real life, we actually give a very subtle kind of response. We kind of ignore it, or we just have a reaction.
Yeah, because when people would tell me, "Oh my God, kitty phool gayi hai, itni moti ho gayi hai," and then I would be like, very apologetic.
Yeah,
but not
right.
now, of course. Run, but yeah, back I would be like,
Right. So this is something that I think we, as three of us, I think we can agree to, that as women, we actually grew up listening to a lot of unwanted and not so required comments about our appearance and the way we look. And like you mentioned about the weight part, and because the aim of the book was to bring out body positivity. So is it relatable to something? So if you can just maybe share an experience from your life where we can probably, understand that, okay, so this is how Vibha did the process. Her journey was from this person who was apologetic to this person who is unapologetic. The way she is, she loves it, and that's why people around her love that about you. And I think I'm going to answer it a bit for you. I think your sense of humor is something that is beautiful, that makes you beautifully unapologetic. So if you can share some personal experiences here.
I will, absolutely. So I was at the airport and student came running up to me. So I was very excited. I said, Didi and not auntie, that's amazing. So I said, you've read my book? So they gave me a blank leaf and they said, in your movie. So I said, then it was my turn to give a blank leaf. What movie? So they said, aren't you that wrestler in Dangal? And I was like, Pehelwan wrestler, oh my God. And all those repressed memories from teenhood, came rushing back. Because Fatty Fatso, Amul Baby, these were just some of my names. And it did help because every time I would ask my parents, please be honest, do I need to lose weight? And they would, just mind it if you say this, but you look kamzor. So, I was like, oh my God, I'm absolutely fine. The rest of the world was like, yeah, that's how they measure pants. I just thought I have to write a book where, the protagonist is on the plus size, because that would be my love, myself. So if we can just be as sweet and as nice as we are with our crush or with our bae, if we showed some of that love to ourselves, I think it would be great.
Right. So before we end the session, there's another common question that I'm going to ask both of you. The question would be, Anmol, first if you can answer. Are you planning some other, maybe, are you thinking about the new book yet? Because we would love to know what next is going to come from you, and we are extremely excited to read what you've written, apart from Three Impossible Wishes. So if you can share a bit about that.
That's very kind of you to appreciate the book. I am constantly writing, but I firmly believe that every bit of art that you create comes with its own destiny. So I'm in no position to predict what's going to happen to it next, but I'm constantly constantly thinking of new things and putting it down on paper. So fingers crossed, something great comes out of it.
And I have to add here that the end of this book is so amazing. It's going to leave you on the cliff, and I think, yeah. So I am actually creating this a lot of suspense about the book, but I really want you to, if my request can work, I would really want you to write a sequel to this one. We would want to know what happens next.
I would love to do that. So, aapki muh mein ghee aur shakkar, and I hope the universe is listening.
Absolutely, I've sent it out to the universe. Vibha, same question to you. What are you going to write next? What is it going to be about?
Okay, so I'm writing a book for adults, not in the 50 Shades of Grey kind of thing, just a story for older readers where I have to watch my words. So that's what's coming up next.
Right. So where the words like rucksack can be more elaborated. The kind of books.
A nickname, yeah, but yeah, the Dan Lab totally replaced by unparliamentary alternatives.
That's so cool. But I have to absolutely mention this, that your book is not only amazing to read, but it's amazing to even look at. And that's why I am going to request actually both of you, if you guys have your books with you, we can have a virtual selfie before we end the session. Although it is said that we don't judge the book by its cover, but if somebody has put so much of efforts on the cover and the beautiful name of the author is on the book, we should definitely appreciate.
Let's click.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to use my phone to do that as well. Yay! Okay, so this looks great. Awesome. Thank you so much, Anmol. Thank you so much, Vibha. These books are amazing. I'm so happy and I feel so lucky that I could read these two books. I honestly, if it wasn't for this, probably this would have not come down to me that quickly, but I loved reading it. I actually got a great excuse to not work and read more. So I was enjoying that as well. But on a very serious note, I loved speaking to both of you. Thank you so much for writing such beautiful books. And thank you to Chandigarh Lit Fest for having all of us.
Thank you, Literati.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dyutama Sharma, and for today's Young Authors segment, I have with me Javeer Singh Katyar, a student of Class 6 at St. John's High School, Chandigarh. He's also a young and vibrant author who has written a brilliant novel titled The Double Force and the Fallen Kingdom. Thank you for joining us, Javeer.
Welcome.
Well, Javeer, to begin with, I got to know that you started writing this novel when you were 9 years old. You completed it at 11, and during the process of editing and publishing, you turned 12. So first of all, I want to know what prompted a 9-year-old Javeer to write this stellar novel, and over these years, have you seen any change in your writing pattern?
So when I looked in my surroundings and in other books and shows, I used to get a lot of ideas. And when I was young, I used to express those ideas by writing narrative comics. But when I couldn't express enough with my drawings, I started writing in 2017 when I was 9 years old. And I finished when I was 11. And yes, I did see a lot of changes. And during the editing process, I wanted to change a lot in my book. I changed some of it, but not all, because then again, if I started changing everything, it would take a lot of time. And even now, when I read my book, I feel that I should have changed it. And yes, a lot of changes occurred during that time period.
Right. So, moving on, Javeer, now that you've told us what made you write this novel, we would absolutely love to hear some excerpts from it.
Yes, I'd like to read a short excerpt from my book. This is from chapter 9. They saw a building situated far away on a small hill and decided to go have a look at it, hoping to find Ainari who would guide them. A mysterious thing about it was that the closer they went to the building, the taller the hill beneath it kept growing. After about a half an hour run, puffing and panting, they managed to reach. The building was made of pure gold. The twins immediately recognized it. They had learnt about it and seen its picture in their GK book from school. It was the Shwedagon Pagoda, which was actually supposed to be in a place called Myanmar. GK, or general knowledge, was their favorite subject. Whenever the twins sat preparing for its exam, they sat hours and hours fantasizing about the quaint historical buildings. They would play imaginary games of being transferred to the past and role-play the characters of the bygone era. How can this be possible? A Shwedagon pagoda in Greece, by which I mean ancient Greece, said John. Time, place and reality all started to mingle and mix. Probably just a replica of the future in the past in the present, said Jeremy, trying hard to make sense of his own words. Anyway, the replica was so convincing that the brothers decided to climb the hill and have a glance. No stairs? How do we climb? Asked Jeremy. In a flash, millions of small steps called ziggurats appeared in front of them, leading to the palace as if awaiting their command. After about an whole hour, the brothers managed to reach the pagoda. As they entered the giant palace, they were nowhere. It was a mirage. They just stood alone on the cliff, feeling the soft breeze rush past their cheeks. The twins felt dizzy and drowsy until they collapsed on the ground. Still, absolutely still. Fainted, but not dead. They lay on the ground, breathing, but not moving. Were they dreaming about this trap? No, they were trapped in a dream. That's all.
Beautiful. Very well
Thank
written, and I'm sure it would have resonated with our young and budding authors as well. So now that we are talking about authors and you yourself are one, I would like to know who are your favorite authors?
Any author who writes a good book, I like to read that book. But some of my favorite authors are Rick Riordan, J.K. Rowling, Enid Blyton, and Roald Dahl. Their writings has inspired me a lot.
Great. So lastly, Javeer, to wrap this short and sweet segment up with you, I would love to know what is next on cards. Are we getting a new novel soon?
Yes, I am planning to write a series, and I'm planning to write 4 to 5 books, and I've already started writing my second one. It's The Double Force and the Golden Mannequin. I've just started the first chapter, and I plan on writing a few more.
Great. Well, we wish the same for you. And on that lovely note, wrapping this segment up with you, I just want to say that good luck for all your future endeavors. May you rise and shine beyond what is and what it can be. Thank you so much for joining us, Javeer.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
As Ambassador of Ireland to India, I'm delighted that Ireland is the country partner for Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition of Literati 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and a great pleasure to welcome Embassy of Ireland as country partner to Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition, Literati 2020.
We hope that you enjoy learning more about the connections between our two great national poets, Yeats and Tagore, and Kauvari Madhavan's fictionalization of the Irish Rebellion, which took place in Punjab a century ago.
Three passionate artists come together in our next session to talk poetry and take us on a journey and talk about a connection not too many of us know too much about. Irish poet Yeats and Rabindranath Tagore have a very strong historical and biographical relationship revolving around the fact that Tagore's first champion in the West, the person most responsible for his initial success outside of India, was Yeats. This session is another connection between Ireland and India. Dr. Reba Som, an academician, historian, and writer from India, was the director of the Indian Council for Cultural Relations Rabindranath Tagore Centre in Calcutta from 2008 to 2013. She is also a trained singer of Rabindra Sangeet. Emma Davis was born in Ireland and is currently living in India. Several of her poems and short stories have been published in anthologies, journals, and online in Ireland, Italy, UK, USA, and the UAE. She ran the Poetry in the Park event and the Drogheda Creative Writers Workshop in Ireland before moving to India. Recently, two of her poems were published in the COVID-19 anthology, Poetry in the Plague Year. In conversation with Dr. Reba and Imar is Nisha Luthra, a lawyer by education and an art and theatre enthusiast by passion. She is the head of Operations India for Leinster School of Music and Drama in Ireland. Her campaign, Save the Art and the Artist, has been a great help for artists in the Tri-City during the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our next session for the day, Mystical Poetry from Tagore to Yeats.
Good evening. Good evening to both of you. And first of all, a huge apology from our side, because to keep you waiting backstage, sometimes the virtual platforms can be blessing, and sometimes, they can be a little temperamental also. So many apologies for we kept you waiting. Namaskar, apni kemo nachen?
খুব ভালো আছি good to hear you speak Bangla.
Oh yes, ma'am, I'm trying it. Such a sweet language. And hello, Ivar. Sláinte.
Sláinte.
So this is a Gaelic way of a greeting. Sláinte means cheers, and Sláinte means the cheers to your health and prosperity. So since our topic today is mystical poetry from Tagore to Yeats, I didn't know how to welcome such creative people, such esteemed guests today. So I chose to recite two poems from their work, and the first is from William Butler Yeats from the Celtic Twilight. May I, ma'am?
Yes.
Let us go forth, the tellers of tales, and seize whatever prey the heart longed for, and have no fear. Everything exists, everything is true, and the earth is only a little dust under our feet. This is from Tagore. Where the mind is without fear, and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its elms towards perfection. Into that heaven of freedom, my father, let my country awake. Both the poems have been written by two different poets of different nationalities, but there is a striking similarity between the themes, tones, and the context and the expression and the depth of the narrative. So W.B. Yeats and Tagore both were interested in the relationship of spirituality, music, poetry. Both used landscapes and nature in their poetic imagery. So my question is to you, Reba ma'am, that what do you think is the origin of these commonalities between the two poets?
Well, Tagore met Yeats in London in 1912 with his handwritten manuscript of the translation into English of his poems, which became Gitanjali. And he just presented that to Yeats, not realizing that it would cause such an euphoria in literary circles. He was himself so surprised. And Yeats said very succinctly, he said that the prose translations from Tagore had stirred his blood as nothing had for years. Now, how did this happen? I believe that both these poets were steeped in spirituality and not religiosity. Yeats was born in Dublin with a Protestant upbringing. Only later did he become sympathetic to the cause of Irish nationalism, which was Catholic, and which eventually led to the movement for independence. Tagore was of the reformist Brahmo faith. He was not a practicing Hindu. And yet, both believed in the God within, the soul, which Yeats writes in the preface to Gitanjali. He says that Tagore in these verses has discovered his soul and has surrendered himself to it in spontaneity. How beautifully he says so.
How
So I think
beautiful.
this is really the connect. At least that's what I feel.
Yes, yes, ma'am. So, what do you think, Ema, would be the connect between the two?
Well, I think, yes, you're right. Yeats, even before he met Tagore, he had been interested in India and in Hinduism. I mean, he had written 3 poems already, one, the Indian to his lover, and that. And though in London at that particular time, there was a lot of people that were interested in Indian culture and in spiritualism. And I suppose by the time when Tagore was coming, people were waiting for him, in a sense, to arrive. There was great excitement that here was a poet whose words they could really feel and sense, because they had been studying Hinduism and especially reincarnation and things like that. So I think that was a big help. And I think when Tagore arrived in London as well, I mean, he I believe Yeats had a dinner for him. He invited him around to meet a lot of the London circles of writers at the time. Also, Yeats put on his play, The Post Office, in Dublin at the time, in 1912, and also it was put on in London. And this was a play before it was actually even published. And then Yeats actually got the printing press, which had only just started and was actually mainly doing nationalistic pamphlets, got it published that way. So it was a real boost for Tagore, because, I mean, as we know, then several months later, he got the Nobel Prize and that. And I do think that Yeats was very much one of the people to help that, because, as we know, Tagore was the first non-European to actually get the Nobel Prize at the time.
Yes. So, Ema, do you think that Yeats' poems reflect philosophical sense with earthly love?
Oh yes, yes, and I think, I mean, when he first started, I mean, he was interested in Hinduism and spiritualism and in India around the 1880s, and when he was a young person, and the imagery that he got from those from Hinduism he did actually use some of those. He saw a way where he could actually use those images in Irish poetry. And that, but also to give it a context within Ireland. And what he saw, I think, not just with Tagore, but with other writers in India, was how they used their own landscape to get across ideas. And so he experimented with that. I think that was one of the skills that he had, that where he used a very ordinary topics and subjects with the kind of, and blended that together with the spiritualism and the soul and love in his work. I think that's what he did do.
Very true. Reba, ma'am, like I read in your book, which you wrote on the Rabindranath Tagore, the singer and his song. Tagore's poems reflect a spiritual sense and divine love. So, how do you put some light on this, ma'am?
Yeah, but before I come to that, I'd like to respond a bit to what Emma spoke about, which is so very relevant. This was the time when Tagore came to England, and there was this kind of atmosphere already with people like William Rothenstein coming to Calcutta and meeting Tagore before, and this interest in India, or the Indian way of thought, Hinduism in particular. And Yeats actually was very close to a theosophist called Mohini Chatterjee, and delved into Hinduism, and later on, interestingly, translated into common English from Sanskrit several of the Upanishads. This is very interesting. So this was already there, which was the kind of background in which he greeted and met Tagore and reacted and responded to Tagore. Now, coming to your question, I think both these poets, both Tagore, and you asked something about the earthy love and divine love, but I think above all, both these poets were disillusioned with modern civilization, and they both recalled the lost civilizational values and celebrated simple living. Yeats, in his poem Sailing to Byzantium, wrote about dying generations caught in sensual music, fish, flesh, foul, whatever is begotten, born, and dies. Byzantium for him was a metaphor of a spiritual journey, when despite the agony of old age, spiritual work was required to restore vitality, and the soul had to be invoked. And similarly, Tagore called for divine blessing to take man out of the crisis of the soul which he was facing. And I quote from one of the most celebrated songs from Gitanjali, when he writes, this is Tagore writing, when all grace goes into hiding, appear before me as the nectar of music. When desire blinds the mind in a dusty haze of delusion, O pure one, O wakeful one, appear in your brilliant radiance. So they were both invoking this special sense of energy, if you will, divine energy, if you will, because of what they saw around them, and they were disillusioned. So I think that is what seems to be so very common between these two.
Gee, I'm so mesmerized by the words that you just recited, ma'am. So both Yeats and Tagore have been a beacon, a guide, a poet, and a philosopher for their respective nations. So I would like to ask Reba, ma'am, please put some light on this.
Well, I think Tagore was a Renaissance personality. He was born into a very talented family with brothers and sisters who were budding poets, dramatists, singers. And Tagore grew up in a sense of culture in his ancestral home. And Yeats also came from a very artistic family with his artist father, brothers, sisters. All of them were involved in the Arts and Craft Museum, which is what Emma was referring to. And the political sympathies of Yeats was drawn to the Irish Home Rule movement and Irish culture, Irish identity, And Tagore also was drawn into fashioning the Bengali identity at a time when Bengal was partitioned in 1905 and there was the Swadeshi movement. And he wanted to explore the indigenous roots of Bengali culture. And he, although English education had been introduced in Calcutta, in British India, and it was in many ways beneficial for people who got jobs and so on. But Tagore himself felt that the mother tongue was very important and it should be introduced in a common education system and platform so that the rural-urban divide would not be there. Isn't that prophetic? Because that's exactly what has happened. English is important, but we need to know our roots, our mother tongue,
Indeed.
and Bengali.
Indeed.
And mind you, Tagore's English was perfect. He was tutored at home. He was very diffident about his English, but that will come to later on, yeah.
Yes, and Eva, do you think that Yeats also led your country to a progressive path through his poetry?
I think in relation to his poetry, I think he was a cultural ambassador. And again, a bit like Tagore, he came from a very artistic family. And his brother was an artist, his father was a great dramatist and actor. So, and other siblings were also involved in cultural activities as well. And I suppose coming from that background, he very much believed in preserving the culture, identity of the country. And through the Renaissance revival, Irish Renaissance revival, I mean, that was one of his themes that he wanted to do. I think he drew from imagery of ordinary people and rural imagery. He used Irish legends and folklores in some of his stories, and that he set up the Irish National Theatre, which is the Abbey Theatre, which is still today. I think one of the things is that it was his use of rhyme and stanza forms that was really important. And everybody in school in Ireland would have studied Yeats. And I think one of the other things is that anywhere you go abroad, you will find a Yeats book, and it seems very people find it. They're able to understand his poems. I mean, one of my favorite ones is called "When You Are Old," and if you kind of listen to the rhythm of it, and I'll just read a couple of lines like, "When you are old and grey and full asleep, and nodding by the fire, take down this book and slowly read and dream of the soft look your eyes had once and of their shadows deep." And if you can just get that rhythm, and it doesn't matter what culture you are actually in, you can get that sense of rhythm. And I think that's what makes him such a great poet for Ireland. And he's always somebody that you go back to. He's always somebody that I go back to. I mean, sometimes I wouldn't have read some of his poems for a long time, but then when I go back to them and you read the words and you feel the fullness of them and the beat in them. And I think that's what's really, really important in what he's given us.
Yes. I think both the poets were restless under the British influence, and both proved to be a literary renaissance for their countries. What do you think, Reva ma'am? His poetry was greatly influenced, both their poetry was greatly influenced by the restlessness which was as a colony of our country.
Well, yes. I mean, both poets faced the indignity of British colonial oppression, and which shaped their poetic sensitivity. Yeats was shaken by the merciless killings of leaders of the Irish nationalist movement in the Easter Rising of 1916, which eventually led to the independence of Southern Ireland in 1921. Tagore was appalled by the senseless killing of peaceful protesters in Jallianwala Bagh in Punjab in 1919, which led him to give up the knighthood which the British government had bestowed on him. So that imprint is very much there. in both, in their poetic responses.
Yes, yes. Ema, your point of view on that, please.
Yes, Yeats. I mean, I suppose with Yeats, he at times he would have supported the national cause. There's kind of an ambivalence there because of what he wanted out of that. I think certainly when he first met the Irish patriot John O'Leary, he became very much involved in the nationalist cause, and then for a while, then that he kind of moved away from that because actually he didn't really like violence or protest very much. He didn't find much time for that, but he was in love with Maud Gonne, and she was a revolutionary, and he basically came back into that. And I think even at the time of 1916, when that first happened, he wasn't in favour of it, but actually it's what happened at the executions of the leaders, and that really changed his view and his stance on it. And I think his poem, it really remains one of his greatest political statements. And I will just read it because I think it really just stands out. For all that is done and said, we know their dream, enough to know they dreamed and are dead. And what if excess of love bewildered them till they died? I write it out in a verse, Macdonough and MacBride and Connolly and Pearse. Now and in time to be, wherever green is worn, are changed utterly, a terrible beauty is born. And it's that line, a terrible beauty is born, which raises the question that Yeats was not happy with the future that he saw Ireland was going in, the direction it was going in. He did come from an Anglo-Irish Protestant background. It was an aristocracy. He didn't really have much time for the middle classes. And so he could see there was going to be the end of that lifestyle and something different, which he wasn't really in favour of, and that.
Yes, going back to Miss Gonne even said to him that poets never marry. So it's good that you are not married to me because you're giving us such good poetry and you're turning your unhappiness into happiness. He actually turned his unhappiness, his misery, his dejection into this beautiful form of poetry. That's so beautiful.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That is always the case. That is always the case. Our sweetest songs are those that tell of saddest thoughts. Even Tagore had his muse in the woman he loved and who died.
Exactly.
Kadambari Devi.
Oh, all right. I didn't know about that, ma'am. That is news to me.
That's a huge story. That's his sister-in-law. His sister-in-law, and who had entered the Tagore household as a child bride, and he grown up with. And they both loved each other and loved poetry. But she was married to his elder brother. And when Tagore himself got married, soon 4 months after that, she committed suicide. And she remained his literary muse in all his work.
How beautiful. How beautiful. I didn't know that about it. I knew about Yeats. Yeah.
Yes.
So Yeats distinctively praised Tagore when he read the manuscript of Gitanjali, his short poems. So Reba ma'am, my question is directed to you. Do you really think that Yeats' appreciation made Tagore more acceptable in the West?
Well, there's no doubt about the fact that the fulsome praise of Yeats for Tagore and his glowing tribute in the preface of the book Gitanjali paved the way for a greater recognition of Tagore in the literary circle. And of course, Tagore went on to win the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1913. But I want to mention two things here, which are important. First is that Yeats had problems with Tagore's English. which he did not. And mind you, some people think that Gitanjali poems were edited by Yeats. That's not true. Yeats helped to organize them, to arrange them. And he wrote this glowing tribute in the preface. And later on, Yeats even went on to say that Tagore's English was a foreigner's English. And he even mentioned that nobody can write with music and style in a language not learnt in childhood. Now, the two languages, Bengali and English, are very different in their expression. I mean, English is crisp, understated, subtle. Bengali is expansive, sentimental, and effusive. And Tagore himself admitted several times that English was not his first language and that he sometimes felt pretty uncomfortable expressing himself in it. Now, all this is said and done, but what is it then Yeats that appealed to Yeats? It was the simplicity and the innocence of the verses that appealed to him, that pulled at his heartstrings. And because he writes in the preface that the lyrics had a subtlety of rhythm and a delicacy of color which are not translatable. And yet he says, and this I think is one of the finest things that he says that these verses would be there to stay for all time. They would not just be a decorative coffee table book on ladies' tables. He says this because they would be sung by generations. And that has been proved to be true. Time has proved that to be true. The second point I wanted to mention in this is that Gitanjali was just a small collection of poems. His real genius was to come later when he penned his major works. And in fact, Yeats, when he met Tagore later, complimented him on I think it was Ghore Baire, the Home and the World. And Tagore's protagonist in Gora is an Irishman. That's also interesting. But, the Nobel Prize itself, Yeats felt, was actually a political choice. He didn't place so much importance to it. Even Tagore's Nobel Award in 1913, he felt, and I quote, he says, it's a piece of wise imperialism from the English point of view, which would perhaps soften anti-colonial sentiments in India. And when Yeats himself won the Nobel Prize 10 years later, in 1923, he again commented that it's not a recognition for him as an individual, but a symbolical victory for Ireland, which has just received its independence. I wanted to make these 2 points.
Yes, ma'am. The same question to you, Emer. Do you think that Tagore's on Tagore's scintillating writing, the stamp of Yeats actually satiated Western readers' thirst for Eastern spiritual guidance? Do you think that Westerns were really looking for something like that for solace and for calm, the kind of poetry Tagore was writing?
Yes, I mean, in London at that particular time, there was lots of groups that were meeting and that were studying spiritualism at that time. I mean, as we know, Yeats was very much involved in the Golden Dawn at the time and was involved in that for over 30 years. And so it was a phase that people were going through. Now, for Yeats himself, I mean, he actually maintained his interest in spiritualism and Eastern spiritualism and Hinduism right throughout his life. He kind of went in and out of it, but he certainly did keep it, and you can see it in his later poems as well. And that, and I think with having Yeats, I suppose we've got to remember is that Yeats was only starting out as a poet. He wouldn't have had that many poems published at that particular time, whereas Tagore would have had a lot more at that stage and was recognised. Maybe not so much in Europe, but so I think he did help in that sense. I think what Yeats did, he was looking for a certain way of interpreting Tagore's poems. And one can see that it's the way that he saw maybe the religion or India the way that it was. And you have to remember that Yeats had never visited India and that. And a lot of his views about India and spiritualism and Hinduism would have come from those circles that he was in. So it may not have been the most rounded interpretation of spiritualism and of Tagore, but I think the essence of it, certainly, yes, he was there, and it opened up a new circle for Tagore on that. And certainly when he went back, he was actually able to open his school and that. And I thought it was an interesting point that Tagore's when the play was put on, the post office, Padraig Pearse's play was also put on at the same time. And then years later, Tagore actually put on the Padraig Pearse's play in India. At his school. So, there was that interest. It just shows you that there was still the connection there, and that,
It's amazing because the Post Office Darkcord was published first by Yeats at the Kuala Press. I mean, that's amazing. And it was performed at the Abbey Theatre in Dublin.
Yeah.
Reba ma'am, do you think that they both shared a global vision of modernism? I mean, they played an important role, and they both challenged imperialism grammar of divide and rule.
Yeah, I mean, they both had this global vision. I think Tagore believed in a universal humanism, pluralism, coexistence of different cultures and religions within one crucible of humanity. This was the motto of his Vishwa Bharati University, where he saw the world coming together in one nest. In fact, it was a unique expression of the assimilation of cultures of the world. And he invited international scholars and faculty, as well as experts from all over India, so that the academic atmosphere of Vishwabharati would have an eclectic culture. And yet also yearned for the wisdom and simplicity of Ireland. I remember reading a poem on the fisherman, where he mentions that in the face of the humble fisherman is embodied a certain wisdom which was sadly lost in urban degradation. So these were the essential foundational values that both of them believed in and yearned for, I think.
Yes, ma'am. And Eva, do you think that Yeats, after all those years, is he still a cultural ambassador for your country?
Oh yes, very much so. And I think, I mean, you only have to look at he had in the National Library in Dublin. I mean, they have an exhibition there, full-time exhibition of his work there, and parts of it changes on a regular basis. Also, I mean, many singers have also interpreted his work. There's the band The Waterboys, which did a full album of some of his poems. There's also another singer, Carla Bruni, who also did in some of his poems with music. So he's very much there. He's somebody that everybody goes back to. I mean, if you're ever stuck for looking how to construct a poem, he's the person to go back to. And I mean, the thing is, because one of the things compared to most poets at that particular time, especially in Europe, they were moving away from rhyme and and they were going more for free verse, he was still using rhyme all the time, and he kept going back. And that's one of the things that Seamus Heaney said. He really admired his craftsmanship, and how even as he went on in life, he still went back to look at the poems, to restructure them. And I think that's why. I mean, he was a poet throughout his whole life. He wrote really good poems throughout his whole life, and I think that's what's really, really important.
Yes, I think so too, because Reba ma'am would agree with me that both the poets remained relevant in the post-colonial eras also, maybe because of all these qualities. So, ma'am, Reba ma'am, you are here, and I really would request you, before we go, that kindly recite a few lines, because you are, you are a classical singer, and your Rabindranath Sangeet is in your blood. So if we could just hear a few lines from you, ma'am.
Yeah, actually, talking about the relevance of these two great poets, I mean, as mentioned by Emma, even with Tagore, he's so relevant because, both the national anthems of India and Bangladesh are his compositions, and they are a constant refrain. And I don't think we have forgotten our Tagore. I mean, there's something so profound about him that he remains relevant. And I think, listening to Emma, if I can just mention that in these days of Corona, when suddenly the world as we've known it has changed in a very surreal kind of way, those two lines seem prophetic when he says, all changed utterly, a terrible beauty is born. He said it in one context, but I can almost, feel that it can be applicable in our present day context.
So relevant. Yes.
You want me to? Yeah, well, I can sort of recite again from Tagore's Gitanjali.
Sure, ma'am.
A poem, first his own translation in English, and then in his original Bangla. That's what you want to hear.
Yes, ma'am.
Thou hast made known to me friends whom I knew not. Thou hast given me seats in homes not my own. Thou hast brought the distant near and made brother of the stranger. কত অজানারে জানাইলে তুমি, কত ঘরে দিলে ঠাঁই, দূরকে করিলে নিকট বন্ধু, পরকে করিলে ভাই.
How sweet, ma'am. The way you say it, the way you recite makes all the difference. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you for these interesting and intriguing stories. And thank you for giving us insight and into your minds. And I'm sure this conversation has inspired our audiences like it has inspired me. And it is unfortunate that we cannot welcome you physically in our constant permanent venue like for last 8 years, the Lake Club Chandigarh, but we had to meet on this virtual platform. But at CLS Chandigarh, we take it as blessing in disguise that I'm in a remote town of Rajasthan, and you're in Kolkata, and Emer is in New Delhi, and we could all have this conversation together. Thank you so much. And before signing off, I would like to thank Embassy of Ireland for being associated with us as a country partner. Thank you so much for the authors, poets, and artists like you both who really believed in our vision. And thank you for a technical team to put it all together. Thank you so much, ma'am. Before we meet again, thank you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
We're going to quickly move on to our next session, which is called Power Coffee. Jupinderjeet Singh shot to international fame, pun not intended, when he discovered Shahid Bhagat Singh's pistol and then wrote about it. He is going to be in conversation with the man himself, Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, who needs no introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, Power Coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be an issue on the technical front. Rajdeep sir, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
You've taken the time to be here.
I think he has to just unmute himself.
Yes, we've let him know that. Hopefully, he will be figuring it out.
Yeah, I think that's the only issue. I think it's just
that seems to be the only issue. Yes, I'm sure there's someone who's getting in touch with him to fix that.
Yeah, he just needs to press that unmute. I'm also not very technologically savvy, so
I think we're all learning. This year has given us so much to learn, and quite the opportunity.
Absolutely. So, are you doing this from more afternoon every day, or over the next today and tomorrow?
We started it yesterday, sir, and it started in the evening yesterday. So we started about 5 yesterday, and it's over the weekend. So today's day 2, and we finish tomorrow evening.
Wow. Okay.
So
great.
Yes, it's a 3-day lit fest, and like I was saying in the beginning, thanks to the pandemic, we have you with us, and we have an audience that is.
I would much rather be in Chandigarh.
Oh, won't we all be at the Lake Club and be doing this with the Himalayas in the background? But
so where do you what is the venue that you normally have in Chandigarh for this?
We normally do it at the Lake Club, which is just by the Sukna Lake.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, and it's the season where birds are migrating, so there are ducks all over the lake. It's quite a pretty scene.
Yeah, no. I've often said that out of this Indian cities, in terms of living standards, Chandigarh is right up there.
Oh, absolutely.
Certainly better than the gas chamber that we are living in Delhi.
You're not too far away. You should just drive down.
I know. I was supposed to come for a wedding last weekend, 2 weekends ago. I dropped out because of COVID. So I said, might as well not travel. But yeah.
But it's nice to know. It's good to know as a Chandigarhite that you enjoy
next year you have to call me. I'll come.
Absolutely. Hopefully. We'd love to have you. We'd love to have you.
I'll come next year.
So while Jupinderji comes back, let's just warm up to the session a little bit. And you've written 2 books, both on the government and how, the election that changed India, and most recently, how Modi won India. That's right. What was it? I mean, why did you choose to write about this at this point in time? In so many years of journalism, why now?
It's a good question. I'll tell you why. The first one, which was written in 2014, was written against the backdrop of me having just left CNN IBN, and for the first time in 29 years or 26 years of professional life at that time, I had some time off. And I just thought that this election had been fascinating, the 2014 election, where you had suddenly seen the dismantling of the Congress and the rise of the BJP, and so when I sort of, and I'm an election junkie, a political junkie, so I just thought that, we need to sort of document this for the future. How did the BJP become this dominant party in 2014, and where did the Congress go wrong? So I think it came from that. I think it comes from the fact that I grew up in the 70s. There was the great election of 77. But today, if I go back, there's very little written about how Indira Gandhi lost. How did the mighty Indira Gandhi get defeated? So I felt that, maybe 20 years from now, someone will want to know how did Mr. Modi do what he did? And so that's where the first book came from. And I think the second came again from, I guess my publisher said, you need a sequel. So, and I think in many ways, 2019 is even more significant than 2014, because it's one thing to win an election as a challenger. It's another thing to win the election as an incumbent, and then even win it with a bigger margin. So I think elections in India have become more sophisticated, much more organized. Winning elections is not just, is now almost a science now. There's this whole what I call the WhatsAppization of elections. Elections are now being fought on WhatsApp. Everybody has WhatsApp groups. The BJP had, I mean, this is one of the things I bring out in the book, the amount of investment that the BJP has put into creating WhatsApp groups across the country of people whom they can reach out through at election time. It's a remarkable feat in itself. So I thought it was important to document what was changing on the ground. And we live in fascinating times. These are turbulent times. And so in the last 5 years, demonetization, Pulwama, all of them have had an impact on the Indian psyche in different ways. And I just feel, if I'm doing, when I'm doing television news, आज की खबर कल का इतिहास हो जाता है. Today's news is the next hour's, today's breaking news is the next hour's history. So people have no memory. This is what do I tell my kids they are part of the Snapchat generation. Instagram, Snapchat. Now, 20 years from now, I don't think you can capture an election on Instagram. I don't think you can capture an election on Twitter. So I think it was important to, in that sense, document it much more for people who want to understand what happened, why it happened. I think we don't often look at why things are happening around us, and this was an opportunity really to do that. So, I mean, I'm a journalist first, then an author, but I think somewhere that converges. I don't know how I managed it last year because it wasn't easy. Waking up in the morning is not easy to write. It's a huge discipline. So I wrote a cricket book in between in 2016 called Democracy's 11. That was easier because cricket is your love, your passion, is my love, my passion. So I wrote the cricket book more as a sort of just a way of feeling good about life. Whenever I write on cricket or when I sort of watch cricket, I feel good. Politics makes you feel bad and angry. That's the difference. Politicians make you angry. Cricketers make you really feel good. So I guess writing a book is like sort of is not easy. It's arduous, but hugely satisfying at the end of the exercise.
Right.
Because
so if you were to weigh being a journalist or with being an author, now that you've written 3 books and you've been in journalism for as long as I can remember, what would weigh heavier and why?
That's a good question. Look, I think they're completely different. Journalists, we are chroniclers of history as it happens. So we are like daily wagers in a way, earning our wages for just putting out the news as it happens, particularly in television. We are like a doctor on call. Raat ko koi breaking news ho gayi, we have to go for that. I think as an author, as a book writer, you have time to reflect, to introspect, to step back. And I guess the longevity of a book makes it, in a way, more satisfying. People ask me, what are the 3 more or 4 more satisfying things to you? I actually think building a channel like NDTV first and then CNN IBN gave me huge satisfaction. And writing a book also gave me equal satisfaction. So I'm not going to choose, but they're very different in what I guess a book endures longer. And that's the one thing that stands out. But, working with a team to build a channel is also very satisfying. And a book is much more lonely. It's you and the computer.
Right.
A television channel is a bit of a mela where everyone is involved. It's, there's a sort of team spirit, and your cameraman is as important as you are. And, you just work together. So I think it very, very different kind of involvement in as a journalist or as an editor in writing a book.
So, sir, how much do you think you as a journalist came through in the books that you wrote? Because both these books, barring the one you wrote on cricket in 2016, are political. That is where you live and thrive. So how much of you as a journalist sort of overlapped you as an author when you brought those books forth?
Again, a good question, because I think a lot, because I'll tell you that I remember a colleague of mine reading the 2014 book and coming to me and saying, "Sir, it looks like as if you're talking to us in the newsroom." So, when you write a book, I think that's an important element, that you've got to actually write it in a language, and that's what I've tried to do with these two books. The political. I want to make politics accessible to people. You should get intimidated by reading a book, of 350 pages on the elections. You should actually want to know more about politics. So so that's the way I sort of chose to write it, to make it accessible.
So that tells me that you can take Rajdeep out of the newsroom, but you can't take the news out of Rajdeep.
Yeah, aisa hota hai, some people in life are one-legged ponies. They're one thing that they can do, and in my case, it's news. Uh, I always say that if you failed at everything else, there's always journalism. Uh, so that's the way I see news. I mean, news is a passion. I can't deny that it's been a passion for the longest time. So I think everything that I've done professionally has revolved around the core of being passionate about the news.
Right. It was so lovely chatting with you, sir. I see Jupinderji
Thanks,
saying
Ritu.
so the lawyer's going to leave the room and leave this to the two journalists.
I was a hi.
Hello, sir. Welcome. And I am so sorry there was some technical glitch. I was online for some time.
No problem.
Yeah. And it is such a pleasure to converse with you and on such a serious topic of
Thanks,
politics in India. And I hope they have given your introduction. But what we journalists feel about you is that you are still maintaining that brand of tough but unforgiving journalism. You don't shout before the camera, and you have such fan base, and
No, Joginder,
still that.
I shout occasionally. Not as much as the others. But yeah, okay. Look, I don't think you need to shout to be heard.
Yeah. Yes. That's true, sir. We can be firm and yet polite, and yet we can be, result oriented. So, sir, before we delve into your book, I was reading about you, and I found that you were the first one to predict that Sachin Tendulkar will be the new dawn of cricket, and you yourself are a very amazing cricket player. You played for Oxford University and some foreign universities. This is a side which I don't think everyone knows. So, and you wrote that wonderful article in Times of India, New Dawn of Cricket, when Sachin Tendulkar had his first, the Ranji Trophy debut, and on debut he hit a century. So I think that was your first reporting assignment. You were like.
Well, I'll tell you what it was, Joginder. My father was a test cricketer through the 60s,
Yes,
played 30 tests for India. So he was the real cricketer. I was only I only dreamt to follow my father's footsteps. But, unlike a film star's son, a politician's son or daughter, you can become an MLA or an MP because you're someone's son or daughter. You can even become a film star, like an Abhishek Bachchan, Tushar Kapoor, because your father is Jitendra or your father is Amitabh Bachchan. You cannot become a cricketer only because your father played for India. You need genuine talent. So I didn't have that talent, but I was always a romantic of the sport. And I was at the Times of India, and I was on the edit page. I was working on the edit page when I was told, when I sort of saw Sachin Tendulkar one day on a weekend play. And I was really struck by how good he was. So when I found out that he was going to play first-class cricket for Mumbai, I took a lunch break off from office and I went to watch the match. And that's the match where he scored 100. So I came back excitedly to office and said, look, I've seen the next big thing in Indian cricket. I don't think anyone, I don't think it required any great intelligence to suggest that Sachin Tendulkar would be the next big thing. He was just so good. I think anyone who saw him at that time from Mumbai would know that he was special. And yeah, that was my first front page byline.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's what I read, sir. It's amazing. Amazing memory, sir. Yeah.
1988.
November. Yeah. So, sir, how has this transition taken place over the years from 1988 to now? You TV journalist. You have won about 50 awards, sir. And you have your own TV company, and now you're a consulting editor.
Joginder,
How do you see the journey, sir?
look, let me be honest. I was always passionate about news, but if you look at India in the 1980s, what were the options if you were a journalist? You had half a dozen newspapers, and that's about it, right? There was
That's
Doordarshan, but
about it.
that was government owned. So when I came back from Oxford, I actually came back as a trained lawyer. But after 6 months at the Bombay High Court, man nahi lag raha tha. I don't know why. And I strayed into journalism, strayed into the Times of India, because Times of India was one place where you perhaps would apply. So I applied for an assistant editor at the Times of India. I met Girilal Jain,
Right,
and I
sir.
got. But that time we had I was a beneficiary of Manmohan Singh. Manmohan Singh's
Mhm.
liberalization in 1991 changed India completely, particularly for, in a way, my generation. Because by 94, after 6 years in print, I finally had the option, if I wanted to, of going into television. Frankly, in my heart of hearts, I was a print journalist. Television just happened. I met Pranoy Roy somewhere, and he said, I'm starting a daily news show. Would you like to join? I said, why not? Let's try it out. So from 94, where we were doing one half an hour program on Doordarshan, to today, where there are 395 or 400 private news channels, there's been this news explosion, this revolution. And along with the news revolution, there's been an advertising revolution, there's been a consumer revolution. You have more and more products out there in the market. The expansion of the market created opportunities. And I think at one level, it changed journalism for good and bad. Look,
Mhm.
I sometimes prefer the old days when there was no breaking news. It was a nicer, quieter, gentler time. Aaj dekho,
Even
jaise
I
you
do, sir.
as you said, there's so much of noise. There's so
Yeah,
much of noise and so little news sometimes. And I I
exactly.
I I would prefer the old days at times where we had more news and less noise. Having said that, my first salary as a journalist was 800 rupees. Today, can I afford to give any youngster who comes in 800 rupees? They will all want five-figure salaries from day one. So I think more opportunities have come for younger journalists. So that's the good part of it. I also think that technology is a huge enabler. I remember covering an earthquake in Latur in Maharashtra, in which an entire village was flattened, more than 10,000 people died. And our biggest challenge was, how do you get the news back to Mumbai? Because we were in a village called Killari, all communication broken down, and sort of just getting to the village and getting back to Aurangabad, which was the big city nearby, 400 kilometers away, sending the your telex messages, struggling to send a telex message. It was a big struggle.
It was
Contrast
a
that
huge
with,
task, sir.
look at it today. You can just you can have a live view on your mobile, and you can go live from anywhere in the world. So I think technology has completely revolutionized the profession, and we've only seen the beginning of it. Look at how we are conversing today. Imagine if COVID had taken place in the pre-mobile era. How would we have been able to, or pre-internet era? How would we have communicated to each other? So I think there's been a dramatic transformation of a kind which is unimaginable in this country in the last 40 years. And I think news has been part of that transformation.
And sir, writing a book from reporting, is it also a part of transition, or is it something which you were always, from your day one you wanted to be an author? What led you to the book? It's very, very, it's quite a famous book, How Modi Won in India. So
You know,
yeah,
uh, Again, I think my own sense is, all of us have one book somewhere in us. कुछ तो एक कहानी होती है which we want to tell the world. But
what a quote, sir! What a quote!
so my kahani was the Modi kahani in a way, because it's interesting. I met Narendra Modi for the first time in 1990. I was a young journalist. My first major assignment, in a way, was the Rath Yatra. And the first leg of Rath Yatra was through Gujarat. Mr. Modi was the general secretary in charge of the Rath Yatra in that first part of the Rath Yatra from Somnath to Mumbai. Uh, And then sort of, I sort of uh, tracked his journey from Gujarat till finally he comes to Delhi. So in a way, it's also part of my journey. So I thought, let me sort of in a way document that journey, and that's what led me to the 2014 book. As I said earlier, it was, I think, a election which changed India. A dramatic
Mhm.
election, BJP winning a majority for the first time. And I'm not really. My wife is the author. Sagrika is the real author. She's got a natural, she's a natural writer. I'm not. I
Wow.
I struggle. I am much more of a. I'm that old. I'm a news person. Who can write about 500 words. Oh, 500 words. See, the challenge for a journalist who's a daily journalist is 500 वर्ड को कैसे 50,000 बनाना है, उसके
50
बाद उसको 100,000 कैसे बनाना है. So
कैसे
the
बनाना
ability,
सर, या
how do you build a storyline is one of the challenges
Mhm.
for journalists when they become authors. The first book, for some reason, it just came out. It was, I think, as I said, the 25 years of tracking politics, all of it came together because, in a way, the journey of Indian politics from 1990 to 2014 is a journey which has seen India completely change. When I joined journalism, the BJP was a party of 2 MPs. Today, it's a party of more
Mhm.
than 300 MPs. In a
Yeah.
way, so that I've seen the transition in the party, and I've also seen the decline of the Congress. So in the last 25 years, the big story of India is the decline of the Congress and the rise of the BJP. So I think this is a story which is worth telling. Not, as I was telling Ritu earlier, that I think it's important to write about it so that 25 years from now, people will maybe read these books and see what happened in India in this last 10, 20 years. These have been dramatic years of change in this country.
So that means books are more lasting than our print and TV.
ओ एब्सोल्युटली. टीवी तो छोड़िए. टीवी तो आज की ब्रेकिंग, आज आप और हम कुछ ब्रेकिंग न्यूज करेंगे, 1 घंटे बाद लोग भूल जाएंगे. Today's news is tomorrow's history on TV, next hour's history.
Yeah.
Look at Instagram.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
can put up an Instagram post. It may go viral for a day, 2 days, but people forget about it in 10 days. So I think it's important
Exactly.
to do. I think it's important to do something that lasts through time, that people might want to read 10, 20 years from now, especially because I grew up with, the 1977 election was the first election I remember, Indira Gandhi losing. And but if you want to read a book on it, you have one or two. Ek Janardhan Thakur ki ek kitab thi, I think all the prime ministers men. But otherwise, very
जी
little
जी
was
जी.
written. So I think it's important to write about dramatic events when, if you have journalism gives us a very privileged view, a kind of ringside view to what is happening. Why not use that privilege and that access to write about it?
Access.
Uh,
Access is
uh,
the main thing, sir. Yeah.
yeah, access is important. The problem is, of course, that today's politicians don't give access unless you write good things about them. And that's not what I want to do. I don't want to write a book which favors either Congress or BJP. In fact, after writing the book, a lot of people came to me say, "Arey, we thought you were anti-Modi, but in the book it is more anti-Rahul." I said, "देखिए ना, मुझे कुछ ना मोदी से लेना है ना राहुल से. The fact is, Modi won the election, Rahul Gandhi lost the
Yeah.
election. My book
Yeah.
has to explain why Modi won and why Rahul lost." So, I think journalists have to maintain a distance from politicians. But yes, the privileged access you gives you an advantage in understanding what is happening around you.
Uh, Actually, that was my next question. That how did you achieve that? Because some of the reviews of your books and some of your fans has also said that they always thought you were anti-Modi and anti-Hindutva brand of journalist. And so how did you do it? I think one reviewer made it very nice that the greatness of your book was that that you set the political opinion of the time and your own personal political analysis separately. You kept them separately while writing the book. So how did you achieve that, sir?
It's tough. I'm among those who believe there's nothing wrong in expressing your opinion, and you will see through the book at times that opinion does come through, but it comes through based on facts. I think it's important to put facts first. You can write an opinion then you might as well write an essay. But if you are writing a story, the facts must come first. Based on those facts, you are free to have your opinion. So I tried in both the books, the 2014 and the 2019 books, to put the facts out. People must know. You see, there's no point just critiquing Hindutva or critiquing Modi when the fact is that he's won 2 majorities. My job is to explain why he won it, how he's won it, what did he do. You see, the problem is we have become so polarized, even in newsrooms. आप बढ़ गए हैं. अरे आप एंटी मोदी है, आप प्रो मोदी है, आप बीजेपी भक्त हैं, आप कांग्रेस चमचा है. अब यार ये सोशल मीडिया के जमाने में you can polarize people. I am very clear. Journalist dharma is the news. खबर दिखानी.
Yes.
अब वो
Well said,
मैं
sir.
क्या, so I don't, so a book also in some level must be a story first. My aim is to tell a good story. And if you put your own opinion far too much in front, then the story gets lost. So I think that's what I've tried to do, to focus on telling a story.
That's a very good lesson, sir.
Yeah, I think it's a lesson for all of us in journalism now, because let's be honest, we have all got divided into camps, and I feel sad about that. कोई कहता है आप बीजेपी के हैं, कोई कांग्रेस. I mean, this was not the case 30 years ago when I joined the profession. You weren't divided like this. Today, unfortunately, the profession has also got divided like society. Society bhi बढ़ गई hai. Today, those who are watching also will have their own views, opinions. And then if I say something that they agree with, they'll say, bada acha hai. You are a good journalist. If I say something they don't agree with, they'll say, देखो बिक गया है. बिल्कुल. Why? I mean, why? I'm here to offer a mirror to society, good, bad, and ugly. I'm not here to fight your battles.
Yeah. And so one my personal query was, how do you make daily notes that, okay, this is something happening and I'll write a book on this? So do you make daily notes, or you have great memory? Like I was reading your book, and as Ritu said very rightly, that your book is like your TV show. It's like live transmission. You actually take the reader. In the preface only, you took the reader to America, where Mr. Modi was honored after his landslide victory. So how do you do it? I mean, it will be a good lesson for budding authors, not just journalists, but others also. How do you plan a book? How do you go into that system, sir?
It's a good question. The 2014 book, when I wrote The Election That Changed India, frankly happened almost as I was writing it. I was putting it to, I was telling stories. 2019, about a year before, maybe 2 years before, I started taking not notes, but whenever I would find an interesting article, something, I created a WhatsApp group for myself called Research for Book. So
wow,
that WhatsApp, so that WhatsApp, which has Research for Book, had all the list of various things that were happening almost on a daily basis or weekly basis. If there was an interesting article, something, so I created my own sort of data bank, if you want to call it that. In the 2014 book, that was not the case. But the one thing common is that before I started writing it, I created a structure for myself in my mind. कि ये पहले करना, ये दूसरा. So I think it's important to create a structure for a book, because when you create a structure, it becomes easier. You have a structure in your mind, put it down on paper in terms of chapterization. I think it's important to create chapterization in your mind. If you can create the chapterization, it may change somewhere a little bit in midway. You may have some new things to come in. But if you have a broad chapterization, then it becomes easier to write the story. The story must have a start, it must have an end, it must have a middle. But that process must begin, I believe, when you start writing. And I think if you can do that, then I think half your battle is won, if you can get your chapterization right.
Wonderful idea. Then it becomes all scientific, so you can't stray.
Scientific, yeah, it at least, yeah, it gives you a focus. It gives you a focus. It focuses your mind. I think that's very important while writing a book, that you don't allow your mind to stray in too many different directions. You know what you want to actually communicate to the reader.
And sir, when you are writing about something,
please don't serve
like
me.
Sir, it is in your name, sir, Sardesai, so I can't help it. You are such a So, sir, I mean, when you are writing about Mr. Modi and BJP, and so what kind of external and internal pressures do you feel? Were there any pressures, or please?
It's a good, it's a very good question, because I think one of the things is that what has happened is that you're very conscious कि मैं अगर कुछ लिखूं उसका उस politician पर क्या, not just Modi, any politician, any person you write about, उन पर क्या impact होगा. And I think that's something that is there at the back of your mind, but it cannot be at the front, because then you are not honest. I think it's
Wonderful,
important
sir.
to be honest. I think you have to be honest with your reader and what you're writing. You are not writing a book to please anyone or to anger someone. So for example, when I wrote this one line in one of the books, Rahul Gandhi has never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity. Now, one Congress person said, Rahul Gandhi ji will not like this. I said, I'm not writing this book for Rahul Gandhi. Similarly, I was critical of the way Mr. Modi had handled demonetization. In the sense that I do believe that the decision was taken without due consultation. And I write about it in the book. So somebody would probably turn around and say, look at this, you're criticizing the prime minister. Now, the problem is that we are caught today, as I say again, between competing armies. ये दो अपने अपने सोल्जर लेके आते हैं. एक बीजेपी की आर्मी है, दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस की आर्मी है. I don't think you write a book for the armies. You write a book for the millions of Indians who are not identified either with Congress, BJP, just want to read about what has happened. Right? I think the important, you don't write a book for your source or for a politician. You write a book for the reader. If you can do that, I think you've achieved a large amount of success.
I think that's the greatest piece of advice which we can take from here, sir. And sir, your book also talked a lot about Mr. Amit Shah, and you mentioned him as the greatest election machine ever. So tell us something about him, because you have access to him and you have seen him working.
See, more than Amit Shah being the greatest election machine, what I write about is the BJP machine, really, in which Amit Shah has played a major role. Look, people look at Amit Shah and Modi today, and as I write in the book, in 1986 or 87, they campaigned for Ahmedabad municipal election, and they campaigned on it on a scooter, Purani Bajaj scooter pe. Amit Shah would be driving it, Modi was sitting pillion, and they were going through the gullies of Ahmedabad. And what were they doing in the evening? They would put up posters. Ki poster
From
lagana
that
hai.
level.
So you see, sometimes we forget that we are looking at them today. 35 years ago, it's like a journalist, right? मैं reporter हूँ, मैं जाता हूँ. My first reporting assignment was as a crime reporter. तो मैं पुलिस कमिश्नर के ऑफिस जाता था, वहां से प्रेस रिलीज लेना है. Today you have your own TV program. Similarly, they have started from the very bottom in that sense. And therefore they have mastered the art over the years. Amit Shah is ruthless. Let's be honest. Everybody has the lines between being a genius and being evil. An evil genius is a very thin one. Ab Amit Shah ki ek story hai, which I didn't put in the book because I couldn't confirm it, but I'll tell you today, because now I have been told it is probably true. First election that Amit Shah contested was for the students' union election in his college. ठीक है?
Okay.
Evening before the election, his person who was his friend told him, Amit bhai, you are losing the election. Against him, there was there was a woman candidate against him from NSUI. So he said, why am I losing? He said, नहीं, जितनी लड़कियां हैं वो लड़की को वोट दे रहे हैं. And in that class, there were equal number of girls and boys. So he said, all the girls will vote one way and the boys are divided. You will lose the election. So then what did Amit Shah do? He and his friend got the names of all the girls, their phone numbers, that is pre-mobile days, and the addresses.
My God.
And they contacted the parents of all those girls and told them that don't send your daughter next day during the elections to college because there can be violence in the college. Half the girls did not, half the parents did not send their daughters next day to the college as a result. Amit Shah won by 10 votes.
My goodness.
अब आप जानिए कहां से आ रहे हैं.
by
Now,
by hook
सब
or by crook, sir.
बिल्कुल, सब कहेंगे ये तो साम दाम दंड भेद है, hooker by crook, he's a genius. Others will say ये तो बिल्कुल evil genius है. So you see, you don't in politics, and therefore I think, I don't think the Congress or even many people realize what they're up against. Plus, you have the RSS machine, you have a cadre. You see, Congress एक पुरानी इंजन, पुरानी फिएट की तरह हो गई है, और बीजेपी जो है वो टोयोटा की तरह या आपके एसयूवी की तरह आज चलती है. So when you have an SUV on one side and a purani Fiat on the other, that's the difference. The BJP is constantly, I mean, no, I'm not saying all the means are fair. They are using also, there's a lot of money power behind this machine. Every machine needs oiling. So there's a lot of oil being put into the machine as well. Electoral bonds is one way to put the oil into the machine. So, but you have to accept that they have worked at it for 40 years. This has not happened overnight.
Oh. And that's where your book tells it. So, sir, you mentioned about Congress. So, is it going to decline further? What are the reasons for its decline?
I think maybe the next book has to be written more on the Congress than anything else, because I think one of the more, look, this was the party that dominated Indian politics for about 50 years or 40 years, certainly from 47 to about 90. And I think over time, क्या होता है, rust has set in. क्या कहते हैं rust को हिंदी में? एक तरह से
जंग लग गया सर.
जंग लग गया, बिल्कुल जंग लग गया है. और क्या हुआ है कि we blame Rahul Gandhi. I actually blame Rahul Gandhi's dadi, Indira Gandhi, because Indira Gandhi created a high command culture. That high command culture could work as long as Indira Gandhi was this dominant, imperious figure running India, virtually as a sort of almost like a dictator. But when challengers come, when politics changes, you have to change with the times. I don't think that same kind of Indira Gandhi politics where everything is decided in Delhi by a few people can work anymore. You see, you had to empower regional leaders. You had to create a more decentralized structure, a more accountable structure. To my mind, you can't run a party today only like a family business. And somewhere the Congress became umbilically tied to the family. And over time, I think that is now becoming destructive. It could work in Indira Gandhi's time. It doesn't work today. So I think this has been a gradual decline. And I actually see the Congress declining further unless they want to reinvent. It's a great brand. Let's be honest. आप छोटे से गांव में जाए, पंजाब या कहीं भी, लोग कांग्रेस तो जानते हैं, पंजा जानते हैं. But every brand needs reinvention. If today the Congress can reinvent itself, it can still come back and emerge as a potential opponent to the BJP in the future. But if it does not, then I think it is blocking the path of the emergence of a credible opposition. And India today,
which is so important. Yeah.
Very important. India desperately needs a credible opposition. Today, parliament bills are passed without even proper discussion. Why? Because the opposition is so weak. And that is not good for democracy.
Exactly, sir. Yeah. That's the main concern, sir.
Absolutely. And I think, therefore, we are going to have to find a way we are going to have to hope that the Congress either reinvents itself or in a way just sort of withers away so that koi aur nayi force aa jaye which can challenge the BJP, because we need two strong parties.
Yeah. And sir, so some of our viewers, we are getting a lot of comments and questions, and some of the viewers want to say that the journalism is also at a very, very crucial point, where the Supreme Court is saying that, we need self-regulation is not enough. So how will TV journalism, what will they do, sir, now? Especially, this Sushant Singh Rajput case. You had exclusive interview with Riya Chakravarti, sir. So
ऐसा है, just as the Congress party is in decline, so is TV journalism. हमारी भी मौत आ रही है. We are also with.
Don't say that.
नहीं देखिए.
That's very sad.
Joginder, this latest incident of Sushant Singh Rajput, according to me, is one of the final nails in our coffin. यार किसी की suicide हुई है. Without even examining the facts, we went ahead and blamed Riya Chakrabarti. Now the entire इतने महीने हो गए CBI को क्या मिला है? And we went on virtually accusing her of murder, accusing her of all, without any evidence. We reversed the entire principle of law, which is innocent till proven guilty. और क्या क्या तमाशा चला टीवी पे 2 महीने के लिए तमाशा. That's the word I use. Now, if we have reduced TV to tamasha, then journalism is in a serious crisis. And this is one of the problems. Just as we need a credible opposition, we also need a credible media. Ab ya to media is just simply towing the government's line without even questioning the government, or the media is resorting to this tamasha. How is the viewer getting any knowledge? इतनी चीजें इस देश में हो रही है. इकोनॉमी की सिचुएशन देखिए. Look at what is the COVID pandemic has done to the lives of people. Instead of focusing on that, TV news in particular, and I'm referring here to the TV media. I think print is relatively protected, but TV media is only doing drama and entertainment. This is not why we became journalists. We didn't become journalists to chase Sushant Singh Rajput's car. Sorry, Deepika Padukone's car. अरे देखिए गाड़ी में दीपिका बैठी है. क्या कर रही है दीपिका? चलिए चलिए. ये क्या तमाशा है? Is this why we became journalists? To chase Deepika Padukone's car, and then it turns out to be the wrong car in which she's not even sitting.
So, sir, our esteemed viewer, Mr. Daljit Chima, he's a writer also. He's also asking that how will we get ethical and responsible journalism back from this stage, sir?
Look, as I said, I think let's be honest. Don't only define journalism by primetime TV. There is more to journalism. I think a lot of the newspapers still are more honest. The front page of newspapers does give you more news than noise. But ethical journalism, I think, has to come, frankly, from those who lead the profession, the editors, the proprietors. I think they are the ones who have to set the standards. अगर वो अपनी स्टैंडर्ड नहीं सेट करे, अगर वो अपना जो अखबार है या टीवी चैनल है एक तरह से कमर्शियल प्रोडक्ट की तरह लोगों के सामने रखे, जहां जो बिकता है वो दिखता है, अगर ये आपकी फिलॉसफी है तो आप फिर कहां एथिकल स्टैंडर्ड? सो द स्टैंडर्ड्स हैव टू बी सेट, जस्ट एज आई बिलीव द स्टैंडर्ड्स इन द जुडिशरी हैव टू बी सेट बाय द हाईएस्ट, by the Supreme Court. The standards in journalism have to be set by editors and proprietors, and they have to try and raise the bar. They have to say, yaar, dekho, we have become journalists, or we have set up media organizations for a particular purpose, which is to contribute to society, to make society a better place, not to resort to tamasha. And I hope viewers also, like Daljit, will also discriminate between channels that are resorting only to noise and those which want to give news.
Yeah, exactly, sir. And there's a question on fake news, sir. That how can the fake news is everywhere. Who to trust and how to trust? How do you do that, sir?
No, it's a very difficult question. I'll give you an example. Ab 2 दिन पहले, 2 days ago, that I reached office at 6:30. Suddenly, I see a flash coming. India's airstrikes in Pakistan. India has struck in Pakistan, flashing across 4 channels. मैंने कहा क्या हुआ? कब हुआ? नहीं सर, ये PTI पर आ रहा है. I said, really? India has gone into Pakistan in POK. India. Later on, within 5 minutes, it turned out that what was said was pinpointed strikes by army on terror launch pads a week ago. Now, there is a difference between air strikes that have taken place and a pinpointed strike on a terror launch pad 1 week ago. But for 5 minutes, every channel saying, Bharat ne Pakistan ko sabak sikhaya, air strike ek baar fir, Balakot part 2. Kya hua hai? We have reduced this profession. Why is fake news? Why is there this fake news industry? Because technology now allows you to transmit news in real time. This whole breaking news concept, ki jaisi khabar aaye, aap chala do. It could be on mobile, it could be on TV, it could be anywhere. So that you have no time to press the pause button. हम जब print करते थे, when I was in print between 88 and 94, जो अच्छी बात थी, we could press the pause button. So we could verify. Now there is no time to verify. अगर आपको कल WhatsApp कोई message मिल गया, you will immediately forward it to your friends. Do you verify it? I call it the WhatsApp university. People now don't go to Chandigarh University or Punjab University, they go to WhatsApp University. or WhatsApp University is built around the concept of spreading news in real time. Now, some of that news could be propaganda. Political parties have realized it. I have given in my book, one of the Ws that I cite is WhatsApp. I say, there are 13 M's, 2 W's, and 1 GK responsible for Modi's success. One of the W's that I've cited is WhatsApp. Because today, in every booth, the BJP has a WhatsApp group. Now remember, there are 10 lakh booths across India. So you have created about almost 10 lakh WhatsApp groups. Multiply that by 250 per group. Think about the number of people whom you are touching in some form or the other. So agar main roj kahun ki, take this concept of love jihad. Now, is there love jihad? What is love jihad? But if I keep saying on WhatsApp day after day कि जब हिंदू लड़की मुस्लिम लड़के के साथ शादी करती है, लव जिहाद है. Or day to day it goes into your WhatsApp groups. I show some photograph. I claim that this girl was forcibly converted. हमारे मन में दिमाग में वो बात चलती रहती है. So it reinforces our prejudices. So what the fake news industry is doing is creating an alternate universe. Now, how do you control it? I don't know. All you can do is try in your own small way to create a system for verification. But frankly, I feel powerless today. How do I create 10 lakh WhatsApp groups to counter an existing narrative? I don't have the capacity. So I think that is the biggest danger. That we don't have the means to combat this fake news narrative. And that's why you've got people like Trump who can lie his way to the White House. I mean, if in America, you can have a president who can just lie his way to the White House and nobody is able to question him. What does that say?
Well, sir, we've got a cue from the organizers, and it's such a big platform. The Chandigarh Literary Society has given to so many viewers who can listen to you. We see you on TV. But knowing you today was a far enriching experience, and hope so that after this Corona thing, the vaccines are success, so that you can come to Chandigarh and we can have a one-to-one session, in front of live audience. It was pleasure talking to you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I hope that you will call me next year. We will talk and then have butter chicken and a good drink and a good drink together.
Sure, sir. That would be my pleasure, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the members of the Chandigarh Literary Society for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajdeep sir, for taking the time to be with us. It has been an honor to have you. Quickly moving on to our next session, which is going to be quite an interesting one because we have people from 3 different time zones joining us. Our next session is called Raw and Crunchy, the Supernatural Benefits of Superfoods. Joining us in this session is Eremi Lukaidis, who is a published Australian Cypriot writer. We also have Kavita Devgan, an acclaimed nutritionist, and author-poetess Lily Swarn, who's going to be moderating the session. Lily ma'am, over to you. Raw and Crunchy, the Supernatural Benefits of Superfoods.
Hello, everybody. So good to see you.
Hi.
One cannot think well, love well, sleep well if one hasn't dined well, said Virginia Woolf. And further, we have none other than Hippocrates tell us that let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food, right? I'm immensely honored and rather gleeful today that my guests are two such gorgeous, charming ladies. Eremi Lukaidis, author whose book Soar on Raw, from the divinely endowed island of Cyprus, and Kavita Devgan, renowned nutritionist and author from Noida, India. Today we discuss her book, Fix It with Food. A hearty welcome to both of you lovely ladies who quite obviously practice what you preach.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Welcome. So, Irini, your book, Soar on Raw, is possibly the world's first mythological recipe book. Over 100 gods and goddesses from Greek, Roman, Celtic, Mayan, Aboriginal, Indian, Oriental mythologies, entwined with 100 vegetarian delights that haven't had the goodness cooked out of them. Would, would you agree that your book is a work of art that feeds the soul as well as the belly? And if so, why?
Well, I love how you phrase that. Oh, definitely. And I love the way you began Hippocrates, because in many ways, food and medicine, preventative, as Kavita said in an earlier session. But I think we love stories, don't we? We love to learn about creation. Humans love stories, myth, how things came to be, from the days when we used to sit around a fire, our ancestors. That nourishes our souls. Food does. So combining those in a way that was healthy, so you get a nourishment long after you've eaten it. The idea of a story and food designed to nourish more than just the belly, that was the inspiration. And judging from people's reactions, especially in the days when I would give demonstrations, I think it does. And that was the aim of it, to nourish soul, body, mind. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Kavita, going on to you. So, whether it is for disease management, weight loss, longevity, we are continuously bombarded with expensive, fancy dietary advice. You have drawn on traditional wisdom, embellished it with modern scientific knowledge to tell us truth about health. I was amazed to see forgotten fruits like raspberry and water chestnuts, which we call shinghala in India, in your superfood list. Come on, let's start with your sharing the top 3 superfoods from your over 40 list.
Hi, Lily. Hi, Lena. So happy to be here today. Now, that's the most difficult question, to ask a writer. How to choose the favorites from a book.
Yes.
Difficult, most definitely, but I'm going to still give you 3 top, which I feel are really, these are foods I want to talk about. So I'll take the opportunity and talk about them here.
Great.
First, I will have to go with banana. Really, trust me. It is such a maligned food. And that's a huge, huge pity. Everyone thinks that it actually leads to weight loss, weight gain, whereas it is actually, if you go scientifically, it's a slimming food.
Oh, wow.
You'll be very surprised. Yeah, you have to read that chapter to really break that myth, because I explain scientifically how and why I'm saying that. The thing is, if you're really looking for a foolproof way to ban your hunger or to diminish it so that you really don't gain weight, my advice would be to everyone to turn to banana.
Wow.
First, it's zero fat food, literally. One banana, medium size, will only give you possibly, sub 100 calories, which is nothing. I just don't know where this myth of it being a high food, actually came up from. And thirdly, it has a particular kind of fiber in it, which is called resistant starch.
Yes.
Which is proven to cut your cravings. So it's actually a bona fide weight loss food rather than a weight gain food. Food I wanted to talk about it. That's out of the way. The second is amla, the Indian gooseberry.
Wow.
The berries are talked about so much the world over. They are considered to be a super food,
Yes.
And we tend to forget about amla. It's the best thing to eat if you're really looking at scoring enough vitamin C. You will know, but half an amla a day can give you more than your daily requirement of vitamin C.
So easy, how we don't remember.
And today, particularly when the world is talking about C in the corona times, corona C, vitamin C.
Yes.
Really, really important, to just bring this food back in the limelight. And it's so inexpensive. Come on. Really. There's no reason not to eat it.
And
the third one is ghee. I can't miss an opportunity to talk about ghee because I'm such a huge fan.
Oh, so for Irini, that is clarified butter, Irini, ghee.
That's right. Yes. So if you're one person who did not listen to Food Faddist and continue to eat ghee, please take a bow. Really, you've done your health a lot good.
Thank you for that.
3 foods I wanted to
All
just.
right. We love that. Thank you for that. And Irini, humans have long been enchanted by the idea of ambrosia from heavens, the soma ras that we call in India. So either they're endeavoring to discover them on earth, either as a concoction to be made or as a treasured fruit from a hallowed tree. You, Irini, give the example of Lord Ganesha, our very own elephant god, being propitiated by breaking open a coconut. And I was very fascinated by Pele's lava salad. Please tell us and our viewers all about it.
Right. Well, that was, I think, was very ambitious of me, trying to work out. This whole thing was very ambitious. It took 5 years, 2 pregnancies. It was very much what you said. If this god or goddess could come to the earth, what would they offer? That's what it began. And it had to be healthy, going back to what's connecting all of us is health. So there's no spaghetti. It's uncooked or under 48 degrees. And the salad was inspired by the Hawaiian goddess. Now, she's the goddess of volcanoes and lava. So that everything I did, I had to look at what that deity represented and had to make it healthy. And that's one of my favorite summer salads because it gets really hot here in Cyprus. Tremendous, and it's a long, hot summer. So you need a salad that was filling, that would keep you going. And that's where the sweet potato came in. So that's slow release, but it was raw. Or you can slightly cook it, not bake it until it's black. So using that as a base, and that reminded me of fire. And then pineapple, and then using kind of berries as a topping. And the idea was to create a hot volcanic salad that would keep you going. Because some salads don't keep you going. If it's just greens, I cannot live on just greens. I need something more, So giving me cucumber and rocket and tomato, it just won't keep me going. That's when things get dangerous. So that was the challenge for me. And I think capturing the fire of the goddess.
Perfect. And it looks so divine. Your book has all these beautiful photographs, mostly done by you. And it's a perfect coffee table book. And you just want to go and eat all those things.
Thank you.
So, Kavita, please let us know which foods are potent disease busters. It's the need of the hour, we know it. And the viewers, all of you should know that Kavita believes to prevent the disease is more important. So, preventive food eating is important than to be curative. Just don't wait to fall ill and then eat the foods. So that's Kavita's go-to thing. And I was actually quite surprised to see brinjal, eggplant, featuring prominently in her list of disease busters. You know how in India or in Punjab they say, "Oh, bangan, wo ta begun hai. Ode ch koi gun nahi hai. It has no gun." But you talk about brinjal and its peels. So that was a surprise. So please tell us something about, people, all of us mostly will talk about diabetes, blood pressure. Do help us out with that. Thank you.
Yeah, so you really hit the nail on the head. I personally believe, and very, very strongly, that, only if when we change the combined mindset of the world from curative to preventive, will we actually be healthy. We right now, everything, the policies, the government, our own thinking, the industry, the marketing, everything is focused on curating.
Yes.
Curing.
It's an industry. Yeah, medicine is such an industry. Yeah. We're paying through our noses. Yes.
How we can solve somebody's problem if he has high blood pressure or high blood sugar or asthma or whatever.
Yes.
Whereas if we can actually put even 1/10 of that money or energy into finding out ways to prevent, these diseases from happening, and that is true. I mean, that is possible, is what I'm saying. Then almost all our problems will get solved. But that we are far away from that situation.
Yes.
It's that thing which permeates the whole world, and it will take time to change it. And food, of course, is a big tool. As we all know, and if we don't, we must know to, prevent anything really bad happening to your health. So let me for disease busters, in fact, let me just point out here that Elena mentioned sweet potato, and that's also a part of my book.
Yes.
And the readers will be, the listeners will be really surprised to know that sweet potato gives you more vitamin A than the world famous superfood kale.
I know. Look at that, Chakar Kandi. How we used to have it roasted on a coal fire, remember? Wow.
Yes. That's the cost. It's that it doesn't have a marketing budget behind it. You know? So if we look at some of these studies, I'll quickly just share one or two fix-it solutions. My book has about 100 fix-it solutions in it, besides the regular superfood chapters.
Correct.
So those are the sneeze busters and stuff like that. So I'll just quickly share one or two of them. So, so if you have blood pressure issue, or if you just want to basically just prevent it, Tulsi can really, really come to your rescue. The simple Tulsi leaves, the holy basil leaves, all you need to do is have about 2-3 leaves early in the morning. You know, you can put it in your tea, just boil it in water and have it, because it has a very high level of potassium and magnesium, and also vitamin C. All three of these can actually regulate your blood pressure. And Tulsi, by the way, is a brilliant mood stabilizer. So in these days of corona-ridden anxiety that we're living in, frankly,
we need a serotonin rush. Yes.
Now for diabetes, I think almost every household knew this earlier. Somehow we are forgetting it now. All our nannies and daddies used to, vouch for it. Those methi seeds, methra seeds.
Yes. Fenugreek seeds. Yes.
Fenugreek seeds. All you need to do is soak some overnight in water. Next morning, just drink that water, empty stomach, and also chew those seeds. They actually help decrease the insulin response in the body. So these are very, very simple tips, Similarly, Karela, the bitter gourd helps with those who have diabetes.
Yes. Thank you for those wonderful tips and to reaffirm, their goodness. We all knew it, but it's always coming down from generations and one just kind of takes it for granted. I'm sure it happens with the Cyprus people too. So we have to rediscover them. And really, I was delighted to see a coconut mango dessert associated with Ganesha in your book. And also you're like a myth directory and your language is chatty and involving, very like Kavitas. So a lot of us may be familiar with Annapurna, the goddess. So why don't you tell us about Annapurna, our own Indian goddess, and your dish called Annapurna's Plenty? I remember reading that.
That's right. Good.
That with us. Yes.
Thank you for those lovely words. It's so timely because the aubergine, that's the focus of this one, and it's stemming off from what you said. And I love the parallels. What you're saying
is the same.
We've got the Tulsi, the holy basil. I've got it for Vishnu as well. So it's fantastic that what Kavita's saying. It's all, we've got we're giving the right message to people, to the listeners. This is the earth speaks. And Annapurna, I went to Nepal and I just remember the range and I was inspired. And when I was creating the recipe, the aubergine was very much for her. Again, you can eat it raw, or you can, in Cyprus, we actually have a salad with that.
That is a first for us. That is a first for us in India. We roast aubergines, we make them into vegetables, but to eat it raw, that will be a first for our listeners. Right. Go ahead.
This is what most people who don't live in the Mediterranean, they find it really odd.
Yes.
You eat raw aubergine. And if I didn't know the local Cypriot salad, I probably would never have touched it raw. But you have to put a bit of salt to get rid of the bitterness.
Okay.
Or you can slightly put it on with some olive oil, or in your case with the ghee, the clarified butter. But that was the staple. And then I added the peas as well. Now, some people love raw peas. I don't like them. I give them a little heat. This is what I was saying, that I'm not a fanatical raw foodist. So the ingredients in Annapurna, the cauliflower you can have raw, the spices that I add in there, honoring the goddess of plenty. It's a great raw winter food as well, because again, you can't eat salads in winter and sustain you. So it's all these and that I added to the book, to this recipe. But you can have it raw. But it's like a sponge. It absorbs the flavors.
Kavita, we have to try it, right?
I have to try, but do salt it so it gets rid of the bitterness. It
Yes,
doesn't
we
need
call
a bit of
bitter gourds too, so I guess we can do it to the brinjal too. Yeah.
do try it.
Yes. Okay. So is that it? Now, Kavita, your suggestions are simple, accessible, and very inexpensive. You talk about jamun, palsa, as opposed to the acai berry, the goji berry. I love the fact that your book emphasizes that imported, expensive, and rare may not be the best choices after all. So please tell us the foods right under our nose for enhancing our beauty and for weight loss and to tackle bloating. And this is not just a woman thing. All the gentlemen would love to hear this too. Yes, Irene, don't you think so?
Absolutely. I think gentlemen need to listen up now because they're getting bigger and bigger, aren't they?
I agree.
I like that. Kavita, go ahead.
Yeah. No. So I totally believe that, frankly, eating variety should be a rule that you must stick to. That is something which is a no-brainer.
Okay.
So there is no harm in eating something that is good for you, even if it doesn't grow in your area.
Okay.
But that should not become the mainstay of your diet, is what I'm trying.
Right.
Eat mostly what is grown around you.
Locally, yes.
You can get fresh. And also, it's important because, frankly, your body, your genes, and even your digestive enzymes and the bacteria are used to those foods,
Yes.
Make them the mainstay. But definitely try out an acai berry here or there or a kale here and there. That's fine. There's no harm in trying out new food. But keep the mainstay as what you have grown up. Like I always love to say, which was there in my second book, the title of the second book came from this quote: eat what your grandmother eats.
Yes.
What somebody else's grandmother eats. Because that is what your body understands. So that's what I'm trying to say. Now, first, weight loss. I'm sure a lot of people really want to know about quick tips about weight loss. For weight loss, I have a very simple 2-point advice. In fact, trust me. You listen to this, you follow this. You don't even need to come to me for a consult.
All right.
You can do on your own, literally.
Yay!
First, just never say no to any food. Really. No food is bad per se.
Yes, I believe in that.
All you need to do is eat more of the good food and less of the bad food.
Yes.
That's all you need to do.
Yes.
Eat in moderation. You will never ever go wrong. Your weight will never ever go wrong. The second rule that I believe in very, very strongly is focus on nutrition. The moment you start eating food that is good for you, that is actually nutritious, loaded with nutrients, it is going to automatically crowd out the bad food from your plate.
Yes.
Without you having to try to do that at all.
Sure.
So that is a far better way of trying to lose weight. And weight loss, if you're eating healthy, will happen automatically without you really having to crunch any numbers or calories, something like that. And two of you actually, I must mentioned aubergine and eggplant and brinjal, and I mean, same thing. But the fact is that not many people know that eggplant is 95% water.
It is. It's like, it is.
The perfect stay thin food.
Yes.
It's a ridiculously low in calorie food. It's just 25 calories per 100 grams.
So let's start gorging on bengan. Let's do it. That is more partha.
Make every fourth or fifth meal your bengan.
Yes.
And it's like the simplest weight loss diet to follow.
Okay. So are you telling me some pretty foods which make one pretty?
Yeah, sure. In my book, right towards the end, there is a section called tools.
Yes.
Okay. So there I have a lot of tools where I've mentioned specific foods for specific reasons.
Correct.
So there's an entire tool for great hair.
Yes,
and there is an entire tool for great skin. I mean, similarly for pollution and similarly for other stuff. So probably, I mean, I would say that if you're really, really worried or you want to work on your skin and your hair, I think it will be good to
fix it with food from the shelves.
Do that.
Thank
but
you.
I could give you a tip for bloating if you want.
Yes.
Simple rule is to eat more potassium-rich foods and less sodium. So, just hold on to that shaker a little and eat more fruits because they are high in potassium. And also more coconut water because, again, very high in potassium. Banana is very high in potassium. So these are great. And specific tip, if you're really suffering from bloating on a particular day and, you have a whatever, you're not feeling good about it, drink parsley tea. It's a brilliant diuretic. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And it also reflects on what Irini has been saying. Actually, I'm going to quote Irini from her book. She says, when she was heavy after her pregnancies, both her sons had been born. She says, I knew that I was going to stop this languishing in spaghetti swamps. And she goes on to say that such was her level of sleep and energy deprivation that she could have easily kebabbed and wolfed down her husband.
Yes.
Oh my God.
With tahini and parsley. Yeah.
So you wanted to add some tahini for flavor. Husband wasn't good enough.
Yeah, no, he needed flavoring.
I'm moving towards the aphrodisiac foods. In this world of pollution and with people living a very high stress life and having too much work hours, people are low on their, on their aphrodisiac levels are needed. So there are some foods you talk about with the very obvious gods and goddesses, Eros and Aphrodite. So would you like to tell me about the sweet which you would like our, listeners to know about? Eros, maybe Eros would be great.
Okay, yes. I mean, from all the book, they are the ones that everybody knows, Eros and Aphrodite.
Yes.
They've gone around the world. And although there are other aphrodisiac foods, some that you may not realize, and fertility, because they go together sometimes, fertility and aphrodisiacs. Not necessarily, but quite a few do. These were the obvious ones, Aphrodite. And now this again goes back. I love the way that we can sort of the dynamics. What Kavita was saying, that yes, it's okay to eat food from around the world, but homegrown, what your grandmother's. And I was really troubled with Aphrodite because cacao is an aphrodisiac, but then it doesn't grow here.
Yeah,
so I gave an option. What could be an alternative, which grows everywhere in the Mediterranean? That's the carob tree. The carob. It's everywhere.
C-A-R-O-B. Yes, I read that in the book. And there's another thing I want our listeners to know. You mentioned something starting with the alphabet M, which we don't know about in India. We would love to know about that. Of course, we know cardamom. We all have choti ilaichi. We know about the green cardamom. But do tell us about the thing with M.
It's not McDonald's, by the way.
It's not. That's why.
The better thing with M, it actually grows only on the island of Chios. And they import it worldwide now. I mean, it's like you said, Kavita, it's nice for somebody to try, but it's not something that you would live on because it's very strong. It's something you would add. You either love it or hate it. And again, it's aphrodisiac and antimicrobial. So it's great to just regenerate, even refresh the mouth. If you're looking for a sexy romantic evening, it cleanses the mouth of breath freshener too, which is why I add it to these two desserts. It grows from the sap of the mastic tree. And I think mastic, yeah. And now they've made all sorts. It's become a whole empire now with alcohol, chocolates, beauty products with it. But the essence of it is quite powerful. And it's so a little drop of that. And again, cacao carob. I gave my readers a choice of what they wanted to use if they didn't want to do cacao, because it is more expensive. Carob is dirt cheap here, and it's rich in calcium, whereas cacao is great in magnesium. And then things like rose water, again, beautifier. You can actually put rose water on your skin. That in the chocolate. Pomegranates, also very sexy food as well. So they were the inspirations, capturing the goddess, but trying to be Mediterranean as well. I didn't want my readers to feel they had to go and fork out money. Because maca from South America is also an aphrodisiac. I think it helped me get pregnant on my wedding night as well, because I was knocking it back.
I love that. And it apparently was very effective because you had to knock down the fat later.
Yeah. So I was looking, but again, maca isn't indigenous to Cyprus. So I had to bear all these things in mind that my readers were mainly Mediterranean and I didn't want them forking out money for something that so I tried to find the substitute here. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I'm so glad that both of you ladies are reading my book, History on My Plate. And there are so many parallels to what Irini you told me. And I think you mentioned to me a few, I forget now, which, I
was going to talk about your book later because the similarities are striking.
Right.
You mentioned chocolate as well.
Yes.
You referenced the history of chocolate. And even your book has got Lakshmi. You referred to the gods as well. So, I wanted to say something about your book at the end because I find it's like a sister book as well to mine.
Sister book. I like the sound of that, Kavita, don't you? All of us are very conjoined. So, Kavita, could you enlighten us to why ancient grains, Rajdeep, Amaranth, are once again getting a firm thumbs up? And I must confess that, my maternal grandmother Biji's bajre ki roti, and I'm sure your Biji too, it was kneaded in jaggery and it had some fennel seeds for flavor. And it was so beautiful that when my grandma served it as a dessert, my grandfather would always say, beta, this is our Indian chocolate. I thought that was really spoke a lot about the value of these ancient grains. So please go ahead and talk about us, why you want us to go back to them. Kavita.
Yeah, so why I want everyone to go back to ancient grains is because first let me talk about the basic principle, the right way of eating.
Yes.
Like I mentioned in the beginning, variety is the best way to ensure that you're eating a wholesome diet.
Right.
And you are, without having to really count, covering all the nutrients that your body requires. Right? So we talk about variety more in the context of, say, fruits and vegetables. Our mothers tell us, sari sabziyan khao, eat all the fruits,
Bilkul.
But we don't talk about variety for grains. And that's where we go wrong. Which mother or which grandmother tells the child, ki sirf wheat mat khao, don't have only wheat or don't have only rice. That's exactly where we go wrong because like other foods, different grains have different amounts of goodness in them or different kinds of goodness in them, So that's the first basic rule why I believe lot of grains.
Variety of grains, kuttu bhi kha rahe ho or bajra bhi or barley.
Yes.
It's Rajgir bhi. Okay.
Yes, so that's the first reason why.
Okay.
Secondly, why make your diet so bland that you're eating this one kind of food over and over again?
Yes,
when you have 10 different maybe grains.
Totally.
And why grains? Let's talk about lentils.
Yes.
In India, the number of lentils that we have,
amazing.
It's a different one every day. Probably we'll have to eat the same one the next month.
Right. We have a lot of lentils. Yes.
Try and do that. So amaranth, barley, buckwheat, finger millet, pearl millet, just get them in. Really, trust me. The pearl millet, the bajra roti that you speak about.
Yes, I love it.
A little bit of jaggery. It beats a wheat parantha. I mean, I'm not going to stop eating wheat and rice.
Right.
But the fact is, even for the ecology, even for the climate, it's been proven now that it's important to cut down on the amount of rice that we're eating because rice guzzles a lot of water.
Thank you so much. That was great fun to hear all about this bhule bisre grains or long forgotten ones. And I come back to the lovely smiling curly haired Irini. So tell me about Opus's opulence and Tara's tamarind balance. I love the resonance and the sound and the onomatopoeia, and there's so much going on in these titles. Would you like to talk about these two to me, or even one?
Okay, Opus. I'm going to take Opus because it's about grains. Your questions are a wonderful bridge between Kavita and myself. I don't know if you planned it. They're a lovely bridge.
I did. I'm a planner.
It's wonderful because she says something and I feel I can then take it. It's like a lovely bridge.
Yes.
They're not jarring or jerky.
It's a global village, literally today on screen, India, America, and Cyprus. Go ahead.
Yes, and it's wonderful because Opus is the goddess of abundance, wealth in all areas of our life, including the cornucopia. And I use grains for her because grains are rich. It's a wealth more than rice. I think there's a richness. I think rice is overrated, and these grains are underrated. And there are stories that Alexander the Great would give his soldiers wheat berries or oat berries, which would they soak in their mouths. And that's why for Opus, I used the oats, slow releasing. Again, I'm very big on slow releasing. I love foods that will give me energy throughout the day rather than, we all know what happens with an instant hit. And Opus gives you that abundance gradually. And I love oats. I like to soak them the night before, sort of raw oat groats or oat flakes if you prefer. And that was the richness for me that represented this goddess. And then you can flavor it with the rich berries, again, according to your culture. The berries, so the amla berry for you. We don't have many berries in Cyprus. We have blackberry. So again, letting the reader determine what's rich in my locale that I can use, and then the honey and the spices, which I love, honey and spices. Yeah.
So, ladies, thank you very much. I think the time is running out. I'm just getting a message on my screen. So, it has been an immense honor, and I thank you both on behalf of the Chandigarh Literary Society. And I hope next year, when we have the Corona thing goes away, and we are in a lake club by Sukhna Lake in Chandigarh, crossing our fingers. And thank you for your illuminating presence, your wondrous persona, and your very, very knowledgeable words. So, leaving all my viewers with the thoughts of 3 books, Soar on Raw, Fix It with Food, and History on My Plate to ponder over. And for also you to wonder which god has vegetables growing from his face and hands, which body part of a deity was lopped off from an almond tree, and which super plant keeps the African god Chango sexy. Thank you, namaskar, and God bless. Lovely knowing you.
Thanks for having us.
Lovely chatting with you both.
Thank you.
Thank you for food for thought, and thank you to all of you who are either having dinner with us or waiting to have dinner. As we wrap up, we have one last session for the day today, and it's a very cute, nice, interesting, bedtimey session called Once Upon a Time, The Fabulous Four Met a Spider. Moderating this session, we have Chetna Keer, who has 25 years of experience in print journalism and has now taken to writing. We have as our guests Apeksha Rao, who is a homeopath turned writer, and Rajesh Talwar, who is a lawyer turned writer. And they're going to be discussing children's books. Ladies and gentlemen, Once Upon a Time, The Fabulous Four Met a Spider.
Hi.
Hi, Chetna. Hi, Apeksha.
Welcome to this session of Literati, and a huge welcome to our wonderful audience also, and our guest authors. So it's Saturday night, and before the pandemic, if you've been to a multiplex movie, you remember the last rocking number at the fag end of the movie? So we are going to try to be that rocking number at the fag end of day 2. And to rock it for us, we have Rajesh Talwarji and Apeksha Rao. Hello to both of you.
Hi. Hi, Rajesh. Hi, Chetna.
Hi.
And, less writers for young adults we thought of as, non-serious writers. So we are going to do some serious talking first. And at the end, we will have a fun round. So all the viewers also stay tuned in for a wonderful fun round at the fag end. Let's begin with Rajesh ji, only because he's a senior in his writing career.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, okay, Rajesh ji. A lawyer and, with the UN peacekeeping mission and having straddled, various extremes of the writing spectrum from non-fiction as serious as writing about the Nirbhaya case to coming to detective fiction. So please tell us, how did this journey happen to this book, The Fabulous Four?
Thank you, Chetna. Uh, I should say that, I've always been interested in writing, but unfortunately, in India, people still don't consider writing to be a career. I say this because in between assignments, I was out of a job. I've been working with the UN for the last 20 years, but in between, I was out of a job for 6, 8 months. And somebody came and said, "So, what are you doing these days?" I said, "I'm writing a book." He said, "Oh, that's all well and good. But what are you doing?" So, meaning that writing is not taken seriously in India as yet, and hopefully that is set to change. Uh, Young adult fiction, which Apeksha is targeting, did not exist in my days when I was growing up. It was just children's books. So my idea was really that having been to so many colonized nations, but I found everybody's reading Enid Blyton, Secret Seven. I thought, well, why don't we have a non-Western kind of children's adventure series? So my children, the Fabulous Four, they are taken from different parts of India, but in a sense, they represent different races of the world. So, so that's the background, and I really, really like.
So we come to more of that. Well, let me tell the viewers that we have two stories fitted here. One story has a protagonist called Princess Samara, and the other story has a protagonist called Samira Joshi. So the names are also pretty similar. And if I may use a food analogy, you know how we Indians are foodies, so I love using food analogies. So Rajesh Ji's protagonist, Samara, uh, and his story could probably be described as a Subway sandwich, which has multicolored sauces, brown sauce, yellow sauce, and so it's like a Subway sandwich. And Apeksha's story could probably be seen as the KFC twister zinger. Twists and turns, and the twister wrap, which has so many multi layers in it, and is spicy, and you don't know where the twists and turns are going to take you. So today's session is all about a Subway sandwich meets the zinger twister. So now over to Apeksha, from a homeopath to full-time author of spy fiction. So just briefly tell us, our viewers, what is it about? Your book, your sisterhood of stories.
Yeah. So Along Came a Spider is the story of a girl, a 17-year-old girl who wants to be a spy. And like a lot of other Indian parents, her parents want her to be a doctor. The problem is, Samira's parents are spies themselves. They work for RAW, and they have trained their daughter to be a spy. So she doesn't really understand why they're suddenly doing a U-turn, and why they don't want her to be a spy anymore. And while she's trying to figure this out, she stumbles upon a secret sisterhood of teenage spies, the Spiders, and she wants in. Whether the spiders want her is another question. And to find out whether they want her, you have to read the book.
Oh, great. Okay. So, Rajesh ji, so tell us more about where your book, The Fabulous Four, is set, the setting. And as I mentioned, it seems like a Subway sandwich with so many sauces, in it. So please tell us about the multi-ethnicity and, cross-cultural influence in the book?
Well, my book is Princess Samara. She is very dark-skinned, so possibly from the south of India, but then she could also represent the African continent, continent. And she meets these other three boys. One is from the hotlands, one is from wetlands, and one is from snowland. And all these have different climates. They are all fascinating places. You have wetlands where the children swim to school in the streets wearing certain kind of suits. So there's lots of fantasy, and the boy from snowlands is as white as a European. So you have different colors, different kinds of, which could, Tagore many years ago, he said that India is actually a microcosm of the world. And I think that's true. India's problems are a microcosm of the problems of the world. And India's people also, in a sense, represent the world. So we have, for example, these movies which are very popular, which are Western oriented, whether it's the Cinderella or it's Shrek or it's Harry Potter. But I think the time has come where the global audience has shifted. For example, Disney now, they made something for the Chinese audience. But now if you have a multi-ethnic children's story, that is really going to hit people's touch the buttons, because people from Africa, from Europe, from China, different parts of the world can relate to it. You see this happening in adult cinema. And I think it can happen with children's films as well as children's books, because it's very nice to have warm scenes of children eating scones, but Westerners will also like to hear about children eating jalebis. It will seem exotic for
I
them.
read in your book that your princess is eating dalia for breakfast,
Correct.
So, okay. So we'll come to that, the Indianization of it a bit, later. So, Apeksha, we have grown up on a couple of female, sleuths and spies, and who hasn't read Miss Marple or Nancy Drew, or to talk of the controversial spies Mata Hari, and more recently Sehmat from the book Calling Sehmat by Sikhaji. So what was it, that inspired your own sisterhood of spies? And tell us more about who are the other, protagonists in this sisterhood, and how have you characterized them, differently?
So to be honest, I think when I started writing Along Came a Spider, I think I channelized my own teenage fantasies of being a spy. So when I was a teenager, I really wanted to be a spy, and that obviously never happened. So when I started writing, somehow that came up in the story, that fantasy started cropping up, and I realized I liked the idea of a teenager being a spy. Why not? I mean, it seems very far-fetched, but what's to stop teenagers from doing something? And what's to stop an intelligence agency from recruiting them? Because if you go to see, teenagers are the most ignored demographic, and they're actually very resourceful, they're very smart, and they have access to technology that most of us can't even understand. I mean, they just with a snap of their fingers, they can master technology. So that's how I started thinking about it. And I initially started writing about Samira Joshi. as I started writing about her, the other characters started cropping up. So you have Samira, who's a born spy. I mean, it runs in her blood. It's in her genes. From her great grandmother, who was a really nosy person in Ratnagiri, in her village, to her grandmother, who used to solve small crimes like missing servants and runaway husbands and the like, to her parents who are elite spies. It runs in the Joshi genes, and she meets up with the spiders, all of whom are teenagers. So you have Tina, who leads all their missions. She's from an orphanage. Then you have Debbie, who's a genius. She's a resident genius. She's a hacker and an inventor. And you have Sweetie, who's a martial arts expert. And you also have Millie, who's the youngest in the group, but she's an explosives expert. So those are my girls, my spiders. And
so that's your sisterhood of spies. Okay, Rajesh, I'm intrigued by the title. What's with this Zuzuzu? You know, one day it's such a tongue twister. So we remember only the Vodafone Zuzuzu. So tell us what's with this title. I mean, how did it happen? The Zuzuzu visit.
Well, it's of course a young team from the East with Eastern storytelling magic. And in many of our Eastern stories, there is a villain. And Zuzu, the wizard, is this villain, this great villain, who's very tall, who has, lizard-like things coming down his face. And he has a sister called the Chudail, who's also very deadly. And these four team up. They have to circumvent various obstacles. And I, as a child, when growing up, I used to have aunts and sisters telling me stories. They were full of these obstacles, that these obstacles had to be surmounted, and then you could get to actually smashing the villainy of the evil people. So there are all kinds of magical twists. There is a flying falcon, whom I've called Khabar.
Yeah.
So, some of the names have been chosen keeping these things in mind. Yes. And Samara, which is very similar, as you say, to Samira. So Samara meets Samira in this session. So Samara is got a little more coverage as compared to the boys. I guess it's because otherwise it's not very gender balanced. There are three boys and one girl. But she is, in a sense, not exactly the leader, but she has a slightly more primary role, one could say. And so if you see the cover, you have Samara. There's this horse, which is the fastest horse in the world, Barado. And Samara is mounted on it, and the three boys are behind her. Their relationship is very different, as some reviewers mentioned. They said they're all authentic Eastern characters, and how they relate to each other is also different from how Western children relate to each other, to make it more authentic. So that's a bit more about it. Thank you.
Okay. So, Apeksha, I'm intrigued by the, we've grown up on Bond movies, and we were always fascinated by the, latest gizmos and gadgets and those racy cars. So, I'm intrigued by the, the gizmos and gadgets you've, imbued to your characters. So just tell us very briefly, so some of the creative gizmos that you've created for your book and you've given to your protagonists.
So essentially, most of the gadgets and gizmos that they use, they're basic ones like tracking devices and parabolic microphones, which catch, you can catch audio from quite a bit of distance. But one gizmo that Debbie, the inventor, invents, so she keeps trying her hand at inventing stuff that her friends can use. So one of the freaky things she comes up with is a pair of bionic lips, which if suppose you're stuck in a tight situation and you have the lips, you can just put it hold the stick in your mouth, and you can use it. So they're prehensile, bionic lips, which are prehensile. So you can they work independently of each other. So you can use them as fingers. So, but of course, our friends are not very fond of it. But yeah, so that's the kind of. So there's a bit of freedom to, you can let your imagination loose, and you can just come up with whatever you can think of.
Did you do a lot of research to come up with all these, fancy gadgets? And, did you see a lot
A
of
bit.
good Bollywood movies also for that?
A bit. Actually, a lot of research has gone into the book. So that is part of the research.
Okay, okay. So Rajeshji, coming to you again. What about children's literature or literature for young adults? I wouldn't even call it children's literature because a lot of youngsters are reading, these stories about sleuths and spies. So, what's your take on the are publishers willing to publish YA stories, or do you face a lot of challenges, if you want go to them with a, story for young adults?
Well, thanks, Chetna. Before I answer your question, just to add
Yeah.
that my book doesn't have so many gadgets, but it does have something called an Uran Khatola. So Guru is traveling everywhere in an Uran Khatola, and he discusses with his sister that I was thinking of calling it a Marcotola. Then I thought of a Chevrotola, but then I finally settled on Uran Khatola. So that's the only main gadget. But to come to your question, I think it's a very interesting question. Actually, just 2 days ago, I published something in the Times of India about how India is the home of the folk tale. All the folk tales in the world have actually originally, or most of them, have traveled from India. So, but the folk tales in the West got published before we had our tales published, because, for example, the Grimm's tales were Grimm's was the brothers were scouting around for folk tales 2,000 years after the Jatak tales, and we have very ancient tales which have traveled in different languages to different parts of the world. So we are actually the home, and this is Western scientists, social scientists, who accept that we are the home of the fairy tale. But that, paradoxically enough, has limited our publishers. So they want to keep publishing the Panchatantra, Akbar, Birbal, and they're not willing to do innovative things and just do the tried and tested things. So I think it's a shame, actually, that globally filmmaking for children is dominated by the West, and there's no reason, because we have such a huge corpus. The reason is that partly because publishers are cowardly the world over. But I would say that maybe in India they're a little more cowardly. So it's not easy to find a publisher, and they're stuck still on Akbar, Birbal, Panchatantra, Jatak tales, Tenali Ram. So that's wonderful. Those are fantastic stories. But we also need to give something to today's child to relate to, something which is adapted to the times. And I think things will change. Things are changing. I mean, your festival is a sign of the changing times. And I hope that publishers will become more open to children's literature, because it's so important.
Yeah. So carrying on with that point about the Indianization of the, detective narrative. So, you must have been asked umpteen times, your book, is it like the famous five or the secret seven, the staples from the Enid Blyton, stable. So, what do you say about the Indianization of detective fiction on the whole in India, and about your own specific story? So when you started out, did you have this brief in mind that I have to do something different from Famous Five and Secret Seven. And tell us about that.
That's for Rajesh ji, right?
For Rajesh ji, yeah. Rajesh ji, that was for you.
Okay. Well, yes. I think the indigenization. We have such a vast land, and so so there is a character from the hotlands where you can sort of put it into Rajasthan. There is a character from snowland, which can be like Kashmir, and of course Princess Samara is very dark skinned. We have a large area, so I sometimes like to talk to my friends in the UN, and I say that we have in India people who are whiter than the whites and darker than the Africans, or equally dark. So we have so much diversity here, and we have such a rich culture. I mean, relatively speaking, I've traveled all across Europe. I think India is culturally much more diverse compared to Europe. Europe is much more homogeneous, and so is the United States. So even when you indigenize, there are actually so many regional choices you can take, you can make. But Apeksha may want to add on, because I think the question was also in a way addressed to her.
Yeah, we come to her also. So Apeksha, when you were doing your spy story, you grown up on so much of spy fiction and non-fiction also. You told me, you know. So did you have a very clear, brief in your mind that you want to create a indigenous narrative, an Indianized narrative, which should nowhere resemble, all that foreign detective or spy literature you've read up?
When I first started writing, that was when I was a child. When I started writing short stories, my uncle gave me very good advice. He told me you should write what you know. So, when as an adult, when I started writing my stories, I realized that I know this. I've been born and brought up in India. I've lived in India, and I know the areas around me. I know people around me. I know Indians. So I decided whatever I would write, whether it is spy fiction or any other genre that I write, I will write base my characters here. And so all my stories will always be based on Indian characters. And like my first book is based in Mumbai because I grew up in Mumbai. So, so it's all based on what I know. So I think that's the best way to write, because
That's the best way to. And Apeksha, being a homeopath, so now of course you've given up your full-time practice as a homeopath. So did that background in any way help you in doing your spy story, or because remember Agatha Christie, she would bring in poisons, from daily food, could be a poison in the narrative. So do any homeopathic medicines qualify to
no, homeopathic medicines don't qualify as poisons, thankfully. But what it did help me in is that there's a lot of case taking in homeopathy, and my experience with case taking helped me in building my characters. So that understanding of human nature that homeopathic practice gave me, that helped me build my characters better.
Okay. And I think now I need to ask you both. I will start with Rajesh ji about the craft of writing detective fiction or spy stories. So how do you, Rajesh ji, approach this craft of creating a detective story? And are you very structured about it? And do you do a lot of research? Or you draw upon your experiences? So tell us about the craft of it.
Well, mine is more of an adventure story, but and it took me many years to write, but actually I started it about 6 years ago, but then I wrote something and then I put it aside, and started something else. So a few books got published in the interregnum while I was working on this. And that's partly because my job sometimes, because I'm working, it's easier for me to write nonfiction. It doesn't require me to go into another imaginary world. So finding the time to do that. So it took quite a bit of time. I have to say that some writers, they work out everything in advance and, right from the middle, this is going to happen, that is going to happen, this will be the end. And then they start writing. And others just go by instinct, but with the flow. Yes. So in some of my writings, in fact, with most of my plays, I already know everything. But The Fabulous Four was an instinctive ride. I didn't know where it was going. I didn't know where the story would take me, where the characters would take me. So it was more in the inspirational mode. So I think it depends on the genre, how exactly you approach it. But you, Chetna, you yourself have been writing, and so you understand this very well.
I started out with a book for children and young adults, and it's called Veggies Go on a Beauty Parade. And the time in which when I wrote it was a different time with a different readership, and I think it was more of a spontaneous narrative. It was not a structured narrative. So yes, I can relate to your writings for young adults. So now let's hear it from Apeksha about your craft of writing science fiction.
I'm a plotter. I need to plot. I'm out and out a plotter. So
right.
even Along Came a Spider was plotted out.
Okay.
So maybe not like not every little detail, but the chapters and how I expected the book to go. So I had that plotted out.
Okay, so
Because that then gives me it cuts out a lot of stress. It then it leaves me free to write better.
Yeah. So you sort of have a blueprint and detailed, maybe scene by scene, structure.
Yeah, sometimes scene by scene.
Okay. So I think we've convinced our viewers that the writers for young adults can do some serious talking. So we're convinced about that writers for young adults could be taken seriously. I hope so. And so now we can go on to a bit of fun round. And so please fasten your seat belt, get your pen and paper ready. And as for the audience also, so please fasten your seat belts, and the audience can also participate in the fun round. And wherever you want to give your smart replies, you're most welcome to. So here's heading into the round called Quirky Quickies. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
so
It's
that's
visible.
Quirky round. And so this is a rapid fire round, and we'd like our authors to maybe just scribble the answers at the same time so that the viewers can see it, and the audience is most welcome, and they're invited to join in with their funny, wacky, quirky replies. So please.
Chetan, can I write on my phone? Is that okay?
Sure. You can even write it on your phone or say it out, whatever you're comfortable with. Okay?
All right. Yeah.
So here we go. Ready? Get, set.
One second.
Go.
New document.
Okay. So the first question of quirky quickies to both of you and to the audience. If your protagonist, Samara or Samira, bumped into Miss Marple, so what's the cheesy one-liner that she would say? You can speak it out also. You think
Elementary, my dear. Miss Marple.
Huh?
Elementary,
Wow.
my dear Miss Marple.
Okay. So Rajeshji, let's have it from you also.
I'm not sure if you can see.
You
Would
have
you
to
like
say
a
it
cup?
out.
Would
Would
you
you?
like a cup of tea? Would you like a cup of tea?
Okay, so your protagonist would invite Miss Marple for a cup of tea. Okay, great. And anything from the audience? I'll keep reading out, the responses as they come along. Okay. Uh, coming to our next, Principal Bhupender says, uh, she'll say Sherlock Holmes. Okay, I think that was in
She's mixed
response
it
to,
up. Yeah.
okay. So, any more answers from the audience? What would one of the protagonists say to Miss Marple, the one cheesy one-liner? Okay, so here's to the second one, Apeksha and Radeshji. What's the smartest or silliest bit of snooping or sleuthing that you have ever done in your life? Maybe just say it in one, line.
Facebook stalking.
You done? What's that?
Facebook, stalking people on Facebook.
Okay,
Everybody does that. So
that's one thing, these days. And what about Rajesh ji? He looks proper, the proper. Really, I mean, you have been proper about everything.
Well, I remember trying to figure out which of my 5 cousin sisters had eaten up my chocolate many years ago. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the bit of snooping around you did. Okay. So, moving on to the next. So, most of your fiction, especially Apekshas, are set in, contemporary times. So, the one way in which the millennial, sleuths or spies in fiction are better than the spies of yesteryear.
sorry, I didn't get that.
One way in which the millennial, fictional
Yeah.
spies or sleuths are better than the fictional sleuths of yesteryear.
They have better gadgets.
Yeah, better gadgets. Rajesh ji?
Yes, I think the network, the having a global network of collaborators, associates, informers, friendly spies become easier.
Okay, and we have one of our viewers writing in, Indu Balachandran, says the bit of snooping she has done is eavesdropping on restaurant conversations of couples. Oh, that's
Nice.
I'm sure she's come up with a whole lot of stories to tell from that.
You go and do.
Yeah. Okay, so now moving on to the next one. So, conversely, what is the one thing that the spies or the detectives of today's fiction don't have, which the spies of old-time fiction have? One thing which the older spies had and today's fictional spies don't have.
The personal touch. Because
Yeah.
earlier you had to follow people, you had to do surveillance in person, you had to follow people around. Today you can sit at home on your phone, you can know who's going where and doing what. You don't need the personal touch as much.
Yeah, what I would say, is that the older spies were also great psychologists, and
Yes.
maybe
Very
the
true.
modern day one may not have so much.
Yeah. So we have our viewers also writing in. We have Narinderjeet Kaurji saying the older, spies had mental sharpness. And Indu Balachandran again says, yes, the personal touch. And okay, so that's interesting responses coming in. Okay, one and Principal Bhupender says fanciful imagination is something the older spies had. And Sheila B. Rao says natural
That's my
deduction.
mom. That's
Oh,
my
that's your
mom.
mom. So she says natural powers of deduction. And okay, so moving on to the next question. One Videshi spy book and one Desi spy book you think deserves a Booker Prize?
Booker Prize. Okay. Videshi, Stella Remington, because I really love her books. And
okay.
yeah, and Vikram Sood's book on there's forget the name of it. It's about it's based on ISI. Vikram Sood has written one book, so that's really good, non-fiction.
What's your choice?
Well, I would say one of the Feludas.
Oh yes. How did I not mention the Feludas? With Samitra passing away recently. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be my vote for.
The Feluda book by Satyajit Ray. Okay. Okay. So now.
So sorry, the Vikram Sood book is called The Unending Game. I just checked the name. So that has covered a lot of The Unending Game. That has covered a lot of the raw ISI thing, like how they spied on each other.
Good. Okay, so now that brings us to the final, question of the rapid fire round called Quirky Quickies. Your protagonists are traveling in a plane, and the person sitting next to them taps them on the arm and says the name is Bond, James Bond. So what will your protagonist say to him?
Come up with a new dialogue, buddy.
Okay.
My kids would probably ask him, "Are you a wizard also?"
Okay. And so we have writers writing in Nishant Srivastavji. I think he's saying unending game. So that's his response, I think, to the previous question. And we have Principal Rupinder writing in. All three of us have a huge issue, so we're getting very good response. So, okay, so before we sign off, one takeaway from each of you, like one thing a budding, spy fiction writer should do, one should not do.
Do's and don'ts.
Yeah, one do and one don't.
Rajesh, go first, please.
Okay. I know he's been a writer.
Based on my experience, I would say don't give up your day job, because the jobs can also be very enriching and you have lots of new experiences which you can then put into your fiction. So by all means plunge into full-time writing, but see the economic possibilities. They are more today than they were yesterday, but they still may not be sufficient. So weigh your options.
Okay, so that's your that's the takeaway from Rajesh. Over to your picture.
If you want to write, you have to read. My biggest advice to anyone who's an aspiring writer is read. In your genre, try out new genres, but you have to read.
Okay, great. We have Narendrajit Kaur and Ritu Kumarji writing in very engrossing conversation. So this was a session of Subway sandwich meets the KFC ringer two storytellers with spy and sleuth stories. And thank you so much for such an engaging conversation, and a huge thanks to our wonderful audience who always participate, with their generous comments and with their wacky and smart answers. So, wishing more power to your pen. And I hope having written one children's book, I'm able to write. I feel inspired by both of you, and I'm able to write another one. So, on that note, very good evening. So, I hope we rock this last number or last section of this too. Thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you, Chetna. Thank you, Rajesh ji, and thank you, Literati, for having us on. It was really lovely.
Thanks, Chetna. It was a wonderful session, and I think last is sometimes, we have the desert for last, so we were probably the desert.
Dessert. Yes. Okay. So the laughs were the dessert, and on that note, wishing you all more dessert. And we have Indu Balachandran and Principal Bhupinder and Nishant Srivastava, you all writing in that they all enjoyed this session. So thank you to all, and thank you to our wonderful audience. All our cheerleaders.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anshuman.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for being part of Literati 2020 Day 2. We look forward to all of you being there tomorrow, and we hope you pull in more of your friends and family to join us. We've had a wonderful first 2 days, and I'm really, really looking forward to tomorrow, where we have quite the star-studded lineup waiting for you. Until then, take care, stay masked, stay safe, stay sanitized. See you tomorrow. Good night. Shubh Ratri. Shabba Khair.
Without getting into that complexity, essentially when an Indian uses the word dharma, it means trying to do the right thing.
The name of the game is not to seek that autograph and then keep it forever, but it is to respect that loving father, the mother, the brother, the colleague, the person that we are walking with, that friend who's around us.
I consider it my duty to help those people who are below the poverty line without thinking of any award, reward, recognition. No, because I have enough. Even though it is not there, it is ultimately the people actually.
So, ਉਹ ਪੈਗਾਮ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਾਮ ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਚੌ ਜੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਏ WhatsApp ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ.
As Ambassador of Ireland to India, I'm delighted that Ireland is the country partner for Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition of Literati 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and a great pleasure to welcome Embassy of Ireland as country partner to Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition, Literati 2020.
We hope that you enjoy learning more about the connections between our two great national poets, Yeats and Tagore, and Kauvari Madhavan's fictionalisation of the Irish Rebellion, which took place in Punjab a century ago.
I think both the location is absolutely great to talk about books and literature. It's a pleasant Sunday morning. I enjoyed my day here.
I had a wonderful time at Literati. Thank you so much for having me over. A beautiful venue and a wonderful audience. It was great interacting with you all. Thank you, Chandigarh, for having me over.
This is one of the nicest, most pleasant Lit Fest I have been attending this season. It's well organized.
It has a large variety of the kind of authors, and of course it's done in this very, very beautiful venue of the Lake Club.
Absolutely fascinating. I loved being on the stage. You have a beautiful, wonderful, interactive audience, very alive, very aware, and I'm very grateful to have been called.